Hello and welcome back to Raging Loop. I'm Luce, and tonight we're going to be picking off of the deliberation where we left off before. We've gotten through the first night where the wolves managed to get their first victim, and the first time where we deliberate and where we must select someone to be sacrificed for the greater goods. However, things are not quite so simple, as we only know some roles, and even then, they can just claim whoever they desire. So we don't know who we can trust. And don't worry, the avatar's here for the intro, but we're going to be going pure VN in just a moment. So without further ado, boop. Here we are. Load game.
知らない。もう始まるわよ。
Alright, whatever, let's just start. Here we go.
全員に杯が回った。
I don't know, like,
夜
I'm gonna be
耳
great.
の宴の始まりよ。
Well, I mean, Chikamochi's right there in the dress. Just if you, I guess. Sadly, our protagonist and his leather jacket's not here. Or since I know your taste. Alright, everyone had a drink. Let us begin the feast of the Yomi Purge.
早速だけど、匠に昨日の蛇の神託ってのはあったの？
Alright, let's get right to it. Takumi, did the snake's power work last night?
ああ、あった。
Yeah, it did.
どうだった？
Well, tell us.
キヨは人だった。
Kyo is indeed a human. That's a relief. Well, unless they're both wolves, but if Takumi is lying about being the snake, the seer detective role, then someone else would have likely piped up going, but wait, how are you the seer when I am? And obviously at that point you usually want to vote both of them out as soon as possible, because one of them is fake and there's obviously no way to confirm.
当然、私は狼などではない。これでムロと私の二人が容疑から外れたというわけだ。
Unless they're happy to let him take the danger. It's possible, yeah. Of course, I'm no wolf, and that means Muro and I are no longer suspects, correct?
そういうことになりますね。
It does. Hello, Athean, welcome to stream. And yes, actually, it's basically a game of werewolf in a VN, so we just had the murder of one of the members, and now we have to try and figure out where to...
では早速、決めねばならんことをまとめよう。昨晩気の毒なことになった牧島勘三氏の方針を続けるなら、
Well, let's look at what we have to decide today. If we continue based on the late Kanzo Makishimashi's decisions...
あれ、なんでおっちゃんが仕切んの？
Hold on, why are you taking the lead? Hey, I'm the sage. Well, that idiot's gonna die. That is true, but it also does mean if they're a lying wolf, then that means... Well, I guess, like I said, if they're alive, if he's alive after 2 rounds, we need to start seriously considering that he could be a wolf. Because there's no way the wolves would allow a role that valuable to live more than 1 night where possible. We do have the spider, who is the equivalent of the knight or guard, so they can protect 1 at night, but I'm assuming the regular rule is to, most of the time it's a trick or bait and attack, if there's someone to protect them. It is possible, yeah. The other roles we have, there's only 2 other roles aside from the 2 I just mentioned. The monkeys, which are 2 people who know they basically know each monkey knows who the other monkey is, so they always know 2 people who are not wolves under any circumstances. And the crow, who can tell if the person the humans have killed is actually a wolf or not. Obviously another role that they want to avoid releasing too early.
別に年長者ということで山脇さんが進めるのでも構わんよ。
Well, I don't mind if the Hey, wait, why are you taking over? Well, I don't mind if the eldest, Yamawaki-san, wants to take over.
私はそんなん苦手じゃが。
I'm no good at that. Wonder if there's a Tanner. Tanner's the biggest role. Those are the only roles that we are aware of. My personal I have personally speculated there might be an additional one that isn't revealed, but yeah, we're working on the assumption that these are the only roles we are aware of right now. There were about 14 people to start with, and we've already lost a few people already.
であれば、狼ではないと同意を得た私かムロが仕切るのが年功序列からしても自然ではないかね。
In that case, it's only natural that myself and Muro, adults confirmed to be human, should be the ones to lead. Yeah, that's definitely a role that wants to die, and if they do, they're the only person that wins. I have sometimes seen that role referred to as Jester in some Deception games, so yeah, I know what you're referring to. But as far as we're aware, there is none of those. Likewise, I know in some games there's a kind of maniac or cultist or something along those lines who is actively trying to help the wolves or mafia win. And that they usually do that by also intentionally making themselves suspicious. But again, as far as we're aware, there is no such role in this game. And I'm glad they didn't go overboard, because it can be a bit silly when you have everyone in a special role like the town of Salem.
匠におっちゃん鬱陶しいから匠にが仕切ってよ。
Takamini, he's annoying, you lead.
キヨ、頼む。
No, Kyo, keep going. Ah yes, the minion.
ご老人が亡くなられたショックもあろう。無理はする必要ない。
He's still shocked from the elder's death. There's no need to force him. If these two are the wolves trying to play the rest of us, then they're damn good at it, that's for sure.
できる限りのことはやらせていただこう。ムロはオリベ夫人を気遣って差し上げろ。
But I will do everything I can in his place. Muro, you console Madame Oribe.
あの子が
My boy. Oh yeah, Kaori's son here, he actually didn't die to the wolves, he died by breaking the rules. He stayed out past the lights out curfew or whatever it's called, and was attacked for breaking the rules, and he tried to fight back. Apparently he tried to kill the wolves directly so that we wouldn't have to deal with any murders, but it didn't work, unfortunately. He was torn to ribbons.
カオリさん。
Kaori-san.
さて、早速提案だがね。今日は必ず一人選んでくくることとしないか。
Yeah, ballsy if nothing else, yeah. He was basically had a full tough guy act. Even had that semi-pompadour out hair color to try and make himself tough, so he probably... But he was definitely a real softy inside. A shame, if it had lasted longer, he might have even been a favorite character, because you always gotta like those characters who have gotta love the jerk with the heart of gold, basically, is what I'm going for. But yeah, unfortunately, his attempt didn't work. And unfortunately, because he died, that means 2 deaths, which means we now are down some more humans. Which is and yeah, here's my proposal. Let's do whatever we can to choose and hang someone today. Yeah, last time, before the murders began, they had the option to hang someone, but they chose not to, simply because they had absolutely nothing to go on. An understandable way to hold off, but that unfortunately is not the case anymore. Now that people are dying, action needs to be taken. Not just random, mind you, but we can't just sit back and wait, or else the wolves will just start killing more and more. But it's 2 wolves among what's about 11 people left, so that's gonna be a little rough. Why hang them if you could just shoo them out the land of the dead? Yeah, the whole point of the... Well, probably because that would count as a death by breaking the rules, since the rule is you can't leave the city and the town until the game's over. So that wouldn't count towards the death. You have to actually kill someone, but both the humans and wolves are limited to 1 kill during the day/night.
ちょっとそれは乱暴じゃないです。
Hold on, that's rather reckless.
いや、それは必要だよ、知恵ね。そうでないと、
But it's
何日か後に確実に狼は最後の一人を殺しきる。
Ah, but it's necessary. If we don't, the wolves will eventually kill the last human. Yeah, unfortunately, they need to start voting people out, because otherwise they're basically just giving the wolves free nights to continue on. And unfortunately, the way the game is set up, between the thick fog and it happening at night when everyone is locked indoors, the chances of any kind of hard evidence is almost impossible. It has to go entirely by deception game rules.
そういうことだ。宴には非常さも必要となる。間違っていませんな。
Yeah,
山
despite...
脇さん。
Exactly, we have to harden our hearts if we want to survive the feast. Am I wrong, Yamiwaki-san?
そうですね。読み人は何としてもくくらねばならんです。
You are right. The Yamibito must be hung.
くくれやひどい。
One soul per day. Now to mind. We don't know this old man's name yet. All we know is that he's an old man who cries wolf in reference to the boy who cries wolf, because all he's done prior to now is screw with people by saying wolves are coming. And he also screws with people in other ways as well, which is why a lot of people have trouble trusting him.
間違えたらどうすんの？たとえ露見しなかったとしても、間違えて人を殺した事実を一生背負うんだよ。
So he is the minion role. Honestly, he could even be the one person who was in a game like this prior, and that's what broke his mind. It's hard to say. What if we make a mistake, though? Even if we kept a secret, we have to live with the guilt of having killed someone.
確かにそれは気分の悪いことだが、実のところ、そういった死も無駄ではない。
It is true that it would be unpleasant, but such deaths would not be in vain.
間違えて殺したら死んだ人は無駄死にでしょうに。
Hello, Pixel. Welcome to the stream. What the hell? If we kill the wrong person, their death would be pointless. That's obvious.
目上への口の利き方に気をつけたまえ。いいかね。現状我々は容疑者を絞り込む確実な手段を2つしか持たんのだよ。
Watch your words when talking to your superiors. Listen, for now, we only have 2 surefire ways to get rid of suspects.
安永くんならわかるんじゃないかね。
Surely you understand. Yes. Oh, no. Yes, no.
ええ、蛇による信託と
Yes, the snake's power.
一人殺して母数自体を減らすってことでしょ。それは分かってるけども、受け入れられると思ってるんですか？
Or killing someone and lowering the total number, huh? I know that, but do you really think we can all agree on someone?
そんなの無理だわ。殺された人からしたら、後でどっちが勝とうが関係ないじゃない。
You can't do that. Do you think the one who gets killed cares which side wins? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. When actual deaths are involved, it's a bit of a bigger deal. Because in a regular game of werewolf or whatever, sacrificing for the whole team is fine, because when the villagers win, all human players win, even the dead ones. Likewise, if the wolves win, including the wolves win, including the dead ones. Which is also why, you know, wolves throwing one another under the bus to throw suspicion off themselves is a legitimate tactic. It's basically a team game, despite everyone turning against one another. Ironically. But in a situation like this, only the surviving humans will win, not the one who dies.
だからあえてここで合意をしておく必要があるのだよ。
Well, that's precisely why we need to reach a consensus here.
他の皆が生き残るために自分が死んでも構わないという合意をね。
We need to agree that if the others survive, I don't mind dying.
それしかねえってのかよ。
Is that seriously all we have? Yeah, that's kind of the big irony about Mafia and Werewolf. It's actually technically a team game, but at the same time, everyone is turning against each other by definition. That's part of the... Well, I guess one could argue that's also part of the fun of it. It's very unconventional, despite technically being a team game.
そう、それしかない。なんとも悪辣ではないかね。山の掟というやつは。
Yes, that is all we have. The laws of the mountain remain merciless.
冗談じゃないわ。他人のためにくくられろって言われて、はい、そうですかって納得できるわけない。
What the hell? I'm not getting hanged for someone else's sake.
ああ、それじゃあ君は狼だ。ということになるが。
Oh, well that would make you a wolf then, isn't it?
なんでそうなるの？
Why?
安水のために命を懸ける気がない。つまりは安水の敵ってことですか？
You have no intention to put your life on the line for Yasumizu, and that makes you Yasumizu's enemy. Is that what you're saying? Now here's the thing, Yasunaga is one of the main detective characters so far, and that's good since it helps deduct who is who. But this is also bad, because if he is a wolf, that means he has the easiest way to deflect suspicion off himself. wolf. Right now, we don't know if the wolves have actually killed and replaced them, or their powers granted to the people who have become wolves or whatever, so we don't know exactly how much people have been changed. So this is a bit tricky, to be sure.
そういうことになるのではないかね、安水の諸君。今こそ団結力が問われるというわけだ。
Am I wrong? The people of Yasumizu, this is a test of your unity. Yeah, I'm gonna give the middle finger to Kiyonosuke here because it's extremely easy to talk about the importance of self-sacrifice when you're not the one who has to make that sacrifice.
おっちゃん調子乗ってんな。
You sure seem to be enjoying yourself.
私は上藤吉の人間として、そして権利の晴れた者として、できる限りのことを進言しているだけだ。口を慎め。
I'm only giving advice as someone from Kami Fujiyoshi. That's the main city that this town is a satellite town of. As one whose suspicions were lifted, be silent. He's human, sort of. Yeah, this is why I haven't counted out the fact that him and Takumi could very much be wolves and they're playing everyone for fools. Because absolutely every bit of his authority comes from the fact that he was just confirmed human. If that crumbled at any point, then absolutely everything he does takes on a new light, and that makes it clear for exactly what's going on.
野里清之助さん、あなた自分が蛇に診断されるまで
Yeah, exactly.
このことを黙ってたでしょ。
Kiyonosuke, you were quiet about this until Snake looked into you, right?
何を言い出す？
What are you getting at?
昨日の時点であなた気づいてたんでしょ。死んでも文句言わないって同意を持って団結する必要があるって。
You already knew that we had to be unified and accept death if it was necessary, didn't
で
you?
もそれを表明することで蛇に調べてもらう権利が冒頭することも気づいてた。だから黙ってたんですよ。
But you also knew that saying that would have made the snake's power way more popular, so you stayed quiet. Yeah, that explains why. That does certainly explain why he was pushing so hard for it.
憶測で物を言ってるんじゃない。
That's just an assumption. Based upon circumstantial evidence of you being a pretentious asshole, yes. It's not solid proof, but it is a proof.
でも確かに疑いが晴れた上藤吉の人間に死んでも文句言うなって言われたって納得できるわけないわ。
Oh, she's right, though. A Kame Fujiyoshi guy who's no longer a suspect is telling us to die and be okay with it, as if we just can't accept that. Of course, a power base, indeed. Now, granted, if him and Takumi truly are clear of suspicion, he could also be the next one to die, since obviously the wolves want to get rid of people who are confirmed, because the more confirmed people alive, the harder it is to hide among them. And it's entirely possible he might have forgotten that, because in his haste to gain all of the authority and power, he's accidentally painted a massive target on his back. Especially since it hasn't been mentioned yet if the spider is allowed to protect the same person multiple times in a row. If they can, then obviously they need to keep Takumi alive as much as possible. They cannot protect Nasato there. She's what?
匠になんとか言ってやってよ。
Takamini, you say something too.
だが言ってることは正しい。
Yeah, but he's right.
匠に
Takumi,
私は
I do agree with Will.
賛成します。
I agree.
疑われることも
Suspect
くくられることも皆様の決定に
suspect me, hang
異議
me,
は申しません。
whatever decision, I will accept it.
リカコさん。
Rikako. Rikako is the only other person from an actual equivalent of a noble family, which is why Konosuke actually respects her to some degree. Everyone else he looks down on.
すでに申し上げました。こうなれば上藤吉も安水も関係ございません。
As I said before, in this situation, Kami Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu are irrelevant.
それに私は勝手な思いですが、心は安水の一員だと思っております。
Not to mention, I know it might be impudent of me, but I believe myself to be part of Yasumizu. Although for the record, Rikako herself, for the record, she looks like one, but Rikako is not a priestess of any kind. Our protagonist asked her that a while ago, and she confirmed she's not nearly that important. She's just a figurehead of her family that chose to move in here of her own accord. Or at least that's what we know of, that's what she told us.
ああ、誰かさんと違ってご立派なお心持ちじゃないですかね。
Oh, will you look at that? A respectable attitude, something a certain someone here doesn't have.
この子にそれを求めるのは
However,
酷具ではないかと。
I do think expecting that of this girl would be a bit much.
みんな、怖い。
You're all so scary.
しかし、例外を作るわけには。
But we have no choice. There can be no exceptions.
なら、この子をくくる必要があるならば、
Well then,
私も共になりましょう。
well then, if you decide to hang her, I shall go with her.
それはダメですよ。流して余市は一日に一人だ。
But what? You mustn't. We need only the blood of one per day. The little girl, yeah, the little girl is someone we don't even know her name. Mako is just an alias that was given to her here with Rikako looking after her. She just kind of appeared here one day and nobody knows anything about that, which is why a lot of people were suspicious of her from the get-go.
私が勝手に死ねばよいのです。汚れはトガを犯した者に来る。
I
死ん
just...
でいれば、もう関係ありません。
Sorry, I'm trying to let the whole dialogue play out before reading it off. I just have to die of my own volition. The corruption comes only for the sinner. If I'm already dead, then it no longer matters.
そんな。
Oh, but...
しかし、
But...
見苦しいぜキヨ。仕切るならしっかりしやがれ。あと植松の姉ちゃん。
You're being a pain, Kyo. If you're gonna lead, do it right. And Uematsu? Yes?
あんまり軽率なこと言ってんじゃねえぞ。悪いがあんたも俺らを締め付けてる上藤吉の強者どもの一人に他ならぬ。
Think about what you're saying. Sorry, but you're ahead of Kami Fujoshi, one of our oppressors.
上松様に無礼は。
Takumi, don't be rude to Uematsu-sama. Yeah, Yasumizu, the town here, is basically an offshoot of Kami Fujoshi, where they basically send the people that no one else likes. So most of them are were basically kicked out without properly being exiled, or have other or were a bit weird, or other stuff like that. Town of Rejects. That is exactly the term that Che used to explain it. Yeah, Town of Rejects. So yeah, that's
こうやっ
perfect
てばあ
description.
ちゃんたちがビクビクする羽目になったのもあんたのお仲間のせいだぜ。
See,
仲間面されても困るんだ。
you people are the reason why Ba-chan got so scared. Don't act like you're one of us. Yeah, Takumi is a bit rough to get a read on. He was one of the nicer characters to the protagonist when we first met him, but he was also one of the first people. We've later found out he was also one of the first people to talk about how shady we were and all that, so... he's not quite the gentle giant that he puts on.
申し開きもございません。
My sincerest apologies.
第一、あんたが休みずにいる理由も不明。正直俺はこんなことになったのを誰かのせいにしたくてたまらねえ。
And why are you Yasumizu anyway? Honestly, I'm inclined to start leveling accusations at this point. Yeah, even Kyo is technically there because he was kicked out of the main city. Yeah, even though he's technically still retains his title and all that. It's Rikako is an odd one out because she chose to live here of her own volition for whatever reason, which of course is a bit unusual when everyone else is here entirely because they had no other choice.
匠にまさかこれが全部上藤吉の人間の仕業だっていうの？
Takumi, are you saying all of this is Kami Fujiyoshi's doing?
さあ、全部かは知らね
No wonder Kyo is so eager for leadership and authority. Yep. Who knows? Maybe not all of it.
ただ上藤吉の人間が俺らを常日頃ここに閉じ込めようとしてるの
But their
は
efforts,
奴らが何かを知ってるってことだ
but their efforts to keep us here show that they know something's up, don't they?
少なくとも宴なんて昔話で狼様は人間の味方だなんて連中の物言いは嘘っぱちだってことだ
At the very least, I can't believe some guys who think the feast is an old wives' tale and the wolves are really on the human side. Yeah, if the legends are to be believed, the wolves are actually one of the spirits of the mountain along with the snake, monkey, spider, and crow. So it's a bit weird that they'd have this death game here, which is why there's a lot of speculation as to why it might be started. Maybe the mountain god is trying to do it. Maybe the humans betrayed the wolves and the wolves are coming for revenge. It's hard to say.
連中は霧が立てば安水の人間が死ぬと知ってた財産や家柄だけじゃねえ連中は命にまで差をつけてやがったんだ
They knew that the people of Yasumizu would die if the mists came. They deprive us of not only our prosperity, but even our lives.
バカな上藤吉の長者が聖人君主とは言わんが少なくとも才覚と品格に満ちた真っ当な家々だ
Slander. I won't say that Kami Fujoshi is a group of saints, but they're resourceful and dignified people. Dang, in just two people conversing, we see the opposite ends of extreme angles here.
まともな常識だって持ち合わせているこの科学万能の世の中で宴なんてものを本気で信じてなどいるものか
Yeah, I must say, I have really liked the game's chemistry between the characters here. Not to mention sensible. It's the age where science reigns supreme. Of course they don't believe in some old superstition. Yeah, our protagonist felt exactly the same. That's why I had to get killed by the wolves before he was allowed to start, even considering that the legends might have some degree of truth to them.
だからじゃない
Isn't that the reason why?
なんだ何が言いたい
Whoa, what do you mean?
清之助さんは藤吉村のそういう秘密を教えてもらってない
They didn't tell you all the secrets that Fujiyoshi had to offer.
そうやって長者はまともって信じて吹聴する広告塔としての価値しかお家の中で認められてないから
That's because your only value to the family is your belief that the family heads are upstanding people and that you don't shut up about it. Oh dang, she just did more actual damage to him than an actual smack would have.
だからこの時期の安水が危険ってことの配慮もなく里帰りの逗留先として野里屋敷を強制されたみたいな
Isn't that why they forced you to stay in the Nasato mansion when you returned, despite all the dangers here in Yasumizu?
ふざけるな私が家に見捨てられたとでも言うのか
Now you're crossing the line. Are you saying my family has abandoned me?
おーありえるね僕やヤッスンと同じだ
Hey, that seems plausible. You're just like Yasun and I. Yeah, Yasumizu and Chikamochi here are technically disowned heirs of their respective families, which is why they're here.
長者のやり方は残酷ですよ。
The heads are cruel.
権力争いの負け組や無能者、あるいは当主の気に入らないといった理由で簡単に休みず送りにされる。
Those who lose a struggle for power, those deemed incapable, or simply those who dislike the ones in charge can simply be sent here.
僕らはともかく、母は東北から樋口家に嫁いだっていうのに、父が死んだ途端に叩き出されて。
Our situation is one thing, but Mom, she came here all the way from Tohoku and married into the Higuchi family. That's one of the head families. Then got thrown out the moment Dad died. Yeah, her crime was that she's a widower. There's probably a bit more to it, but they refuse to elaborate further. So it's probably her husband did something or got killed in some way that got the whole family kicked out.
そんなの別によかった
I didn't care about that.
母さん、ごめん。刺激するつもりは。
Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
私にはね義継とあなたがいればそれだけでよかったのよ安永
I was fine as long as I had Yoshitsugu and you, Yasunaga.
とにかく僕らの命運を彼らがねじ曲げたのは間違いないんです。その点じゃ匠兄に賛成だな。
Anyway, there is no doubt that they twisted our fates. I agree with Takamine on that.
残念だったわね。来る羽目になったのが
Too
こん
bad
な
you're,
ところで。
too bad you're stuck here too, huh?
安水の人が悪いとは言ってないだろう。どうしたんだよ本当に。
I'm not blaming Yasumizu's people. What's gotten into you?
どうせみんな死ぬのよ。おじいちゃんだって選ぶってたくせに結局簡単に死んじゃったんだから。
We're all gonna die anyway. OG-chan was acting all tough, but even he died so easily. Yeah, that's the weird thing. While the ones killed for being outside past curfew were clearly torn apart by actual wolfmen, the person killed by the wolves for the night was killed by blunt force trauma. So it wasn't by a wild animal or beast or something like that. Very weird.
こんなのやってられないわよ。どうしてあの時ほっといてくれなかったのよ。
I can't take this. Why didn't you just leave me there?
あの時はそんな感じじゃなかったのに、どうしたのさ。
You weren't like this back then. What's wrong?
もう嫌なのよ。
I've just had enough.
悲しいの。
Oh, sad.
どうしたんですか、
What's-
おじいさん。
What's wrong?
狼が来たら誰もが鬼になりよる。
When the wolves come, everyone becomes demons.
そうですな。だからこそ読み人をくくらね
That they do. That's why we need to hang the Yomibito.
もうわけわかんねえな。まあいい。事実として上藤吉の連中は俺らを助けてくれはしねえさ。
Oh, what a mess. Whatever, at least we know that Kami Fujoshi's people will not come and save us.
道崩れちゃってたしね。
Yeah, the road was blocked.
それもあるしな。で、そんな中、キヨは逆に信用していいと俺は思う。理由は、ちえみが言った通りだ。
That's one reason, yeah. Anyway, I do think we should trust Kyo now. My reason is the same as Chami's. If they even can come. Yeah.
あらら、お気の毒。
Oh dear, how sad.
勝手に何でも妄想するがいい。
Think what you want. I suppose it's also worth pointing out now that horror movies typically have an obligatory asshole so that they can both prove the threat is real and also so that no one will... So someone can die before the people everyone actually likes. So I'm not counting him... So if he's not a wolf, he could very well be the next victim. It's hard to say.
だから、誰かをくくる段になったら、植松のは一番くくりやすいんだ。首相にしてると、本気で死ぬぞ。
Anyway, when we have to hang someone, Uematsu's the easiest target. Keep acting like that and you'll be dead in no time. Yeah, his... Yeah, as I mentioned, she hasn't actually done anything, but he's targeting her for no other reason than she's from one of the noble families. And he doesn't have the excuse that she hasn't been confirmed yet. She's been auto and out even before the story started, so yeah.
ではどうすれば。
Then what should I?
誠実に知ってることを喋れ。とにかく黙ってるのだけは最悪。丸投げもダメ。そうだろ、キヨ。
Just be honest and tell us what you know. Keeping quiet's the worst, and letting others take care of it won't do either, right, Kyo? See.
もうそのまま君が宴を進めてはどうかね、ムロ。
Why not just take control of the feast, Muro?
おやすさんの真似をしてみただけだ。柄でもね。あとは任せた。
I just tried acting like the old man, that ain't me. I'll leave the rest up to you. I guess he does have a point that staying quiet is kinda suspicious.
私から提示することはごくわずかだ。
I don't have much left to say.
これから多数決を取り、 最も多く票を獲得したものをくくる。
Let's just vote and hang whoever ends up picked. Right now, that's most likely going to be either Haru or Rikaru. Haru because she pointed out that sacrificing for the greater good is a lot easier when you're not expecting to have to make the sacrifice. And Rikako because, well, they're treating her like an outsider more than anything else, honestly.
だからそれは乱暴だって。
I'm telling you, that's really reckless.
無論、何らかの申し開きができる者はそうすればよい。自分が死ぬべきでないと価値を立証できるような場合は特にだ。
Of course, you're free to argue your case, especially if you can prove you're more valuable alive.
しかしながら、自分は人間だ、だの、死にたくないだのは不要だ。そんなもの、誰だって同じなのだから。
However, I don't want to hear any I'm human or I don't want to die non-arguments. Everyone would say that.
選ばれた者は潔く諦め、残りの者に安水の運命を託して神命を投げ出す。
The chosen one gives up his life, leaving the fate of Yasumizu to the rest of us.
首吊り松でくくりますかね。
Well then, we'll hang at the hanging pine.
それで差し支えんと思いますがね。
Yes, that should do the job. Remember, anyone here could possibly be it. If Kori is a wolf, then she's doing a damn good job hiding it because she's been nothing but crying this whole since we discovered the body of her son there. Yasu would be especially dangerous because he's the closest to the one trying to help everyone find them, because that would make him automatically make him least suspicious. I'm still unsure about Takumi and Kyo, but it's also possible. Strictly speaking, they're not wrong with what they've been going with, except other than, you know, just automatically assuming that house leaders are either saints or sinners without anything like that. The little girl technically can't be counted out. She's been keeping quiet, but it's hard to... She doesn't really have much to contribute anyways. Rikaku feels like a bit too obvious of an option, but I guess I can't vote her. I can't vote based on something like that. Actually, even Taiba here would be a potential option, because she keeps giving up her, despite being one of the elders, she keeps relegating to the others. The reason she gives is that she's more of the religious leader than the leadership role, so she's this isn't her specialty, but she would also know that this would default to the people who are going to be most eager to vote out others, so that could be, we just don't know enough, really.
投票方法は
Well,
どうするんです
how do we vote?
上座の者から順に指名していく。短いインタビューを行ってもよろしい。
We'll start with the elders. You can have a brief interview as well.
最終的に投票者が決まったら、私が手元の手帳に記録しておこう。
When the voter decides, I'll record in my notepad.
記名投票？ありえない。対面で誰かに死ねっていうみたいな真似できるわけないでしょうに。
So it's not anonymous. So hang. It's not anonymous. No way. We're basically telling people to die straight to their
いい
faces.
加減芹沢のイチャモンに付き合う余裕もなくなってきた。この辺りで進めさせてもらおう。
I've had enough of Sarazawa's nitpicking. I'm starting. Yeah, there's pros and cons to keeping it anonymous and pros and cons to being direct about it, so...
では、こちらのお名前は
what's your name?
じっちゃんだ。
That's the old guy.
狼じじいだ。
The old man who cried wolf.
おじいさんは、私が若い頃からおじいさんでしたよ。
He's been old when I was still young. Ah, then my theory that he might have actually been present during the previous wolf game might have some merit.
ご老人、私の言ったことは理解されますかな？
Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?
では、この中の誰が狼だと思われますか？
Which one of us do you think is a wolf?
私なんで？
Me? Why?
狼、怖い怖
Scary, scary.
では芹沢千恵美さんが1票。
One vote for Jamie, I guess. Ah, yeah, whoever gets off the first vote can also sometimes cause an avalanche just by starting it. If he hadn't voted for her, I don't think anyone would have even
ちょっ
suspected
と
it.
待ってよ。本気でこんないい加減な決め方で人を殺すつもり？
So we're still seriously deciding who to kill like this?
仕方ないだろう。ご老人だって宴の参加者だ。発言権を奪うわけにはいかんだろう。
We have no choice. He's a participant. And when you're in the lead, get a better complaint. You're in the lead, so get a better complaint. We have no choice. He's a participant too. We can't deny his right to vote, can we? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. We don't know if he's actually all there, you know? But, it could just be these traumatized or something. It's hard to say. But we have to face the facts. Even our protagonist admitted it's entirely possible Chamie was replaced, and it's been a fake one helping us this whole time. So we...
姉ちゃん、なんとか言ってよ。
Takamina-chan, say something.
安永、お前どう思う？
Yasunaga, what do you think?
様子を見ます。
I'll wait and see.
だな。
Same here.
ちょっと、そんな。
Wait, are you really?
じゃあ、私だね。私もちーちゃんに入れようかしら。
So now it's me. I think I should vote for Chi-chan as
な
well.
んで？タイばあちゃん。
Why, Taiba?
悪いね。実はあんまりわからんのよ。じゃが、ちーちゃんがずっと怒っとるのが、ちょっと変に思えてね。
I'm sorry, I just don't know, but strange how you're so mad about everything here. Now, I'd be willing to take the old man's, well, I think she's scary over this, because, actually half the people here have mentioned that everything here is absolutely insane. She's a teenager, matters her default. She is actually a college student like the protagonist. The whole reason she's in town is because she finally got out for the semester, and of course, just in time to be caught up in this.
他の皆が生き残るために自分が死んでも構わない。
If those survive, I don't mind dying.
そうね。私は同意しないわ。安水のみんなは大事だけど、自分の命だって大事だもの。
Oh, I hear that, but I won't agree. Yasumi's people are important to me, but so is
そ
my
れに
life.
私は自分が狼じゃないって知ってるし、おとなしく殺される気にはならない。けど、
Not to mention, I know I'm not a wolf, so I'm just roll over and die.
いいわ。そのルールに乗る。このままだとそれだけで殺されそうだし、他に方法もないのは確か。
Sure, I'll follow the rules. If I keep this up, I'll just get killed. Not to mention, we don't have any other better options.
さあ、タイばあちゃん。ちえみはおとなしくなるよ。投票先変えない？
Here, Taiba, I've calmed down. Can you change your vote?
ど
Should
どう
I?
しようかね。
Well, I mean, you made it as easily. Might as well if you don't have anything better.
じゃあいいや。さっきはちえみは怪しかったもんね。
You know what, fine. It was my own fault for acting weird.
よろしいかね。ではムロの番だ。
Are you done? Muro, it's your turn.
俺はメイコに投票する。
I'm voting for Mako.
たくみ兄ちゃん？
Takumi?
あなた。
You...
理由を言う必要あるか。いくら子供でも親の名前どころか素性も言えないのはどこまでも奇妙だから。
Do I even need to give a reason? I know she's just a kid, but we basically know nothing about her. It's just way too weird.
伝説がどこまで本当かは知らねえが、奇妙なもんが皿長から上がってくるなら、同じ着方をしたやつを怪しむのは当然だ。
I don't know how true the legends are, but if something fishy comes from the Saranaga, it's only fair that she's fishy too. So are you saying we should get a hook and bait, or...?
匠に、そんな話が通るなら、こんな面倒な宴が成立する必要なんてなかったんじゃないのかな。
Takumi, if that was how it worked, what would be the point of this bothersome feast?
僕もそういう決め方ができる気はしないんだけどな。
Yeah, I don't think we should decide based on that either. Yeah, if the wolves were always the outsiders who just randomly came about from the river each time, then that would make it way, way, way too easy.
皿長から来なくったって、素性不明の怪しさは何も変わらねえよ。逆に考えてみろ。もし子供が狼だったとして、
Even if she didn't come to Saranaga, we still don't know who or what she is. So think about it this way. What if this little girl really was a wolf?
今のお前らみたいに子供だからかわいそうって理由で対処しなきゃそのまま全滅するんだぞ。
If we all
分か
ignore
ってんの？
if we all ignore her just because she's a kid, she'd kill us all. Do you get that? Well, true, there's also... Yeah, there's a reason I keep bringing up all the possible mind games the wolves could potentially be playing at to try and get suspicion off themselves. He is 100% correct. Being a little kid to throw suspicion off is entirely possible. At the same time, though, I think just obviously complaining is a bit... It's not impossible to complain, but that doing so is why the reason I thought Haru might actually get a lot of votes, simply because of what she was... Simply because she was the first to speak up. Obviously, wolves don't want to have attention drawn to them. Hmm.
くーん。
ムロもそれなりに考えているということだな。では、オリベ夫人。
Looks like you're thinking too, Muro. Next, Madame Oribe.
牧島春さんに
Haru Makishima-san.
母さん
Mom!
なんで私なんです
I
か？
want me.
逆に言ってごらんなさいな。どうして今日逃げたりなんてしたのか。
Why not? Tell me then, why did you try to run away
おじ
today?
いさんを殺して義継を殺して気まずくなったからじゃないの。
You were feeling guilty over killing your grandfather and Yoshitsugu, weren't you? I mean, wouldn't she have simply chosen a different victim if that would have caused problems?
違います。
No, that's not it.
じゃあ言ってごらんなさい。
Then why?
怖かったから。こんなとこにいたくなかったから。
Because I was scared. I didn't want to stay.
嘘をつか
Lies.
香織さんやめろ。
Koroi-san, stop.
あいつが死んでみんなつれえんだ。俺だってそうだ。春だってそうだよ。
His death hurts all of us. Even me and Haru.
みんな
All of us hurt.
つれえんだ。
堀部さんは結局、投票先をどうするのかね。
Oribe-san, what will you do with your vote?
では、牧島春のままとしよう。次に私だが、
Haru it is.
私は本名不詳のご老人に。
And I'm voting for the nameless old man. What? Huh?
どういう理由で？
But why him?
先ほどの応答で分かった。彼は理性的な判断を行っていない。宴には不要だ。
That last exchange made me realize he's not being rational. We don't need someone like that around.
そんな一方的な。
Well, that's actually unfair. Yeah, that's genuinely unfair. He's not voting because he thinks they're a wolf. It's because he just wants to be rid of him, period. Yeah, exactly. He's like, you know what? Even if he's human, let's get rid of him.
彼が事前に狼が来るなどと吹聴していた。疑うに十分な事実も一方的というかね。
He also regularly said the wolves were coming before all this happened. That's more than I find suspicious. Still unfair? You know, if you had led with that, people wouldn't have gotten pissed off at you, because that actually is reasonable.
私は彼が完全に狂っているか、あるいは何かを知っていると見る。
I think he's either completely insane or secretly knows something.
考えなかったかね。休みずでは過去にも宴は行われているはずなのだ。老人であれば、それを体験しているはず。
I can't believe I actually find myself agreeing with Kyo of all people. Have you ever considered that there were feasts before this one? He should have been around for at least one.
私はないですよ。70なるまで生きて一度も。
But I haven't, and I'm over 70.
でも彼ならあり得るのでしょう。あなたよりも年上だというのですから。
Ah, but he could have. No, he's older than you after all. Indeed, in fact, she had just said that he was elderly while she was a young girl.
彼は何かを知っていて、司法のためにうまく言えないのかもしれないし、悪意的にごまかしているのかもしれない。
He could very well know something, but unable to say it because of senility, or he might simply be hiding it out of malice. Yeah, like Takumi said, being a harmless little girl could be used to throw off, but at the same time, the opposite is true. Being a seemingly harmless old man can also throw people off.
票を投じることで情報を引き出せるかもしれない。そうでなければ彼に価値はない。
With this vote, I might be able to get info out of him, and if not, he's worthless.
価値。この場における価値のあるなし。そんな理由で
I'm calling Granny
手を
sus.
くくるのはいかがなものでしょう。
I did point out that her constant regulating to someone, that being a known asshole could potentially be to the wolf's favor. Worthless. Is it truly right to hang people based on what they have worth at that particular moment?
そうおっしゃいますな。これを進めれば明日にはもう一つ手が進められるのです。
You say that, but if we continue, we will make more progress tomorrow.
どういうことでしょうか。
What do you mean?
今日室にまた一人過去によって素性を調べさせれば素性の知れた者はもう一人増える。
Today, Muro will use his power to investigate someone. We'll know the truth about another person.
雲は引き続き室を守る。これを繰り返せばたとえ全部外しても3回で全員の素性が知れる。
The spider will once again protect Muro. By repeating this, it'll only take 3 times to know who's a wolf and who's not, even if we guess wrong. It has directly not been said. Yeah, Muro's definitely. Yeah, it depends if the. Actually, it depends if the spider can protect the same person twice in a row.
そうなるの？
Really?
一日に一人くくって一人狼にやられて一人ヘビって明らかになるなら
In one day, we'll hang someone. Someone will get killed by the wolves, then the snake will reveal another
一
person.
日に3人正体が明らかになる。今、匠兄ちゃんと野里さんの他11人が人か狼か不明だから。
Well, we'll find out about 3 people in one day. Note, this assumes that the wolves don't kill the same person that Takumi investigates. So that's a big assumption right there. And since all the 11 besides Takumi and Nasato are unknown,
3、4回か
it'll take about 3 or 4 times?
そういうことだ。
Exactly.
くくるのを選ぶのは3回だけでいい。
We will only have to hang 3 people at
それ
most.
ならばあえて親しいものを率先してくくらずとも縁の薄いものから先に安水のために立ってもらえればいい。
With that in mind, if you don't want to hang those close to you, you should start with those who aren't. It's for the good of Yasumizu.
そんなこと。
Now listen here.
私は最大多数の最大幸福を論じているつもりなのだがね。ムロ、
I'm arguing to maximize the happiness of the majority, Muro.
野里さん、本気で言ってるんですか？
Nasato, are you serious?
何？
Nani? What?
CNA の計算は狼が蛇で調べられていない人間ばかりを馬鹿正直に狙った場合の話でしょ。
Exactly what I brought up. Chiene's math only works out if the quote-unquote happiness. The math only works out if the wolves only kill people the snake hasn't checked.
狼が前日に正体が確定した相手ばかり殺しにかかったらどうするんです？例えば今日あなたを。
What if they only went after those whose identities were already confirmed? For example, what if they went after you tonight? Yeah, that's the thing. The wolves don't just want to go after people who are, special roles like Takumi and being the snake. They also need to make sure confirmed humans are gone because the more people who are not sus, the easier it is to sniff them out.
そんないい加減な計算をもとにいい加減な投票をさせようって考えには僕は賛同できないです。
Oh shit, right, I have a giant target. Pardon me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, assuming he's not a wolf that's working with Takumi to trick the others and thinking he's safe, if he was a bit too eager to put himself in a position of power without realizing that he's now made himself vulnerable.
それにしたって君は身内を殺すことを軽く見てはないか？
Don't you think you're being too easy on the idea of killing your own?
僕はだから身内を殺せるなんて一言も言ってない。言えるわけがない。僕が。
I haven't said anything about killing my own. I'd never say that.
ああ
Aw, man.
まあ少々間違いがあったかもしれんが投票はもう進んでいる。あとは各々の判断に委ねよう。
Well, there were some mistakes here, but we're already voting. I'm leaving our decisions to
次
you.
は植松里香子さんではないのか。
Next up is Rikaku, correct?
席順から言えば僕ですね。困ったな。判断材料が少ない。
Well, going by seating order, I'm next. How troubling. I don't have enough info to go on.
なんでそんなに冷静なの？
Why are you so calm?
冷静でないと間違ったことが起きるからだ。
Because I'll make a mistake otherwise.
だから、はるちゃんも母さんも落ち着いてくれ。頼むから。
That's why you and Mom should calm down, please.
僕は
ヤスくん、ちょっと待って。
Hold on, Yasukun.
こんな時で悪いんだけど、一つ思いついたことがあるんだけど。
Sorry to cut you off, but I just had an idea.
何
Nani? What?
猿って名乗り出てもいいんじゃない？
Can the monkeys reveal themselves?
なぜそんなことを言う。カゴ持ちは名乗り出ない方がいいと安永君も牧島王も言っていただろう。
Why would they? Yasunaga-kun and Sir Makishima said it'd be best if they don't present themselves.
私もそうやって何も考えずにいたんだけど、じゃあ猿って何の役に立つの？
Well, I was thinking the same thing at first, but then I realized, what's the point of the monkeys then?
お互いのことがわかるだけなんでしょ？最初にそれが知れるだけで、その後何かがわかるわけじゃない。
All they know is who the other monkey is, right? It's not like they get any new information later. Yeah, they don't do some... Yeah, unlike the snake and crow, they don't have the ability to gain more information as the game goes on.
そうだね。使い道って言ったら、蛇を語るやつを引っ掛けられるくらいだね。
And that's true, yeah. The only use I can see for them is to catching fake
だ
snakes.
けど考えてみれば、猿は互いに証明できるんだから、
But they can confirm who the other monkey
ある意
is.
味で蛇に調べられたのと同じくらい狼じゃないって信頼できるわけでしょ。
So they can be confirmed as non-wolves just as easily as those investigated by the snake, right?
嘘ついた奴がいたら
But what if they lie?
リスクが高すぎる。
Oh, simple. Lying would be way too risky. Then put targets on themselves, too. Well, that's the thing there, Slade. While it does put a target on them, that still means... there's the fact there's two of them and the wolves can only kill one means that one will be continuing onward. Plus, if they don't reveal themselves, then there's a chance that the wolves will accidentally kill a monkey along the way, and that basically means one monkey's down, and now there's no one to confirm the other one.
例えば、私は猿じゃないけど。はい、私猿です。さあ、匠兄はどうする？
For example, I'm not a monkey, but if I went, hello, I'm a monkey, what would you do?
もう一人が誰か言ってみろ
Well, I'd say, tell me who the other one is.
そう。でも誰も言えない。嘘だから。それでも例えば、はい、モッチーです。そう言ったとすれば。
Exactly, but I couldn't say it because I'd be lying. Now, for example, if I said, alright, it's
なん
Mochi,
で
then...
わかったんだ
How'd you
い
know?
や、冗談はいいから。まあ、証明できないわけだよね。
Don't joke around. I can't prove it though, can
な
I?
るほどだが相手が乗った場合は猿になれば安全になれると思って
I see, but what if he played wrong because thought being a monkey would be safe?
本物の猿に名乗り出てもらってその4人からくくっていく。
Because then the real monkeys would call him out, and then we'd hang all four, one after another, just to be sure. Yeah, I think I brought that up if someone had lied to be a snake there, but lived several rounds. The real... If another one said, well, wait, I'm the snake, they'd all have to die to be sure.
嘘をついてまで生き残ろうとするのは狼。その原則ならばそうするのが正しい。よね、野里さん。
The rule of thumb is that only the wolves would try to lie to survive, so that's the right thing to do, isn't it, Nosato?
確かにそうだ。その方針をきちんと立ててさえいれば、あえて猿を語ろうとする者はいなくなるだろう。
That's true, yes. Once you clarify that's what would happen, you shouldn't get anyone pretending to be a monkey. Also interesting, the wolves just pick a night to not kill someone. I I'm not sure if they have that option. I mean, it's possible since the human players have the option to not hang someone if they so desire. But that would mean an extra turn in which they have to, yeah, that would mean an extra turn they have in which to get caught, so it's a bit risky. Or people would assume that they simply tried to attack someone the spider was protecting. Remember, the spider is the knight/guardian. Once you clarify.
そうか。人にとっても、狼にとっても、危険すぎてやる価値がないのか。
I see, it's too dangerous for both the humans and wolves. It's just not worth
こ
it.
れわからない人いる？
Does everyone understand?
いないみたいだね。なら名乗り出てくれないかな。これで2人容疑から外せるから。
Alright, looks like it. Then please name themselves. We'll lose suspects. We do not know who the spider is yet, no. All we know is that they have the ability to protect someone, and we don't know if they have the usual rule of being unable to protect the same person consecutive nights. At the very least, it's not a rule. There's no rule that the rule has not been brought up yet, so we don't know if they have that limitation or not. If not, we might be able to keep Takumi around longer, but if not, or they're given a reason to protect someone else, he's definitely going to be targeted immediately.
はいはーい。
Right here.
何？もっち。
What is it, Mochi?
いや、僕が猿なんだ。
I'm saying that I'm a monkey.
さっきの続きじゃなくて？
Oh, you're not just dragging out the joke.
イエス。僕は猿だ。
Yep, I'm a monkey.
じゃあさっき言った通りだ。
Alright.
もう一人は誰だったんだ？
So like we agreed, who's the other monkey?
メイコちゃんだ。
Meiko-chan.
メイコちゃん、そうなの？
あのね、昨日の日に起きたらお腹になんかなかった？
When you woke up, was there something on your stomach? There was a monkey.
知ってるんだ。その模様のこと。
She knows the symbols?
はい。信内モーデと一緒に教えて遊ばせていました。
Yes, I taught them to her alongside prayer to Shinai.
他に猿だって人
Do we have any other monkeys?
いないっぽい？じゃあ確定じゃん。
Alright, doesn't look like it. That confirms it. Yeah, the monkeys are in one of those positions where it's too risky to lie, so at the very least we can knock out 2 more people. So that does significantly cut down the potential suspects.
そっか。じゃあ、間違いないのか。
I see, so they really are the monkeys.
なんだ。じゃあ俺の投票は無駄だっつうのかよ。
Ah, crap, so I wasted my vote.
やり直してもいいと思う。
Well, I do think he specifically should be given a do-over.
やり方を曲げる気か？
You want to bend the rules?
一度投じた票の撤回は不可能とした方がいい。土壇場で嘘をついてリセットとか、キリがなくなる。
I think it's best if we make it impossible to retract votes. We'd have too many people trying to change their vote at the last minute.
しゃあねえ。じゃあいい。
Good point. Fine.
突然言い出してごめんね。次、ヤス君に戻る。
Sorry about interrupting. Back to Yasukun.
僕は狼じじいに1票入れる。理由は黙っているだけで何もしないのが間接的に狼を利しているから。
I vote for the old wolf man. My reasoning is I think staying silent and doing nothing indirectly helps the wolves. Now, you see, Kyo, if you had opened with something like that, people would actually say you were being fairly reasonable.
じゃあ次は僕だ。タエバーに100万票。
I'm next. 1 million votes on Taiba.
なんじゃって？
What?
一人1票だ。
1 vote
じ
each.
ゃあタエバーに1票。知恵姉にいきなり1票入れた。目の付けどころが怪しいもんな。
Kyo need a brain for that. Then 1 vote for Taiba. I just found it weird. She just voted for Chiene out of complete nowhere.
何言うんだねこの子は。じゃから若いもんはいい加減でろくでなしで。
Wow, what are you saying, boy? That's why you youngins are such good for nothings. Yeah, I do think it's pretty notable. And like I said, she abdicated her role as elder for someone she know would cause a bit more friction. So she could have, well, that is, she could have been a wolf intentionally trying to make sure that the one who gets the leadership role is the one with the most friction with the party. Totes a wolf.
あ、次私か。
Alright,
そうだな。
I'm next, alright.
おじいちゃんに1票。
One vote for the old guy.
なんだ結局君もそれか。
So even you went for him in the end.
黙ってて。理由は現状で他に怪しいと思える人がいないってだけ。以上。はるちゃんの番だね。
Shut up. My reason is that I don't have any better ideas right now, and that's it. It's Haru-chan's turn.
私は植松さんに入れるわ。あなたがきっと汚れを呼び寄せたんだ。
I'll vote for Uematsu-chan. San, you've been the one who brought the corruption.
違います。私はただ己の役目を果たすために。
No, I am only here to fulfill my role.
じゃあとっとと汚れを引き取ってよ。そうしないのはあなたが狼だからでしょ。
Then just do that and take in the corruption. You're not doing that because you're a wolf, aren't you?
いい加減にしろ。
Watch your tongue.
力不足で返す言葉もありません。
I cannot disagree. I am powerless.
あなたもこんな連中にかかずらう必要はない。リカコさんの番ですよ。きっとあなたに投じた人が怪しい。
You don't have to humble yourself before these people. It is your turn. The person who voted for you must be suspicious,
ろくで
surely.
もないことを。
Oh, listen to this guy.
私は織部安永さんに。
I'll vote for Yasunuga Oribe-san.
あなたは
No!
私は疑っているわけではありません。
I do not find him suspicious, but I just had a thought.
今この場でもし狼様であるのが彼であるなら、それこそが皆にとっての最悪だと。
There would be no worse possible occurrence than were he to be a wolf. Yeah, he's made it clear he's the smartest and most rational person in the entire town. If he was indeed a wolf, then we're probably already screwed because he is, as you've seen, he's been directing a lot of this whole very discussion. And no one's even, as she said, there's nothing, no one even remotely trying to suspect him.
いろいろ喋りましたからね。皆さんを騙すためにそうしたって思われても仕方ないかもしれません。
I did say a lot, yes. I cannot blame you for thinking I'm just tricking people.
僕は間違ったことは言ってないと思います。少なくともそのつもりはない。
But I don't think I said anything wrong. At the very least, I don't think I didn't intend to.
植松さんが投票されるのは構いません。意思表示のために投票するのも大事なことだと思いますから。
I don't mind if you vote for me. I believe that votes to express your outlook are important as well.
狼じじい氏が3票でトップか。そこの子供、最後は君だ。
The Wolfman is at the top with 3 votes. You there, child, you are the last one.
メイコ、わかる？
Mako, do you understand what's going on?
誰が狼さん
I need to choose the
選ぶ
wolf.
の？
I need to choose the wolf.
そう、
Yes.
お姉ちゃん。
Her.
私？
Seriously?
マジですか？怖い。
You're scary.
私この子の方が怖い。
Hey, I'm scared of you too.
決選投票だ。芹沢千恵美と狼じじい氏を除く9名で再度投票。
Alright, it's a tie, so we need a final vote. The 9 people besides Chamey and the old man will vote for one of these 2.
狼が来る。
再度投票の狼じじい氏7票、芹沢千恵美2票。
The results are in. Old Wolfman, 7 votes. Chamey, 2 votes.
タイバーとメイコちゃん以外全員じいちゃんじゃん。
Basically everyone except Taiba and Mako voted for the wolf guy.
黙れ。ご老人、よろしいですか？
Shut up. Are you ready, sir?
決めたからには全員同罪だ。腹くくれよ。
We all decided this. Good job, Chamey. You threw up suspicion. Yeah. As much as I do like her as a character, we have to admit there is absolutely a legit chance she is in fact a wolf as well. Especially since she's not quite the same level of leadership that Yasukuni is, but she is still nonetheless leading to a degree. And that puts her in a very good position, especially since she's close to the main character, and that puts her in the best position of anyone, even if she doesn't realize that.
じいさん、わかってっか？
Do you understand?
時間が欲しい。
I need time. Huh?
物を片さにゃいかん。
Need to clean up.
身辺整理というわけか。そのくらいは猶予があって叱るべきかと思われるが。
You want to take care of your belongings then? I believe we can allow you that much.
逃げる気じゃないでしょうね。
What if he's planning to escape?
はるちゃん
Haru-chan.
じゃあ僕がついてく。
Oh, then I'll keep an eye on
頼
him.
むぜ。
Yeah, you do that.
では、彼が戻ってき次第、皿長への追い立てを行う。
As soon as,
縄はどこへ？
as soon as he returns, we'll take him to Saranaga. Rikako-san, where's the rope?
こちらへ。
Right here. It was already evening. As I whiled away the time with some fruitless contemplation, I heard noises outside that brought me back to reality. People were shouting
どう
loudly.
した
What's wrong? Opened the window and shouted. It was facing the cliff, so I couldn't shout at the settlement directly. They probably didn't hear me, so they didn't get a
何
response.
があった
What happened? So I shouted
最
louder.
初てめえ、そこ動くんじゃねえぞ。
Musaishi, stay right where you are! Wait, was I about to get punched?
何があったんですか
What happened? I can only repeat
今
myself.
危ないんです
It's dangerous right now.
どういうことなんですか
What do you mean? I didn't get a reply this time, only several voices clamoring. Then I heard someone hurry up the downstairs. Who's there? I got no response again. What was happening? Someone was definitely close. This just made me more tense.
春明さん。
また知恵み落ちか
Whoa, it's Jamie again. What a twist.
何それ。悪いけど今じっとしてて。ひょっとしたらやばいかも。
What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, but you should stay here right now. This might be really bad. The voice was cut off by a scream. There was more intense cursing. It was Takumi-san's voice, no doubt about it. Jamie left without saying another word.
ちょっと開けてよ
Huh? Hey, hold on, open up. I fought at the door, but showed no
何
signs of
かあっ
opening.
たなら僕も手を貸すってば
I can help, damn it. Shit. Like hell I was gonna stay out of the loop any longer. Turning around, I went to open the window and decided to try jumping out. Though I was on the second floor, it wasn't too high of a drop. It'd make my legs a little numb, but what? So what? I jumped out without hesitation. I properly bent my knees so I didn't hurt myself at all. Then I ran to settlement where I heard voices. I quickly understood the cause of Takumi-san's shouting. They were cries of despair. The reason was somewhere downhill along the way to the graveyard. It was a small grave of low trees with a carpet of leaf mold below it. It would have been hard to see even if there wasn't any mist. You could hear running water nearby. I couldn't see where it came from, but it's probably an irrigation channel for the paddy fields. There was a small crowd gathered. I peeked through the space between them. There were bodies, 2 of them. One was of an old man and that of a child. Though their appearances were vastly different, each was in a similar state. They lay on the ground with their hands over their stomachs, utterly still and covered in blood. These were the corpses of the old man that cried wolf and Chikamochi Kamishita.
なぜ
Why?
何が
What happened?
不妻子。てめえ、寮にいんじゃなかったのかよ。
Musaishi, weren't you in that dorm?
さっきまでいました
Well, I was, until now.
嘘つけ。てめえがやったんだろ。あ
Bullshit, you're the one who did this, aren't ya?
違いますよ本当にさっきまで寮の部屋にいたんですちえみちゃんと話だってした
No, I'm not. I literally just came out of that dorm. I even just talked to Chamie.
春明さんじゃないよ。匠兄ちゃん。
Yeah, it's not Haruaki Takumi.
じゃあ誰がやったっつんだよ。
Then who did this?
そんなことより手当ては
Forget that. We need to treat.
無駄だ。触んじゃねえ。
There's no point. Don't touch
手
them.
当てをすれば間に合うかもしれない
We might still make it if we
血は
hurry.
すっかり全部抜けてやがる。腹かっさばかれて腹渡も出てやがる。
They've lost all their blood. Their stomachs are open and their guts are all over.
どんな手当てすりゃ生き返るってんだ。言ってみやがれ。あ
What kind of treatment can bring them back, huh? You know one? Go on, say it. There's nothing I could say in response. There was 5 of us at the scene. Chamie, Takumi, me, as well as Yasunaga, who was vomiting in a nearby bush, and Rikako, who was watching the remains from a distance. Most were proactive, and I could see why they were here, but Rikako felt a bit out of place. But then I remembered that we were all pretty
何
short-handed.
があったんだ。誰がやったんだ。畜生。
What happened? Who did this, damn it?
ご覧を。
Look here. She pointed to the old guy's clothes. There were gatherings of fur all over his garment. A werewolf. If that was the culprit, then this was the work of the corruption. Was that what she was saying? No. This is completely different from how the others died. The fur alone proved little.
傷を見せてください。
Let me see the wound.
触るなっつってんだろ。
I told you not to touch it.
これは明らかにこれまでと違う。
Ah, but this is completely different.
知ったようなことを言うな。これまで何も分からずじまいだったくせに。
Quit acting like you know shit. You haven't found out anything.
そうやって見ることをやめてしまえば、分かるものも分からなくなる。
But if we stop trying to look, we won't understand anything at all.
白々しいんだよ、よそ者。
Quit the act, outsider.
匠兄ちゃん、落ち着いてよ。
Takumi, calm down.
うるせえ。こいつが来てから全部おかしくなったんだ。こいつがいなけりゃ。
Shut up, everything went to hell when he got here. If he didn't come, none of this would have... Like he was about to grab me, I could clearly see the intense emotion whirling in his eyes. I could get him to trust me, but now it's back to square one.
どうしてだよ。
Mochi, why?
どうして。
Yasunoga Oribe calmed down a bit and faced the remains of his dear friend. He was shaking. The expression on the corpse was eerily pale and motionless. Even the look of agony was absent. It almost looked like he was smiling. Did his face muscles simply go
これ
limp?
は汚れじゃない。
This isn't the corruption.
どうしてわかる？
And how do you know that?
どいてくれれば証明できる。
I'll prove it. If you let me pass. He glared at me with immense hatred before letting me
きつい
through.
人は見ない方がいい。
Alright, well look away if you can't stomach this kind of thing. I walked up to the old guy's corpse. He looked as distant as always, but the lack of blood flowing in his face made his appearance look even more creepy. I avoided looking at it while I grabbed his back and rolled him onto it. With a wet sound, the entrails spilled from the wound on his stomach.
なんて
How,
ひどい。
how horrid.
みんな無理するな。匠さん、あなたは見てください。
Don't force yourselves, people. Except you, Takumi-san. Look. The stomach was clearly torn open by a
これは超
blade.
自然的な天罰や何かじゃない。人間が道具を使って作った傷だ。
This wasn't some supernatural punishment. This was caused by a person wielding a weapon.
そして凶器が見つからない以上、誰かが意図的に持ち去ったか、隠したかしか考えられない。
And since there is no weapon nearby, it means that someone intentionally removed it from the scene.
それをやった誰かが休みずにいて、凶器もどこかに隠されてるってのか。
So Yasumizu has someone who's both armed and capable of an act like this.
宴の開始から今に至るまでの流れを詳しく説明してください。
Please give me the details of what happened during the feast. What led to this? With several people here to tell me, I ended up with a decent grasp of how today's feast went. Kiyonosuke, she had suggested they choose who to kill by vote. The wolf guy and Chamie ended up with the same amount, resulting in a tiebreaker vote. Most ended up going for the wolf guy, sentencing him to death. He said he wanted to take care of some things, so he and Hikamochi went out while the rest stayed where they
本当
were.
に、その二人以外は外に出なかったんですか？
Were they really the only ones left?
間違いねえよ。一応は宴はまだ続いてた。ジジイと近持ちが出たのが特別だったんだ。
Yeah, the feast was still going on at that point. Them leaving was an
二
exception.
人は戻ってくる予定だった。その後宴が再開される予定だった。
So you
どう
expect...
続くはずだったんです？
You expected them to come back and resume the feast. What would you have done then?
それはよその方にはちょっと。
That isn't something we can tell an outsider.
いいでしょう。しかし二人はずっと戻ってこなかった。どれくらい待ちました？
Alright then. They didn't come back. How long did you wait for them?
1時間は経ってなかったろ。
No more than an hour.
その後、遅いから心配だってことで僕らが探しに出て、
We started to worry and
も
went
の
out
の
to...
10分もしないうちに
We
見
went...
つかりました。
We started to worry and went out to search. Found them in less than 10 minutes. Let me grab a sip of my drink. My throat's getting dry. Ah, that feels a lot better. So the culprit was one of those not present. Chamie, Takumi, Yasunaga, and Rikako. 5 in the hall, Nosato, Kori, Yeah, Meiko, Haru, and Taisan simply cannot be responsible.
数分で2人を殺害し、返り血などで汚れた服を着替え、再び戻って捜索しているふりをする。
Alright, so someone killed the two, changed into some clean clothing, and came back to pretend to keep searching.
不可能よ、そんなの。
That's impossible.
捜索中、互いの姿は？
Did you see each other while searching?
見ていません。離れて探していましたから。
No, we split up to cover more ground. This is bad. We remember, Chaimi we know has a knife. Granted, I'm not sure she could slice them open like that and still have a clean outfit like that.
一旦お堂に戻りましょう。
Let's return to the hall. We then went to the hall. Kinosuke kept watch and confirmed that no one besides the victims' search party had left the building. That limited the potential murderers to the search party and I. I asserted that I was still in the room, and they believed me for now. But Takumi continued to suspect I used some sort of trick to escape and commit the murders. Well, that's fair, considering everyone else was with them, but I knew I wasn't the culprit, obviously. That left only one
2人は
possibility.
お堂を出てすぐに死んだ。その後、誰かが凶器を持ち去った。
They died right after they left the hall, then someone removed the weapon.
結局お前しか考えられねえってわけだ。
And you're still the only one who could have
だ
done
か
it.
ら、私が部屋にいるの聞いたって言ってるじゃん。
I'm telling you, I heard him in his room.
そこについては、僕は無実を主張し続けます。である以上、僕は2人の死因は他にあると言うしかない。
I'll say as much as I have to. I am innocent, and since I am, someone else has to be responsible for their deaths.
さっきから慎重に。殺人と言ってませんね。
I see you're avoiding using the word murder.
気づいた？そう。今のところ、自殺や病死、毒殺の後、死体損壊や凶器持ち去りが行われた可能性はある。
You noticed, eh? I am. As it stands, it could be suicide. It could be death by illness or poison, followed by desecration of corpses and removal of weapon. Yeah, I imagine he doesn't have the skill to tell if the cut was done before they died or when they, or what if it was what killed them.
そんなことをして我々に何の得がある？それより芹沢時様が共犯だとなれば、話は極めて簡単ではないかね。
How would doing something like that benefit us? If you ask me, things become much simpler if we assume you and Serizawa are partners in crime, don't you think?
わかりませんが、僕にだって得はありませんよ。
I don't know, but doing that wouldn't benefit me either.
どうだか。本当はお前たち、以前から知り合いだったんじゃないのか？
Really, tell me, is there any proof you didn't know each other before this?
違いますけど。だったとしてどうだって言うんですか？
Huh? I mean, we didn't, obviously, but what does that have to do with anything?
君の悪い昔話を住人が信じているのをいいことに、化け物のふりをして殺人を楽しみに来た。なんてのはどうだ？
The people here believe in an eerie legend. You could have come here to take advantage of that and pretend to be monsters to murder them for your own enjoyment. If you think I'm capable of tearing people limb from limb with my bare hands, you have a much higher opinion of me than I do, that's for sure.
やめてください。言っていいことと悪いことがあるでしょ。
Please stop, there are some lines you shouldn't
やめ
cross.
なさい、あんた方。
Stop this, all of you. Mawaki-san walked out of the hall. I could see Haru, Meiko, and Kaori with her. This made a total of 10 survivors, 9 if you excluded me who didn't participate in the
誰
feast.
が近持とおじいさんを殺しても、それは掟に反して行われたこと。
Whoever killed Chikamochi and the Elder, they went against the
神
laws.
様は必ず汚れをお与えになるわよ。
Shinai-sama will subject them to the corruption. She put her hands together in prayer and faced the peak of Mount Shinai, at the opposite side of the Saranaga. Strangely enough, that was enough for everyone to fall silent. Rikako joined in and Meiko joined her. This was the settlement's way of solving things. They all just gave up discourse and left it in the hands of a higher power.
ばあちゃん、今日はどうする？
Ba-chan, what do we do now?
もう一人分の血は流れとる。おじいさんも死んでしもうたことじゃ。宴はしまいにして片しよう。
One has already spilt blood for the day. The Elder has died. Let us end the feast for the day and clean up.
わかった。 安永、手伝え。
Alright, Yasunaga, help out.
僕が
You know, I'm
お
also...
前はおとなしくしてろ。
You just sit still. Situation's only getting worse. Soon after that, it was time for shelters. Everyone retreated their houses. Takumi had out of my room and boarded my window completely shut.
てめえが犯人じゃないなら、完全に塞いでも何かが起きるはずだ。
If you're not the culprit, something's gonna happen even if you're locked in. His words were harsh, but there was a hint of composure. He might have actually believed that I wasn't the one who did it, or maybe found peace in the idea that the mountain would punish the culprit. Perhaps he believed it was the work of something supernatural. Whatever the case, he was dwelling less and less on the matter. Was the wolf guy a wolf? I had no idea whether that was plausible. Assuming he wasn't, 2 of the remaining 9 were wolves. With Kyonosuke being confirmed human, and Takumi being the snake, and Meiko being a monkey, there are a whole 6 suspects. Thanks to my advice, Chami suggested the monkeys reveal themselves, and they turned out to be Hikamochi and Meiko. Though Moki had just died, that's a heavy blow. Him being a confirmed non-wolf was one reason, but more than that, he was one of the few people that actually talked to me without restraint. He was somewhat of an oddity compared to the rest of the people here, but I did find him to be a pretty fun guy, at the very least. Yeah, for the record, it was confirmed he doesn't have any gender identity thing going on or whatever. He just is eccentric and likes Haru's dresses. For the sake of clarity. I'd like to get him back at whatever injustice had stolen his life. Clearing my head, I resumed thinking. Since he was acting suspicious today, Takumi should investigate Haru. Tomorrow we'd only have 5 suspects, that'd give them decent chances of picking out the 2 wolves. It seemed to me like it wouldn't be hard to find the murderers, who would surely be shaken by what they'd done. And then the outed wolf, not wanting to die alone, could reveal the partner. That's the most optimistic way of looking at it. From a pessimistic standpoint, however, the situation's absolutely terrible. 4 people died today. In a normal feast of the Yomi Purge, it had to be 1 per day, 1 per night, and this was double that. If things hadn't gone so well in the forest, even Haru might have died, not to mention the dreadful state that Kaori was currently in. I was told their relationship has gotten worse. Kaori was in no state to prepare food, so it's likely no one had eaten anything today. The hunger only worsens everyone's morale. It's best for them to prioritize getting a proper meal tomorrow. Even so, there's no guarantee we wouldn't get any more regular deaths. For example, someone at the wit's end could attack a wolf suspect despite the threat of corruption. If they end up losing more humans while the numbers of wolves stays the same, the humans are done for tomorrow or the day after. Escape. I've been entertaining the idea ever since lunch. The path was ruined and I'd had to travel through an underdeveloped grove, but I hadn't run anything supernatural that while searching for Haru. Maybe I could get out as long as I watched where I was going. I also had the Serenaga as another option. Everyone hated it, but that just made it less likely for me to get caught. Going down a misty, rocky cliff is dangerous, but it's at least a one-way road. I would just have to be careful I didn't get taken by the currents, and it's definitely better than just staying here and dying. However, perhaps even suggesting that's dangerous. According to Rikako, the effects of the corruption were limited to the one who broke the laws, so you could escape them by killing yourself. However, if someone said they wanted to escape the village, and punishment would likely go to both the one attempting it as well as the ones who allowed it. The escape would surely become a hell of an experience then. Still, there is an optimistic view of this situation. Something was actually here. Something abnormal was here in Yasumizu, killing and menacing its people using abnormal methods. At the very least, Yoshitsugu, who had gone to face it, suffered a horrible death. The superstitions weren't baseless, and it was best to look at the situation from that angle. My plan of escape contradicted that. But then, how could I even prepare for whatever's to come? The best I could think of was trying to familiarize myself with Fumiyoshi's superstitions. Perhaps I could find some sort of weak point or hint that could lead me to their identity?
夕霧立てば宴の支度
5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. The action rhyme they did was previously obviously referring to the Feast of the Yomi Purge. I couldn't remember all the lyrics, but I felt like there was a lot of info there. Perhaps there was more hints for the feast in Yasumizu's culture and general area. I felt like I had to speak with Rikako. She was an adult who seemed more involved with Fujiyoshi's prayers and stuff than most. I need to arm myself with more info by tomorrow morning. That, along with the proper progression of the feast, are my only ways to survive. So far, it is unknown if our protagonist is technically a part of the feast or not. In other words, if we're a potential victim or if we're just, considered an outside thing by the game itself. About today's feast, they must have decided to hang the wolf guy because they just didn't care about him that much. Simple as that. Sure, it was important to get rid of the participants who weren't cooperative. However, the fact we'd lost 6 people, but they still hadn't gone beyond he or she is kinda shady is pretty bad. Yesterday, they wouldn't have hung anyone for such a petty reason. Well, the problem was if they hadn't hung anyone at all so far. But then again, it wouldn't be good to give the impression it was okay to kill people for just seeming shady. This place is regressing back to a feudal, superstitious mental state. If there's something that could stop them from sinking there, it would have to be an outsider like me. Looks like our protagonist is trying to rely on the saying, in the Village of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king. The problem is it doesn't quite work that way. I steeled my resolve and waited for the night to pass. I was so startled by the voice on the other side of the door, I was momentarily screamed. What time was it? 7? It's too early for an attack and too late to walk
どうしたん
around.
だ君は。もう寝てないと天罰が下るんじゃないのか。
What's wrong with you? Aren't you getting punished if you don't sleep?
いやー、多分あと1時間くらいは大丈夫だよ。昨日も8時くらいまでは起きてて何もなかったし。
I think another hour's fine. I was awake until 8 yesterday and nothing happened.
正直毎日寝すぎでしてね。寝は足りてる一方で、お腹が空いてどうにもこうにもね。
I've been sleeping too much, honestly. I'm not tired, but I'm really, really hungry.
備蓄は
Don't you have your food stocks?
香織さんがあんな状況だと、みんなで分け合うべきかなって思って手をつけないことにした。
With Kaori-san being, you know, I decided not to touch it. Might as well share it with the
みん
others.
な今日はお腹空かせてるしね。
We're all
付
hungry.
き合おうかって思って。
We're all hungry today, so I'll just tough it out.
原脇さんは食べていいと思うよ。
You should eat, though.
昼のやついや、やめとく。ところで何の用
What, the stuff from before? Nah, I'll pass. Why are you here
だ
anyway?
から、
本当にそれだけ
Is that really it?
春脇さん、私のこと疑ってる？
Haruki-san, do you suspect me?
いや、
No.
なんで？
Why is that?
猿のことを言ったから。自分でちゃんと理解した上で。
Because you told them about the monkeys, knowing full well what it meant.
読み意味の宴は非常によくできたコミュニケーションゲームだ。
The Feast of the Yomi Purge is a well-constructed communication
よ
game.
くできたって？
Well-constructed?
コミュニケーション以外の方法でゲームに勝つことをほとんど封じてるって意味だけど、近持くんも言ってたよ。
I mean, there's no way to win this game beyond communication. Chikamochi-kun thought the same thing.
これに勝つには人も狼もコツというか独自のセオリーを要する。
To win, both the humans and wolves need to have some tricks and individual
猿も
strategies.
その一つだ。何の役に立つか分かりづらいけど、実はいきなり容疑者を2名も減らせるわけだ。
Consider the monkeys. They seem useless at first, but you can use them to easily eliminate 2 suspects.
これは1日目から可能だから、猿は安全なリーダーになれる。モッチーとメイコには厳しそうだけど。
And this is possible from day 1, so they can become reliable leaders, though that'd be hard for Moki and Meiko.
そうだね。自由人とお子様じゃな。
Yeah, he's a free spirit and she's a child. I don't know, man. I think Ikamochi was on the right track when he suspected the granny. I think that granny's packing heat.
一方で、狼はどちらかといえば受け身なセオリーになるんだと思う。
Oh, of course you'd put it that way. The wolves, on the other hand, have to go on the defensive.
怪しいだけでくくられる状況下では、あくまで怪しまれないことが重要になるわけだが、これは結構難しい。
In a situation where being suspicious is enough to get yourself hanged, it's important to not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done, though.
そうだね。黙ってても雄弁でも怪しく見えるときは見えるし。
Yeah, keeping your silence can be just as suspicious as being a
そう
blabbermouth.
だね。ただ、ごく初期の段階でも、信用と不信を分ける2つの要素がある。
Exactly. There are 2 factors that make it easy to gauge trustworthiness from the very start.
それが猿のことに関係するの？
Do they have something to do with the monkeys?
ああ、要は、間違った誘導をすることと、有用な提言をしないことだ。
Yes, you have to be very watch out for those who give bad advice or don't provide useful
間違っ
suggestions.
た誘導については、例えば、間違った計算でみんなを煙に巻いた清之助氏あたりは結構怪しい。
good example of the former is Kinosuke-san. His poor planning threw everything into disarray, and that makes him really suspicious. Yeah, the only thing is I suspect he's way too easy, too obvious of an option.
でも彼は人確定でしょ？
Oh, but he's confirmed to be human.
その通り。まあ、匠さんがヘビってのが嘘じゃないって仮定の上の話だけど。
Right, well, that's assuming Takumi-san wasn't lying about being the snake.
嘘だって可能性あるの？
Huh, you're saying he could be
ゼ
lying?
ロじゃないさ。だって加護を受けたかどうかなんて、口ではいくらでも言える。
It's not impossible. After all, anyone can say they have a guardian.
というか、例えば僕が狼なら、何人か殺した後で、適当な加護者を名乗って、安全な座席を確保するね。
Honestly, if I'd have been a wolf, I'd lay low until I killed a few and then claim to have a guardian to ensure my safety. Yeah, when late the game arrives and the numbers of humans start to dwindle, it becomes easier for the wolves to claim to be a special role, because odds are that person is has already died, and therefore no one will be contesting it.
なるほど。でも匠兄ちゃんは初日にいきなり名乗ったよ。
I see, but Takumi came out the first day.
そうなんだよな。自殺行為に近いけど、結果雲に守られることを考えれば、痛みを伴う有効打だったのかな。
Yeah, that was basically suicidal, but since that allows the spider to protect him, that's like a telling blow that hurt the attacker, I
とも
think.
かく、確かにそうなると、匠さんと清之助氏は信頼していいと思う。
Well, if the spider's allowed to protect the same person multiple nights in a row, then yeah, I guess I'm with the protagonist here. It's okay to trust Takumi and Kinosuke for now.
さらに、僕の中では、猿の使い方についてちゃんと発信した。君もね。
And he does have a good point. Because she pointed out the monkeys, she very damn near got herself voted out.
春明さんのその意図を見抜いて黙ってるのを諦めたのかもよ。
What if I only did it because I saw your game?
おお、それは困るな。
Oh, then that'd be really bad.
ということは、猿のことを教えてくれた時点では、ちえみのこと疑ってたってことですよな。
Hey, wait, hold on. Aren't you basically saying you suspected me until I spoke about the
あ、気
monkeys?
づいた。
Oh, so you noticed.
なんつう男、好感度だ。
This damn guy, what the hell?
信じたかったから鎌かけたんだよ。
Hey now, I did that because I wanted to believe you.
回復。
Alright, I forgive you then. Oh, well,
とい
woohoo.
うことは、一番怪しいのは誰？
Well, who do you think is the most suspicious
は
one?
るちゃん、
Haru?
やっぱりか。
I thought so.
さすがにちょっと説明になってないし、2日目で態度が変わった理由も、実の祖父を殺したからで説明できる。
She's not making much sense lately, and you can explain her shift in personality by assuming it's because she killed her
あるいは
granddad.
他の狼の肝臓師を殺す決定に同意できず、誰も信用できなくなったとかね。
She's a very forgiving wolf. Or maybe she just couldn't agree with the other wolf on their decision to kill Kanzo and stop trusting anyone.
ああ、確かにありそう。
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, while the wolves are to vote out someone each night, they don't necessarily have to agree. You can make up 1,000 reasons like this, though. We can't just go by that. They said Haru hadn't gathered many votes, but they treated her like some kind of pariah, making it clear everyone suspected her. It's only natural to use the snake to check her.
彼女はそんなにゲームとか得意じゃなさそうだから、有用な提言をしないの原則で判断するのはかわいそうだけど。
Still, she doesn't seem that good at games and stuff. It probably wasn't fair to judge her purely on not making any useful contributions.
それで言うなら、安永くんの方がもっと怪しい。
I guess in that regard, Yasukun is way more suspicious.
でもヤスくんいっぱいいろいろ言ったよ。日数計算が間違ってることとか。
Oh, but he did point out a lot, including pointing out my math is incorrect.
それに今春明さんが言ったようなことも言ってた。何もしないのが間接的に狼を利しているだっけ。
And he did say something like what you just said. Not doing anything indirectly helps the wolves, or something like that.
それに初日雲が隠れてた方がいいってことも。
Not to mention on the first day, he suggested the spider should
そうなん
hide.
だよね。
That is true. Though most of those things were minor, he's definitely contributing to the game. The first day was especially important. For the wolves, it's best to create a flow where they could just stay quiet and wait for those guardians to out themselves. What bothered me was the fact he wasn't the one who brought up the leader selection and monkey thing. He was shady because he hadn't made those very useful propositions. Yeah, that is true. The monkeys are an absolute, okay, we can confirm these people, but while not having the spiders and others out themselves is a good idea, it also doesn't hurt the wolves either, since any random person they attack could theoretically be the spider. I thought you'd figure out those things a while ago. Or maybe I, as an outsider, just have a better grasp of the situation. Having an outside perspective can certainly help, that's for sure, so we can't count that out.
となると彼はやっぱり白かな。あとはわからないね。植松里香子さんやタイさんは何考えてるかわからないし。
I guess he's innocent then, but I don't know about the rest. I can't even imagine what Rikako and Tai-san are thinking.
そうだね。
I know what you mean. But if you looked at the circumstances outside the feast, Rikako was pretty shady. It always felt like she was hinting at something. It wouldn't surprise me if she knew more than she was actually letting on. Oopsie. Oh. Yeah, that's the log. If I need to go back and check the text for whatever reason. If she was the village head, she could know these things. She could know only the things only those from Kami Fujoshi knew. There was more than enough reason to suspect her. If only we could follow that lead and solve this, it'd make things way easier.
現状楽しんでない？
Haruki, are you enjoying this?
ないよ。
No.
でもこういうミステリーみたいなのって好きそ
Oh,
う。
but you look like the type who likes mystery stories.
それは否定しないけど、さすがに自分や大事な人の命がかかっている時に楽しむ気分にはなれないな。
Well, I won't deny that, but I can't really enjoy myself when the people I care about, and also me, especially me, are in danger.
それこそ探偵を気取ってみても素人には何も分かりはしない。無力感だけさ。
If I did act like some master detective, I'd really just be some useless amateur. It wouldn't accomplish anything.
あんまりそうは見えないな。
I'm not sure I buy that.
なぜこんなに疑われているのだろう。
What do you mean?
他のみんなボロボロだよ。普通の人はああやって平常心を失っていくもんだと思う。
Well, everyone else is a mess. I think most normal people would lose in this kind of
そ
situation.
れは君についても言えるんじゃない？
Well, I could say the same about you.
私も普通じゃないですし。
Well, I'm not exactly normal either. Something important to note, Yasu mentioned that she used to be very shy and reserved before she went to college. So it is a bit odd that she's so open and wild now, but he also mentioned that it's entirely possible college could change a person. After all, she's been outside of her isolated town for quite a while in an actual city.
そういえば人を殺しかけたとか聞いたけど。
Oh yeah, I'd heard you almost killed someone.
誰かなバラしたのは。
Who told you that?
それは秘密。まあ、そんなに悪意のある感じには聞こえなかったけど。
Also, thanks for inside suggestions, Wolf Wag Wag. That's a secret, although it didn't sound intentional.
まあ、なんと言いますか。
Yeah, as nice as she is, we can't really write her off as a suspect yet. How do I say it?
中学の時かな。安水の子らをいじめてた分校の上級生らをバットでボッコボッコ。
I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumizu kids.
うわ。
Whoa.
その中に長者の筋のやつもいたから大騒ぎになっちゃってね。まあ、それで年が上の人たちは私に厳しいんだ。
So basically May Borowski from Night in the Woods. Some of them were connected to head families, so it became kind of a big deal. That's basically why the adults here are so harsh on me.
なるほど。正義の武闘派ってわけだ。
I see, so you have a sense of justice. I see, so she was sent to Yasumizu for making enemies out of the village heads.
いやー、まあ、単に血の気が多くて問題を起こしたかっただけですよ。
I wouldn't say that. It's more, I have a short temper and wanted to make a
反
scene.
抗期？
A rebellious phase.
そんな感じ。はるちゃんやよしくんと同じよ。こんな田舎だと、やすくんみたいにまっすぐ育つ方が珍しいんじゃない？
More or less, same as Haru and Yoshi in a place as rural as this, it's rare for children to grow up as level-headed as Yasu, don't you think?
そうかな。ひねた都会よりも健全で素直な子に育ちそうだけど。
Really, I'd think they'd be healthier and nicer than the edgy brats from the city. Well, the grass is always greener on the other side, as they
言
say.
い直す。 こんなに貧しいとだわ。
Let me rephrase that. In a place as poor as this. Well, there was no doubt Yasumizu was, destitute. There were no cars, cell phones, didn't even feel like it had an economy. They probably lived mostly off the land, making money from whatever they could spare from their farms and hunts. So, since they had no decent way to sell stuff to anyone else, most of their business likely had to be done through Kami Fujiyoshi. It was entirely likely they were ripping them off, too. No way this place could be wealthy in these circumstances. I didn't believe that money could buy everything, but poverty will absolutely take its toll on the people suffering it. Some could live in poverty while retaining purity, but that's borderline saintly. It's a lifestyle too difficult for the common masses. And since the people of Yasumizu were already ostracized from Kami Fujiyoshi, they were targets of unjust pressure from day one. I can understand why the children here strayed from the path. Though when you look at it that way, the way they strayed was so mild it's almost
今度
cute.
こそ引いた？
Are you disturbed now?
いや、別に。
Not really.
嘘だ。いざとなったらドンキ持ち出すような女。内心ドン引きでしょ？ドンキだけに。
You're lying. You now think I'm so blunt I'd whip out a blunt object to beat you up. I'm just gonna ignore that poor attempt at a pun, sorry. Yeah, as much as I'd like to not have suspect her, like I said, we have confirmation that she has a knife of some kind. Only thing is, I'm not sure she could have made that cut and changed her clothes quickly enough, especially since she said this was her only outfit. It'd have to be a very clean one to avoid getting anything on her.
前の彼女もそんなだったし。
My ex wasn't any different.
お
Oh?
と
Oh,
へえ、そうなんだ。
All we know about our protagonist's backstory is that he got on his motorcycle and went from his home in Tokyo for no other reason than to avoid an ex-girlfriend.
なぜか動揺されてしまった。
You seem confused, and I have no idea why.
彼女さんと別れたって実は？
So you weren't lying when you said you broke up with your girlfriend? At the start, we did get a choice to decide between remembering or forgetting, but the option to remember requires a key from a bad ending we've yet to see, so... While I don't think he's lying, I do think there's a lot of details he's not sharing.
嘘だと思われてたのか。
What, you thought I was?
正直ナンパの口実かと。
I thought it was some kind of pickup line.
ひで。それはもう身の危険を感じるレベルの大喧嘩を経て破局しましたよ。
Well, that's just mean. Our breakup was insane. I actually felt like my life was in danger.
うはー、それはご愁傷様。
Jack looking for... Whoa, sorry to hear that.
君の方は
But what about you?
男性遍歴。僕は言ったんだから君も言うべきじゃない？
Well, what about your history with guys? I shared mine, so hearing yours is only fair, right?
まあその
Yeah, well...
実際に付き合ったのは何人なんですか？
how many did you go out with?
2人
2, I guess.
知恵ねえはモテモテで53人切りの超絶ビッチだって話はどこへ行った？
Hey, what happened to you being a hyper-sleuth who done it with 53 guys?
そこまで言ってない。多少持ったのは認めるが、実際大学で各種お誘いはいっぱいもらってますけども。
I never said that. I mean, I did exaggerate a bit, but I did get tons of invitations. Yeah, when she first met, she screwed with him, but he's saying if he wants her number, he'll be number 53 on the list or something like that.
なのに二人ぽっちなんだ。付き合った人。
And yet, you only went out with 2.
まあ、あんまり会う人っていなくてさ。
Well, I didn't find many guys I get along with. Hey, sometimes you know what you like, and if not many people fit that, then that's just how it goes.
僕は
Nothing wrong with having standards. Hey, well, what about me?
これ以上やめとこうよ。期待したら死ぬのが怖くなる。
Let's not go any further. If I let myself get too attached, I'd be too scared of dying.
死ぬのが怖いのは当然じゃない？
I mean, being afraid of death is normal, though, isn't it? Not really.
どうして？
And why is that?
死ぬより神様の方が怖い。
God is way scarier than death. Alright, she said that she's seen the face of God. So she's, and apparently that's what contributed to her, change in demeanor.
君の言う神様は一般にイメージするそれと違うよね。
I feel like you have a very unusual image of God.
どこが？
Really?
それは何やら恐ろしいもので、実際に会えるものなんだろ
You think of it as something frightening you might actually meet, right?
みんな神様には会ってるよ。見えていないのかもしれないけど。
Oh, everyone's met God. Maybe they just can't see it.
それに神様は怖いよ。みんな怖さを知らないだけ。
And God really is scary. It's just that no one knows how. Well, to this I'd kind of put it up there with the case of, most people scared of the dark aren't really scared of the dark itself. It's more what it could potentially hide that people are afraid of.
う。僕も見えてない、知らないだけ。
Myself included?
あなただけはわからない。
You're the only one I don't
だ
understand.
から私はあなたを
That's probably why
失うのは怖いかもしれない。
I'm afraid of losing you.
そんな言葉、永遠の愛を誓った相手にでも言えばいい。
That's the kind of something you say to those you promise your eternal love
怒っ
to.
た？
Are you mad?
ちょっとね。
A bit.
そっか。
I see.
この段になっても思わせぶりなだけで、何の手の内も開示しないのは火遊びが過ぎるんじゃないの？
We've gotten this far and you're still being pretty cagey about your own background. You can only take playing hard to get so far until it gets annoying.
私もどうすればいいのかわからないし迷ってるんだよ。
I'm just not sure what to do. This isn't easy for me either.
全部話してみればいい。
Well, just tell me everything.
もう帰るね。
I'm going back.
チエミ、
お
Jamie,
やすみ。
good night. What the hell? Why didn't she talk? Did she still not trust me? Was she messing with me? Is she just kind of crazy? Or was it something else? Crap, I want to chase her down and get a real answer, but I'm locked in. This is frustrating. Though this wasn't the time to worry about that. Alright, well, assuming she's not a wolf, it could just be that she straight up doesn't know how she feels about him yet, and of course, Wolf has done her info gathering, time to go murder. She did herself say the wolfing hour hasn't arrived yet. Who would the wolves go for tonight? The wolf guy was dead, so there's one less person to vote Chamie out tomorrow. It's unlikely she'll get top vote. It's best to think that the wolves would go for someone who is useful to the humans and can't be killed with the votes. That means she and Yasunaga are probably the ones at the highest risk. On the other hand, their survival would make things difficult in other ways. I'd probably be forced to consider the possibility that they themselves are wolves. Yeah, despite how much our character claims to be trusting her, he knows damn well that she could, in fact, be lying, especially since both her and Yasu are absolutely the most reasonable people here. Could I really trust Chamie? I felt I could, but not completely. Whatever the case, the situation with the more talkative ones was seen as suspicious, could make it hard for her to survive. Should I have talked to her about running away? No, that was probably pointless. I didn't know much about her whole god thing, but it's clear that escape wasn't even an option for her. Something scary that everyone has met, yet not able to fully perceivable? Was she speaking figuratively, or could she literally see something?
知るか。
Shit, I don't care. I became irritated. My hunger started to get to me. Figuring it was better than just wasting my mental energy, I focused on taking a bath and go to bed. I had no idea just how naive my predictions would prove to be. May 15th, Thursday. Given our character has a smartphone with a flashlight, I believe the game is supposed to take place roughly in modern day. I woke up at 5 in the morning. The window was still boarded up, so I couldn't see anything outside. All I could do was sit and wait. Eventually, I could hear the objects keeping me and getting removed, and I was greeted by Yasunaga and Chamie. Those two actually survived, huh? I met up with Haru as well. Her face was pale, and she had bags under her eyes. No one here looked healthy anymore, but she was even beyond that point. She'd gone completely meek, too. The defiance from yesterday was gone, and she was just letting Yasunaga-kun guide her. She lost another friend, after all. We arrived at the dining hall but found no one there. The door was unlocked. That's a bad sign. It was Kanzo's place all over again.
上の階で寝ているはずです。
Mom should be sleeping upstairs. With that knowledge, I opened the door. What if she was attacked? Even if she wasn't, considering her state yesterday, it was unlikely she did something unthinkable. Oh yeah, she's already lost one son and the village elder. It's entirely possible she could have taken her own life. However, I soon found out my worries were for nothing. Kaori was standing all alone in the dark dining hall wearing an apron. The fact she wasn't doing anything but standing there was just eerie. Oh my. Good morning. She turned around and greeted us. Her voice was the only thing calm about her. Her eyes were bloodshot with signs of malnourishment. When signs of malnourishment were all across her face, her faint, forced smile made her seem like on the verge of collapse. She completely failed at acting normal. Her heart was probably swirling with panic and sorrow as great as yesterday. Everyone here could see it.
母さん、今日はみんなに食事を出すけど、僕がやるから。母さんは休んでて。
Mom, everyone's hungry. I'll make the food, so you just rest.
いいのに。
But I can do it myself.
あ、私もやります。これでも自炊はそれなりにしてましたから。
Oh, I'll help. I actually cook for myself, so I know what to do. After they volunteered to support Kaori-san, I thought about what purpose I could serve here. Let's go. I called to Haru before going outside. She came with me but wasn't saying a word. During yesterday's feast, she had a fight with Kaori. The woman had voted for Haru due to the change in attitude and failed escape attempt, and I couldn't exactly blame her for that. Considering her personality, I imagine the exchange had been extremely intense. That's why getting her out of the dining hall was a good move. Problem was, we didn't really have anything to talk about. This was made worse by the hostility she'd shown me until just recently. According to Mochi, that was a product of her affection towards Yasunaga-kun and all the drama surrounding him. Normally, I'd playfully give her a hard time on that kind of thing, but it seemed poor taste considering the situation. She was staring daggers at me. Maybe I just had to ask her. Haru. I'll be frank. Are you a wolf?
違うわよ。
No. She didn't even hesitate at all. Not that really meant anything,
何
but...
よ。納得いかないの？じゃあ、匠兄に調べてもらうわよ。それではっきりするでしょ。
You don't believe me? The Takumi ni will check. That'll show you.
気づいて言ってるのか?
Are you saying that despite knowing?
は？何を？
Huh? Knowing what?
彼が生きていれば、食堂で香織さんを介抱してるのは彼だったはずだ。
If he were alive, he'd be the one looking after Kaori-san in the dining
昨日
hall.
も彼は起きてすぐ食堂に行っていた。香織さんが弱っている今、そうすべき理由はさらに強い。
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's obvious what he's getting at. Yesterday, he went there first thing in the morning. With Kaori-san in her current state, that was all the more reason for him to be there, but now he's missing. The same thing happened with Kanzo. Kanzo was always the one who basically started up and blew the horn basically to get everyone up, but he didn't this time, which is how we knew he was the one that was gone.
嘘でしょ。そんなこと。
No way, that's just...
それを今から調べに行くから、案内して。
We'll go check to be sure. Lead the way. Okay.
タイバー、起きてる？
Taiba, are you awake? Haru knocked on the door and tried to open it, but was locked, meaning it wasn't touched. Tai-san came out sooner than later. She looked pretty displeased to begin with, but upon seeing me, she displayed outright disgust.
どうしてあんたが来なさったね。
What the hell are you doing here?
すみません。香織さんの具合が悪くて、人手が足りず。
Sorry, Kaori-san isn't well and we need more people.
匠はどうしたね。
Where's Takumi? We're going
今から見に行きます。
We're going to check on him.
そうね。
I see. Okay, I think she just reached the same conclusion we did. Her gloomy expression means she realized what might have happened. She said she had to prepare, so we exclude
必要なも
ourselves.
のがあったら言ってくださいね。
Please ask if you need anything.
はいはいはい。
Oh yes, of course. You shut the door on us.
女なら誰にでも優しいんですね。
You're nice to all women, aren't you? What the hell is she saying? I mean, to our protagonist's credit, he did offer to help Takumi with the work the fields if need be.
お年寄りと女性を思いやるのが紳士ってものだろ。
I mean, being considerate of elders and women is the gentlemanly
知恵
thing
ねえ
to
も
do.
そうなの？
Is that how you feel about Chien?
彼女にはそれなりに好意を持ってる。
Well, I do like her quite a lot, if that's what you're asking.
やめてよ。兄ちゃんがかわいそう。
Please don't. I'd feel so bad for. Please don't. I'd feel so bad for Nichan. Yasunaga-kun, surely.
かわいそうとは
Well, what do you mean by that?
よし君ももっちも死んじゃって兄ちゃんには香織さんと知恵姉しかいないのよ
Yoshikun and Mochi are gone. Kaori-san and Chiene are all he has left.
それに知恵姉は私らの中で一番強くて上藤吉のやつらや大人たちからいつも
Nah, she's
私
like
ら
one
を
of the
守ってく
guys.
れた
Also, she's the strongest among us and always protect us from the people of Kamifujoshi and adults.
私らから知恵姉を取らないでよ
Please don't take her away from us. Oh, does Haru have feelings for her? Ah, so that's how it was. I wasn't sure how she actually felt about Chamie, but there's definitely more trust in their alliance than I expected. Yasunaga-kun spoke as if he'd given up on Chamie, but deep down, he was actually glad she returned. Haru was aware of that, and she actually liked Chamie. That's why she concluded that they should be together. However, it was clear she didn't feel like giving them her blessing.
君の気持ちは分かったよ。
I understand how you feel. The end result depended on Chamie, and since she hated Mizu, I felt like it wouldn't be something Haru-chan wanted. Then again, I really didn't know what was going on in Chamie's head either, and I had no idea who'd survive, so making predictions was a waste of time.
とにかく今は宴を終わらせるという一点に集中すべきだ。
For now, everyone should focus on ending the feast.
僕には大したことができないかもしれないが、身内に話しづらいことでもあれば、相談には乗るよ。
I don't think I can do much, but I guess if there's something you don't want to tell your own, I'm willing to listen.
何それ
Huh? What do you mean?
いや、何ってこともないけど、君は悩みが多そうだし。
Well, nothing much. It just feels like you have a lot to worry
あ
about.
と、外に逃げるって選択、僕はまだありだと思ってるから。
And personally, I still think escaping outside's a good
そ
idea.
れは無理よ
That is not possible.
君は可能性にかけて逃げたんじゃないのかい？
Oh, didn't you try it yourself, though?
でも逃げられなかったじゃないだから分かった
Oh, but it failed,
逃げ
didn't
る
it?
なんてできないのよ
That made me realize we can't escape.
それはたまたま怪我をしたからじゃ。
But wasn't that just because you happened to hurt your
た
foot?
またまなんかじゃない
It didn't just happen.
君も神様を信じてるのか？
You believe in God, too?
何を聞いた
What did you just say?
そんなものいないそう考えなきゃやってられない
God doesn't exist. If I doubted that, I just couldn't cope with anything. There was a weird aura around her for a sec, but then she walked away, leaving me no choice but to follow her. We arrived at the house. The mysterious girl was on the verge
お
of
はよ
crying.
う。どうしたの？
Good morning, what's wrong?
はっきり喋りなさいよ喋れるでしょ
Speak normally. You know how to do that, right? Yeah, Haru's a bit of a jerk, but I think she's a bit too obvious to be the wolves. One of the wolves.
大人げないな。はい。おはようございます。
Come now, be more mature. Repeat after me. Good morning. Bah, bah. Oh, this is hopeless. Haru-chan glared at her while I stayed
ミカ
patient.
コさんは？
Where's Kaku-san?
お姉ちゃん
うん。どこ？
Yeah, where is she?
出てこない
She hasn't come out.
ここよあいつの家
Her house is right here. It really was. I'd been here yesterday. I knocked and called out to her. There was no response. Haru-chan and I looked at each other and tried opening the door. Huh, it's
ミカコ
locked.
さん。
Still no response. I hesitantly put my ear to the door. I hear some sort of rustling
多分
sound.
着替え中か何かだろう。
She's probably getting dressed.
じゃあやっぱり
Then he really did.
まだわからない。まだ清之助しかもしれない。
Well, we still don't know for sure. It still could have been Kiyonosuke.
私がどうしたと
What about me? Well, I did expect him to
リ
live.
カコさんは大丈夫かね
Is Rikako-san
あ
well?
なたはそればっかりですね。
She's really all you care about,
一
isn't
応大
she?
丈夫そうですよ。まだ出てきてないですが、どうかしたんですか？
And yes, she does seem alright. She's not out yet, though, so I want to talk.
嫌な予感がしてな杞憂ならいいしかしそうなると死んだのは山脇老人か
I had a bad feeling about something. Good to see it was nothing. Does this mean the one to die today was Lady Yamawaki?
タイバーは生きてた
Taiba was alive.
なんだと
What? Why is he so positive?
はるちゃんはメイコを連れて食堂へ。
清之助さん、手を貸してください。
Haru-chan, take Mako to the dining hall. Kyonosuke-san, help me out. He tried to say something but decided against it. He must have realized what had happened to the one who'd usually be given these annoying jobs. As expected, the door to his house was unlocked, and the reek of flesh and blood was so strong you could smell it outside. I thought that was enough to help me prepare. Once I saw the source, I couldn't keep down what few contents my stomach had left. The two from the first day, Kanzo and Yoshitsugu, they lost all semblance of form to the point their corpses felt unrealistic. On the other hand, Chikamochi and the old wolf guy's corpses were far too clean. Their faces were intact after all. However, Takumi Muro-san's corpse was an even balance between ruined and intact. It was spread out across the floor, surrounded by splashes and splotches of blood, as well as some bloody footprints. Scattered brain, gray matter, bone fragment eyes. About 60% of his face was gone. And this time the weapon was clear. There was a rifle lying next to his corpse. The weapon was actually at the scene for once, and it was a gun. What does that mean? Yeah, for some reason, only the people who died from the corruption, and like the punk kid and the original two, the journalists that were caught outside on the night it all started, were actually torn apart like from wolves. For some reason, the actual kills for the game here seem to be regular human weapons. I wanted to think about that, but I was too shaken by the clear agony Takumi-san's death had brought him. You could see his suffering on the still present half of his face. His hands were on his head too, as if to cover his face or reach for the clearly fatal wound. He died while holding on to his scattered brain. Though fatal, the first attack hadn't killed him instantly. Ooh, that's awful. He could still move, which was a testament to his sheer strength and willpower. His life had ended as he suffered overwhelming despair. It was written all too clearly on his death visage. My emotions bubbled and overwhelmed my thoughts, and I vomited once again. Are you okay? Kyonosuke asked, clearly avoiding to look at it himself. Bring me someone who can use guns, please. I never expected you to come along. Her expression was too stern and serious for me to even say that. Takumi-san. Shit. She cursed and looked at the gun. This is Kanzo Ji-chan's rifle. She grasped its long body and picked it up. All 5 bullets were fired. Do you see any empty cartridges? I'll look around. I found them really quickly. They were covered in blood and flesh, but yeah, I found the metallic cylinders, 5 of them. They were 2 meters from the corpse, very close to one another. Either the culprit fired from there, or gathered them afterwards. Look at the handle. Chamie extended the rifle to me. I did as told. Compared to the rest of the gun, which had blood on every part, the handle was clean, like it had been wiped. They removed the fingerprints. Probably. Chamie then held it like she was about to shoot and aimed at Takumi's body. It had to have been fired from here. How can you tell? The way the blood scattered, see how it's from there? It's proof the culprit fired from a low angle. Interesting. This also brings up the possibility that Kanzo was killed first in order to gain access to his gun. This also confirms that either the spider cannot protect the same person twice, or for some reason chose to prioritize someone else. This also, the way Kanzo was killed was through blunt force trauma to his head. They basically smashed his skull in. They clearly could not do that this time because I guess Takumi was just too strong. He would have been able to actually fight back, I guess. But that is interesting. This has a mix of mundane and supernatural deaths. I mean, like I said, the ones killed outside for breaking the rules were torn apart, folded in the most literal way possible. Well, but these just seem like ordinary human murders. So...
それに普通のライフルはかなり至近距離でもないとこういう風にめちゃめちゃな傷にはならない。
Also, normal rifles can't make this kind of huge mess unless they're fired from really close.
かといって銃口を押し付けて撃ったらいろんなものが跳ね返って 銃口がもっと汚れてるはず。
But if it had been point blank and the stuff would get on around the muzzle, the rifle would be even dirtier. And that was why it was natural to think it had been fired from where she was standing, near the
狙って
cartridges.
当たるもの
Can you actually aim and hit someone with
ちゃん
this?
と狙い方を知っていることと対象が動いていないこと、これが揃えば大丈夫。
As long as you know how to aim and the target isn't moving, that's all you need.
ということは、銃が使えるものの、
Oh, so this was done by someone who knows how to use guns.
ちなみに照準から小生を除く、それだけ。銃って誰でも簡単に人を殺せる便利な道具なんだよ。
By the way, it's just a matter of looking at the bead through a sight. Guns are useful little toys that make murder so easy anyone can do it. Yeah, that's kind of why guns were by and large what replaced bows. It's not that bows can't kill things, they absolutely still can. That's why even my modern compound bows are still used in hunting and such. It's just that it basically it's a lot easier to train someone in the use of a gun than it is for someone in use of a bow.
弾の装填とかは、その辺の一般人に渡して、すぐにできるとは思えない。
What about loading? That doesn't seem like something a layman can do, is it?
それはそうかもね。でもタイバーちゃんあたりなら撃ったことあるだろうし、休みずないで選別は無理かな。
Good point, but even Taiba-chan has experience fighting a gun. I knew it, I knew Granny was packing heat. Finding the culprit in Yasumizu won't be easy. This was a settlement where the people went hunting. Basically, everyone here has touched rifles before. All we could really assume was that Mako could not have done this, and Mako was already cleaned because we know she's one of the monkeys.
そもそも前段命中してるわけじゃない。どうやら一発は耳に、二発は胸と肩に。あ、ここにも弾痕。
Oh, and it's not like every bullet hit the head. One grazed the ear, one hit the chest, one hit the shoulder. Oh, and look there, a bullet hole. She pointed out a small part of the floor that
頭
was
部に
ruined.
当たったのは、一発だけか。
So only one hit the head.
そうだね。もしかしたらそれは致命傷じゃなくて、胸の一発がとどめだったのかも。
Yeah, I think that one wasn't fatal though. It's probably the one in the chest that ended it. She looked at the body's pose and made the same conclusion
ち
as
なみ
me.
に、なんでそんなに詳しいの？
Why do you know so much about guns anyway?
私も狩猟免許持ってる。銃も罠も網も全部使える。
I have a hunting license. I know how to use guns, traps, and nests.
外ではクレー射撃何度も行ったし、それなりに慣れてるよ。
I used to do lots of skeet shooting outside of Yasumizu. I'm pretty good with a gun. This does at least bring out the idea that she probably wasn't the one who did this one specifically because she wouldn't have gotten so many misses.
なんと、すごいな。意外な一面だ。
Well, damn, didn't expect that.
まあね。
I can understand why.
いずれ戻って、ここで漁師になるつもりだったの。
Did you plan to return here and become a hunter?
銃を持ちたかった。それだけ。
I just wanted to have a gun. That's it. She said that as if it was no big deal. Her tone seemed kind of dangerous.
ええ。まあ、人を殺しかけたりとか。
So much so that she almost killed someone.
中学の時かな。安水の子らをいじめてた分校の上級生らをバットでボッコボッコ。
I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumizu kids. Here's the impression you get from a girl capable of random acts of violence. I was probably jumping to conclusions though.
もう、片付けてもいいかな。
Can we clean it up now?
春明さんがいいなら。
If you're fine with it.
じゃあ片付ける。
Well, let's do it then.
何か分かった？
Did you find out anything?
一連の殺人が人間の犯行だってことに確信を持っただけ。
Well, I'm now 100% certain that these murders were committed by people. The culprit used a gun and wiped off the fingerprints, acts that demonstrated a very human level of cunning. If we were up against something supernatural, they'd just use their mysterious powers instead, right? If something mysterious can be explained with mundane means, it was caused by mundane means. That's a general rule I live by, proven through knowledge and first-hand experience. Supernatural powers that require carrying out occult rituals are prime examples of things it applied to. The more detailed the preparation required, the more opportunities to know something amiss. If the trick relied on concealing the method, it was safe to assume the method was something mundane. Even this death wasn't caused by a supernatural force. It just happened unobserved. We had people who could do it and the methods that fit. That's the best way to look at it, right?
そうかもね。
認めるんだ。
Maybe you're right. You agree?
多分、殺してるのは、私の知ってる誰かと誰か。
I do think it was done by people
紛れ
I,
もない人と思うよ。
by people I know, by actual humans.
でもそれは
Oh, but didn't that go against her whole God story then? I wanted to ask that, but seeing her eyes made me fall silent. Well, we still don't know what's compelling these people to perform the acts. It could be that they're being possessed in some form, or they could already have been killed and replaced. After all, if you're using a person's body, they still leave fingerprints and stuff behind. So you'd need to make sure, because even if the body is the only thing at risk of being killed, that still means whatever's possessing them won't have a body to perform murders with anymore. So it makes sense to still act normal. Her eyes are wide and
で
cloudy,
もね、
but her lips...
神様からは、
But no one... I looked away. Probably wanted to cover my ears too.
誰も
No one can
逃げ
escape...
られないんだよね。
No one can escape God. I found her words so irrational it began to frighten me. I asked Jamie to call Kinosuke to help carry out the corpse, but she insisted on doing it herself. I caved and we began the unpleasant task. Depends how much human intellect is left in the wolf form too. That is true, yeah. It could also be that the wolf form is not... The wolves are not actually the ones using the wolf form, and it's just the ones breaking the rules that the wolf forms attack. Or it could be they have the wolf forms, but they're only actually used on people who break the rules. They have to still use their human bodies for the regular murders, hence the limitation. The cave began the unpleasant task. Following Takumi-san's example, I removed the door and placed his body on it. Jamie and he took each end of the door and lifted it up. He was as heavy as he looked. It wouldn't be surprised if it was too much even for two men. However, Jamie lifted her side without a single grunt of exertion. It felt like an active rejection of the idea she might need help. We slowly began walking. Kinosuke was outside. He was anxious about something. Didn't look like he was waiting for us, so maybe Rikaku didn't come out yet? I couldn't afford to stop and chat. Relaxing my arms or lower body could leave me dropping Takumi's body. I kept walking forward without a single word. Sighing and stopping was our sign that one of us needed a rest. Every time one of us did it, we lowered to the ground, rubbed our aching hands, adjusted our grips, and resumed walking. As we approached the cliff, Jamie's expression grew darker.
匠兄ちゃんは休みずで一番年の近いお兄ちゃんだったから。
Takumi was the youngest of the adults. He acted like an older brother to me. I wasn't gonna ask how that mattered. I didn't see a point in questioning it. I simply nodded, continuing to play the role of audience.
昔はいっぱい遊んでくれたし、怒られた時はかばってくれた。
He played with me a lot and always protected me when the other adults got mad at me.
こんな何もない湿っぽい場所だけど、匠兄ちゃんは休みずを、ここに住む人を愛してた。
There's nothing good about this human place, but he loved Yasumizu and the people living here.
そうだね。わかるよ。
I could tell.
まっすぐな人だった。
He was honest to a fault. Yeah.
捨てたくないよ。
I don't want to just throw him away. Damn, you're gonna make me tear up.
当然だと思う。僕だってこんなやり方はしたくない。
It's not too hard to get me emotional, but I'm one of those people who could cry to a flower being picked to sad music, but that doesn't mean this isn't an emotional scene, you know?
やめる。このやり方にこだわりそうなのは、匠さん本人とタイさんくらいしかいないんじゃないの？
Not happy about this either. Should we just stop? The only ones who'd really care about this are Takumi-san himself and Tai-san, right?
しなきゃダメ。
No, we gotta do this. He may have hated our guts, but it was only in service to the people he was trying to protect, after all. The fact that he was killed proves that he was indeed innocent, and of course that by extension, Kyo is as well. So we at least have confirmation he was not a wolf posing as a, one. Or at least unlikely. Angry dog that had nowhere to bark. Yeah, exactly. Although, kind of amusing you'd use that, comparison given the theme here. But yeah.
汚れか。
Because of the corruption? Yeah. Also, I imagine if he was here, he would have asked us to do it. I came to ask if she was sure, but she didn't change her mind, so we ended up throwing the body to the Saranaga. At the very least, I'm sure he'd appreciated that we did it in his stead. We walked through the graveyard, careful not to trip. We could now see the hanging pawing through the mist. Our destination was near. We carefully closed in on the cliff and pushed the door towards it.
さよなら、匠兄ちゃん。
Damn it. She said that right as I felt the body slide off. It was falling. I'd done this several times now, but it still made me feel empty. It would eventually hit the water, make a splash, and that'd be it. Huh?
水音した？
Did you hear the water?
さあ、
Not sure.
聞き違いか？
Did we miss somehow?
あるいは、サラナガの底が抜けて、黄泉の国に繋がってるのかも。
Maybe the bottom of Saranaga opened a yawning chasm leading to the Yomi.
本当にファンタジーだね。
You've got quite the imagination.
霧の向こうに何があるか、誰も知らない。誰も証明できない。
No one knows what's beyond the mist. There could be anything out there. Yeah, the legends just state that the town is connected to Yomi while the game goes on, but we don't know for sure. Outside the mist, worm faces. Oh no, not the Elden Ring worm faces.
今から降りてみせようか。
Should I go down and take a look just to be safe?
あなたは帰ってこない。
You won't return. That was how she saw the
戻
world.
ろう。
Well, let's go back. Well, if Takumi and Kyo were in fact the wolves, then one of them threw the other under the bus to confirm the other. A damn good strategy if true. But it's also a pretty big risk on their part, because that would technically mean there's only one of two wolves left. Well, we returned to do another investigation of Takumi-san's house, but something strange happened while we were gone. Kinosuke was still in the same spot in front of Rikako's house, waiting for her without even trying to hide his frustration.
まだ出てこないんですか？
She still hasn't come out? Yeah, plus Kyo really does seem like too easy of a culprit. Yeah, ultimately that is kind of the thing. Yeah. The reason a mystery doesn't have the butler or someone who could very conveniently do it is because it's too easy and they need to have some level of mystery there. Plus, having the jerk last longer, well, it could be that he's becoming less of a jerk, or it could just be to be the wild card. It's hard to say. I guess we'll have no choice but to find out.
まったく大丈夫そうと言ったのは君だ。
音がしたから。
No, you're the one who said she seemed alright. What made you think that? I heard sounds.
待ってる間に、あなた自身で呼んでみればよかったんじゃないですか。
Why didn't you call it to her yourself instead of just waiting?
そんなぶしつけなことができるか。
As if I could do something so rude. I think he might actually be in love with her at this point.
なんでそんなにリカコさんにだけ気を使ってるんです？ノサトは上松より格上でしょうに。
Why is she the only one you're nice to? the Nosato family is above Uematsu's family, isn't it? That was an interesting bit of info. I hadn't realized that families themselves had a hierarchy.
女性に気を使うのは当然だろう。
It's only natural to be considerate of women, except he's not considerate of the others.
私も女性なんですけど。
Hey, I'm a woman too,
あえ
though.
て敵外心をむき出しにしてくる相手に気を使う必要があるのかね。
I don't see a reason to be considerate of someone so hostile towards me, do you?
勘弁してくださいよ。ついさっきそこで死人が出たんですよ。
Please stop. We just finished putting a body to rest. That's probably one of the reasons why they were so agitated, but my comment was enough to shut them up at the very least.
とはいえ心配ですね。中で病気やら怪我やらしてたら大変だ。最悪踏み込みましょう。
Though yes, I'm worried too. She might need help if she's sick or injured. We may have no choice but to barge
そん
in.
なぶしつけな。
How improper. Was he the type of guy to report someone who undresses a girl to give her proper first aid? Was that? What's up with this guy's priorities?
上松さん、上松里香子さん。
Rikako! I bashed the door almost violently. I heard the sound of rustling clothes. Had she collapsed or
上
something?
松さん、戸を開けますよ。
Uematsu-san, I'm opening the door. No answer again, only sounds. Was it really Rikako in
戸を
there?
破ります。
Let's break it down. Jamie nodded while Kinosuke gave a disgruntled sigh. The door was made from plywood and a wooden frame. A solid enough impact would break through. I looked around and saw a few aged farming tools lying against some houses. An old wooden hoe and mallet were too rotten to work here, but the old axe looked just about right.
せーの
1, 2... I lifted the axe and started counting, but I had to stop midway. There was the sound of clattering. The door suddenly moved. Surprised, I jumped backward and glanced at the other two. They were just as shocked, if not outright frightened.
何なの
What's that?
何ってリカコさんだろ
What do you mean? It has to be Rikako-san, right? I mean, it should be. As far as we're aware, the only murder for the night has already been done.
上松さん
Uematsu-san. There was no response at first, but a few seconds later, the door shook again. A moment later, it fell silent once more. Had she collapsed on the door? If she wasn't well and was lying next to the door, breaking it open was dangerous. I put the axe down and walked the door again. The moment I approached it, I heard a clicking sound. I didn't have time to question what happened before it creaked open. There was a gap about 20 centimeters. It was pitch black inside. And then there was a face covered in blood. It sunk back in the darkness of our next moment, but soon replaced by an inhuman scream, an arm that snaked out and grabbed for my neck. The grip had an inhuman strength behind it. I ignored Chamie and Kyonosuke's screams and tried to pry myself free. My throat was on the verge of crushing. The groans continued ceaselessly. The nails dug in my neck and I was being dragged inside. How the hell was she so strong? Unless the corruption came. Well, that's the thing. The corruption, as far as we know, just kills. It doesn't, despite the name, it doesn't seem to actually corrupt people. The arm was clearly belonged to Rikako, so why... Help me! My words got them out of their stupor and they ran up to me. As panic and lack of oxygen dimmed my vision, they grabbed, bashed, and tugged at the arm that was holding onto me. Damn it! Hey, let go!
No, Yugi.
Just one finger. I don't know how long it took, but when I was eventually freed, Chamie swiftly slammed the door shut.
早く何か閉じるもの
Bring something I can use to bar the door.
もう
Like
斧
what?
でぶっ刺せ
Just shove the axe in it! Sitting on the ground in shock, I simply stared at their exchange. I could still barely breathe. My vision was hazy, and I couldn't think clearly. Something inside was trying to get the door open and possibly escape. What it was, though, I had no idea. What had happened to Rikako?
これでどうだ野里さんここ押さえといてみんな連れてきて戸を塞ぐから
How about this? Nasato-san, hold it shut. I'll bring the others and we'll barricade it.
大丈夫立てる
Horakai-san, are you alright? Can you stand? Yeah. Actions were more important than words here. Stealing my resolve, I rose to my feet. We gathered everyone who could still move and sealed off Rikako's doors and windows with planks, nails, large farming tools, and whatever else we could find. The small house was basically a pile of flimsy barricades now. Everyone was tired from all the work and sat down to rest. What's the point in doing this, though? Someone asked. We could still hear groans and crashing from inside. No one answered, but we all understood that letting that thing out would be a mistake. But what exactly was it?
読み人じゃ
A Yomibito. That seemed like an answer. Well, of some sort, anyways.
タエバどういうこと
What do you mean?
読み字より来たる汚れた者ども知っておるじゃろう読み人に間違いない
Corrupted folk that come from the Yomi. Don't you have to be Yomibito, that?
そうじゃなくて読み人は狼でしょ宴で殺された恨みで蘇った
That's not what I mean. Yomibito are the wolves, right? They came back to life because their grudge or being killed at the feast.
そうとは限らんのよはるちゃん安水は常に昔も今も読み人に脅かされとる
Oh, it's not always like that, Haru-chan. Yasumizu has always been menaced by Yomibito.
あるいは汚れは読み人を生んだのかもしれぬ
Or maybe this is the...
上松様は何かとんでもない禁を破ったのやも
Or maybe this is the corruption. Uematsu-sama might have broken an important law.
バカな禁忌の守り手浄化を司るのが雲の家の役目だぞ
That cannot be. Protecting the law is the role of the purifying spider family.
じゃからこそ 汚れに触れすぎたのかもしれぬでしょう。
Well, that might be it. Maybe she touched too much of the corruption.
それは
Oh, but that's...
思えば安水に来られたのは黄泉の汚れを少しでも食い止めんとされたのかもしれませんね。
She might have come to the Yasamizu to keep at least a bit of the Yomi's corruption
これ
away.
からどれだけ読み人が出るやら知れたもんじゃないわ。
How many Yomibito will we have now?
匠はええ子じゃった。地獄を見る前に行けてよかったやも
Takumi was a
し
good...
れん
Wait,
ね。
maybe it's a good thing he died before seeing hell itself.
ナムシ内大権現。ナムシ内大権現。
Let's offer homage to Shinai the Mighty so the peace may come to pass. A silent prayer, her eyes were teary and her shoulders were shaking. Yeah, I think this is basically her own method of coping at the moment. Let me grab a sip of my drink here, my throat is parched. Ah, it feels a lot better. Silent prayer.
待て。じゃあ、リカコさんはも
Wait, but then Rikaku-san is...
読み人はくくらねばならん。
The Yomibito must be hanged. That didn't sit right with me. The rules of breaking the laws meant to getting the corruption, and getting the corruption meant being slaughtered, right? It's the first time I've heard about being possible to do something with corruption, and it was the first time I'd heard that it was possible to do something about the corruption, that she'd die because of that. Logic had a little ground here, so the people were gradually losing their minds. They were being pushed closer to death. It was like this was a supernatural phenomenon.
皆さん、
Is
食事にしませんか?
anyone hungry? Oh man, Kaori's looking more and more creepy.
私はもう落ち着きましたから。
I've already calmed
他の
down.
ことは皆さんが落ち着いてから。
So we can do the rest after you've calmed down as well. It's a very attractive suggestion. As we turned away and returned to the dining hall, I felt Rikaku let out a groan even more inhumanly loud than those before. Once we arrived, the place was dominated by heavy silence. There were sounds coming from the kitchen. A kitchen knife rhythmically hit the cutting board as Kaori-san prepared the food. Tai-san was seated away from everyone, desperately yet fluently chanting a sutra. Combined with the kitchen sounds, added a mind-numbing effect. Everyone else was simply falling into a torpor, staring silently into space. Even I, the sanest person in the room, wanted to simply let my mind shut off and stop thinking. That wouldn't stop me from trying, though. Rather than trying to evaluate the details, I decided to return to square one and summarize the situation. Takumi-san was dead. That left me, Chamie, the Orobes, Tais, Pia, Yawaki, Meiko, Rikako, and Haru. A total of 9. Rikaku, I didn't want to say she'd become a Yomibito or something, but it's clear she was in a condition that left her functionally useless. Normally, the right thing to do here would be to take her to a hospital, but instead they're gonna discuss killing her. I'd probably have to remind them of a sound course of action. Whatever the case, if you ignored Rikako and I, only 7 people were participating in the feast. With Takumi-san's death, we would never know if what the snake found out about Haru. Therefore, the only confirmed people were Kiyonosuke, a human, and Meiko, a monkey. And personally, I thought I could trust Chamie. That makes 3. That left 4 others. This is bad. I wonder if Chamie understood that. I had to talk to her in private.
ねえ、お姉ちゃんは?
Where's One-chan? We kept Meiko away from all that's happened this morning, so she was still in the dark about Rikako.
お姉さんはちょっと具合が悪いんだ。静かにしといてあげて。
She's not feeling too good. Leave her in peace.
ねえ、お外行っていい?
Hey, can I go outside?
危険じゃないかね。
Isn't it dangerous?
私見とくよ。すぐそこなら危なくもないでしょ。
I'll look after her. She'll be safe if she stays close. The two left.
何かな?
Yasunaga. Yes, Mom?
ちょっと取ってきてほしいものがね。
There's something I want you to fetch. Now, why am I mildly concerned about where this is going?
手洗いを借りる。
I'm going to use the bathroom. More and more people left. They probably didn't feel comfortable standing up until now. Tai-san continued chanting, though. It's like she lived in another world. Besides her, all that was left was... Haru-chan. The way she constantly shifted in her seat made it clear she felt uncomfortable.
匠さんのことは残念だったね。
I'm sorry about Takumi-san. Yes, everyone flee. I tried talking to
え
her.
え、知恵姉もずっと頼ってたし。
Yeah, Chain always relied on him.
植松里香子さんは
What about Rikaku, Uematsu-san?
私、あの人苦手よ。気味悪いもの。
I didn't like her. She creeped me out.
ちえみちゃんは平気そうだったけど
Jamie-chan seemed fine with her, though.
知恵姉は強いもん。
That's because she's strong.
彼女植松さんがこっちへ来たのっていつ頃のこと？
When did Uematsu-san arrive here?
2年か3年前。だいぶ前よ。
Around 2 or 3 years ago. Not recently, at the very least. That seemed like plenty of time to get to know a person, if you asked me. Or maybe not. Yasumizu's people have been suffering at the hands of the village heads for generations. Of course, they couldn't just accept her.
彼女は長者だというが植松家というのは一体どういう家なんだ？
I hear she's one of the village heads, but what kind of family are the Uematsu anyway?
何が聞きたいのよ。よそ者はおとなしくしてろって言われるの何度目ですか？
Why do you even want to know? How many times do we have to tell you you're an outsider and should just stay out of all this?
あーごめんこれは無神経だった。じゃあ別の話にしよう。それはいい？
Oh, sorry, that was insensitive of me. Let's talk about something else then, alright?
別にいいけど。
Fine. I looked around. As I saw Yasunaga walk upstairs, I lowered my voice and asked,
君にとってモッチーはどんな存在だったんだ？
What was Mochi to you?
なんで聞くの？
Why are you asking?
お葬式代わりだよ。
To make up for his lack of a funeral. Huh?
お葬式では亡くなった人のことを話すだろう。死者の思い出を話すことは霊魂の供養になるらしいよ。
In funerals, you talk about people who passed away, right? I remember hearing that gives their souls peace.
なんか意外。
This is unexpected.
何が？
What is?
もっと血も涙もない人だと思ってたから、供養とかそんなの言い出すって思わなかった。
I thought you were cold and heartless. I didn't think I'd hear anything about the peace and afterlife from you. Well, that was just
モッチ
rude.
ーは野里の子だったけど、選ぶった感じじゃ全然なかった。
Moki, he was a Nosato, but he never acted like he was better than anyone.
すっごく変だったし、知恵姉と同じくらいいろんな問題を起こしてたけど、人を傷つけることはしなかったし。
He was weird and as much a troublemaker as Chiene, but he never hurt anyone.
みんなはモッチーのこと頭おかしいって言ってたけど、私はそうは思わない。
Everyone said he wasn't right in the head, but I didn't think
と
so.
っても面白い人。多分テレビとかに出て大活躍するようなのが向いてたと思うわ。
He was really funny. I think he'd been really popular if he appeared on TV.
一つ上だったけど、ほとんど同い年の友達みたいに接してくれたし。
He was 1 year older than me, but treated me like someone his own age.
楽しかったわよ、すごく。
I always had tons of fun with him.
兄ちゃんもすごく仲良かったし。
He got along really well with Nichan, too.
そんなに？
He did?
うん。いつも一緒にいたし、学校でもヒーローみたいな二人組だったよ。
Yeah, they were always together and they were like a pair of heroes in school.
時々横にいて寂しくなるくらい仲良かった。
They got along so well that I sometimes felt lonely with them. Her visage dimmed. I felt like she was easier to understand than most. If Moki had really liked her, it must have been a tough love. She hadn't even looked at him in that regard, and being with Yasunaga-kun even made him a target of her jealousy.
でも彼はもういない。安永君は辛いだろうな。
But he's gone now. Yasunaga-kun must feel terrible.
うん。
彼を手伝ってあげたら？
Why not help him out? Yasunaga-kun was going up the stairs again. I gestured at him with my chin.
なんかお手伝い中っぽいし、ちえみちゃんは外だし。
Well, he's doing something for his mom right now, and Chami-chan is outside.
君はモッチーの代わりにはなれないかもしれないし、そこに立つべきはちえみちゃんなのかもしれないが。
Now look, I'm not saying you should replace Mochi. I don't think you can. And Chami-chan's probably the best person for the
最後
job.
に決めるのは彼らだとして、
それまでにしてあげたいことを我慢する必要はないんじゃないか。
But even if they're the ones who make the final decision, there's no reason to hold yourself back in the meantime, right?
助けになりたいとは思うんだろ。
You want to help him, don't you?
うん。
Yeah.
あなたも
You too?
まあ、彼女には一食一飯以上の恩があるからね。
Well, Chamey gave me way more than just a meal and a place to
下
stay.
心がないとは言わないが、それ以上に彼女を支えたい。
I won't say I can't have any ulterior motives, but more than that, I just want to support
彼
her.
女は僕には見えないものに随分苦しんでいるみたいだから。
She seems to be suffering at the hands of things I can't even comprehend.
やっぱりあなたのこと誤解してたかも。
Yeah, I think I misunderstood you.
仕方ないよ。行くのかい？
I can't blame you. Are you going?
うん。昨日のこと謝らなきゃだし。
Yeah, I still need to apologize for yesterday.
じゃあ、僕も外へ。
Then I'll go outside too. We stood up at the same time. Though Haru-chan was always on edge, deep inside, she really was an honest girl. I worried that she'd fall victim to some scumbag like me down the road.
何？
A what?
やっぱりあなたは逃げた方が。
You really should run away.
いや、なんでもない。
Never mind. Forget I said anything. She cut herself short and hurried upstairs. Apparently I'd gained some of her trust, but didn't look like I could get anything more useful than that bit of advice. Unlike the other inhabitants, she just believed that escape was impossible. That was why she tried to do it yesterday. That might have been the extent of it. Or she saw something that
そ
made
れ
her...
で誰が怪しいと思う？
So, who do you
ハルちゃ
expect?
んと安永くん。
Haru and Yasunaga, I guess. I walked up to Chamey, who was looking after Meiko, and we started a conversation.
ハルちゃんはともかく、イヤスくんなの？
I can understand Haru-chan, but
容
Yasuko...
疑者は実質4人。タイさんとカオリさん。そしてその2人だ。
Well, we have 4 suspects. Tai-san, Kaori-san, and them.
このうち、昨日モッチーらが死んだ時に外出していたのは彼一人。
He was the only one of those that was outside when Moki died yesterday.
さらに狼の狡猾さを考えれば、彼以外に考えづらい。
And considering how cunning the wolves are, I can't imagine it being anyone but him.
ずる賢いってこと？
You think he's that devious? Yeah.
そうなの？
Really?
今日、なぜ匠さんは死んだ？
Why did Takumi-san die today?
なぜって、狼に殺されたから。
What do you mean? He was obviously killed by the wolves, right?
それを聞きたいんじゃない。
Oh, that's not what I'm asking.
一体何が…あ、もしかしてこういうこと？
What do you mean? Oh, I think I get it.
雲に守られなかったから。
Because the spider didn't protect him.
正解。おそらくもう、雲は死んでる。
That's right. The spider is probably already dead.
え、
Oh, wait.
蛇である匠さんは、普通に考えれば、初日確かに雲に守られたはずだ。
When you think about it, on the first day, Takumi-san was protected by the spider.
そして2日目である昨日、雲が別の誰かを守るべきだという話は、一度も出なかったんだよね。
And yesterday, no one actually said the spider should protect someone else, right? And likewise, likewise, no one ever said there was a rule the spider can't protect the same person multiple times in a row. So that would, if the first one killed was the spider, then they can no longer protect anyone. And that's very bad. That means one of our bigger pieces is off the board as well. Those two are arguably the bigger pieces. Yeah.
ということは、雲は引き続き重要度の高い匠さんを守ったと考えるべきだ。雲が生きてたら。
That means that the spider once again protected Takumi-san. He's way too valuable. At least that's what should have happened if the spider was still alive.
それは、そうか。
Well, that's true.
宴開始後にやられた匠さん以外の人は、勘三さん、吉嗣くん、モッチ、狼じじいし。
Since the feast has started, the ones who died before Takumi were Kanzo, Yoshitsugu, Moki, and the old man who cried wolf. We knew Yoshitsugu tried to fight them, so I don't try to fight the wolves, but I don't think it was him. Kanzo seems like a pretty good option. Moki's not impossible, but he's, The old man who cried wolf said he must protect. Yeah, my personal guesses are either Kanzo or the old man. We know it can't be Moki because he's the monkey. Yeah, that's what I was trying. For some reason, the word monkey was blanking for my brain. I don't know how. So yeah, we have... So Yoshitsugu was just foolhardily tried to fight the wolves, thinking he might be able to beat them and end the game right there. Moki, we have confirmation, is the monkey alongside Mako. So it has to be either Kanzo or the old man, and the old man mentioned something about protect.
この4人の中に雲がいて、なおかつそれを狼は見抜き、殺して、その上で匠さんを始末した。
One of these four was the spider. The wolves realized this, killed him, and then went for Takumi-san. This would also explain why he was asked for... Yeah, I think it's the old man, actually. That would explain why he asked for some time, because he needed to do the ritual to protect Takumi for the night. But, oh man, yeah, okay, so at this point I'm pretty much convinced it was the old man the whole time. He needed that extra time, and that's why Moki watched with him. But obviously the wolves can't let him complete the ritual, because even just one more night of getting someone confirmed would have done a lot. Mochi is confirmed to be the monkey, so we know he is innocent, the wolf's innocent, and the man who cried wolf is innocent. What likely happened is that someone had decided to kill them early for somehow. Well, in other words, try and kill him before the ritual was completed to make sure Takumi wouldn't be protected. Either that or they just straight up got lucky with Kanzo. Because, well, they went after... It's speculated that they went after Kanzo because he's a village elder, and thus losing him would mean they lose some of their most rational men. And one of the most rational leaders, especially since, as we saw, Taiba has no desire to actually lead. That's against the rules, and we have one Yomibito. It's possible, yeah. Yeah, it could mean that one of the wolves decided to sacrifice themselves in order to make the easier one easier, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna read on here. It's just, times like this I really need to stop and speculate, because, yeah, for all we know, it could actually have been Kanzo and the wolves just happened to get lucky the first night and get him.
そうとしか考えられない。
Well, that's the only logical explanation. But that would explain why they decided to kill the two of them outside of the game, rather than simply let the old man be hanged, because if the old man was allowed to prepare, he'd have done the ritual to protect Takumi that night, and we'd have at least one more confirmed person. Which of course, but of course, we know Mochi was with him, so they had no choice but to kill both.
それは考えすぎじゃない？ 4人も死んだからそろそろ雲もいないだろうってことかも。
Aren't you overthinking it? What if they just assumed the spider was gone because 4 people had died?
楽天的に考えればそうだね。しかし相手が本当に賢いやつだったら、その油断が最後の致命傷になる。
That's the optimistic take, but if we're actually dealing with someone clever, underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. Yeah, because remember, one of the people killed was already Mochi was already confirmed innocent because he's one of the monkeys. So so it can't be, well, it's not 1 out of 4, it's 1 out of 3 that would be a guess.
でもどうやって雲を見抜けるって？
How'd they find out who the spider is?
声が大きい。
You're too loud.
なんでもないよ、メイコちゃん。
It's nothing, Meiko-chan. She resumes scribbling on the ground. She's completely absorbed in it for whatever reason. Moki also liked to joke around.
雲については、もしかしたら見抜けた可能性があったかもしれない。
I think it's likely that the wolves had guessed who was the spider.
それってどうやって？
But how?
初日、肝臓さんが安永くんに喋らせてから最終決定をさせたって言ってただろ。
You told me that the first day, Kanzo-san let Yasunaga talk for most of it and only made the final decision, right?
僕の見立てでは、彼はもっと率先して動くタイプだし、初日は誰も殺さないという判断を下しそうにもない。
He looked like the proactive type to me. I doubt he'd agree to not hang anyone the first day.
まあ、そう言われたらそうかも。
Well,
で
yeah.
も、それがどうしたの？
Well, yeah, that's true, but also what about it?
彼が喋って決定が行われれば、場に与える影響はとてつもなく大きい。そしておそらく、決断はある程度正しい。
Well, at the very least, we know Moki can't be joking around about being a monkey because Mako confirmed that she saw the symbol for monkey there. And no one else can claim to be a monkey, because if so, that would have just given cause for the liars to be voted out no matter what. Unless, of course, well, at that point it's starting to get too complicated, so let's just keep things simple. Alright, if he'd spoken up and taken the initiative, he could have easily controlled the situation, and most of his decisions would probably be good
だから
calls.
狼に狙われやすい。こう僕らは考えたよね。
That was why he was such a good target for the wolves. That's what we thought, right?
そうだけど、同じ時にヤス君も狙われやすいって話したじゃん。
That's true, but we also thought the same of Yasukun.
逆を返せば、自分が狼なら、狼に狙われるリスクがないわけだ。
On the other hand, if you're a wolf, you have no chance of becoming a target for the wolves.
それよりも、大事なことを黙っていて不自然がられる方が危ない。だから、当たり障りのない情報は出す。
It's more dangerous for them to not say anything important and look suspicious. Giving away harmless info is way
もし
better.
そうなら、とても賢い選択だ。
That's the clever thing,
そ
don't
う
you
は
think?
思わない？
でも、肝臓じいちゃんがそんなに喋らなかったって話とどうつながるの？
So that's how that's related to Kanzo Ji-chan keeping his silence. I don't know, I still think it's the old man that was the spider and not Kanzo.
これから言うのは完全に憶測だけど、
Well, this is all just
肝
speculation.
臓さんが動かなかったのは、権威を発揮して、狼に目をつけられるのを防ぐため。
But I think he kept quiet to avoid calling attention to himself so the wolves wouldn't target
な
him.
ぜその必要があったか。彼が自身の生存が全員の生存にとって必要だと判断したから。
Why would he do that? Because he felt his survival was intrinsically linked to that of the
な
others.
ぜなら、
Because
まさか、カゴ持ちだったから。
he had a guardian.
そうだ。それもおそらく、雲。
Yeah, and it was probably the spider.
どうしてそこまで言えるの？
Why are you so confident?
雲は、正体がバレた時のリスクが最も大きいカゴだ。なぜなら自分を守れないからね。
The spider is the most vulnerable participant in the feast. After all, the one person they can't protect is themselves. Well, to be fair, there was no rule that said they can't. It's just that that would be an opportunity cost of protecting someone theoretically more important.
それでいて、正体がバレない限り、狼に対して一夜分無駄にさせられる可能性がある。
But as long as his identity was hidden, he had the possibility of making the wolves waste a night.
だから彼は極力目立たないように振る舞おうとした。しかしそれが逆に狼の注意を引いたんだ。
That's probably why he tried not to stand out, but it worked against him and attract the wolves' attention.
あの人が黙ってるなんて、よほどの覚悟を持っているに違いない。とね。
He of all people is being quiet. He must have an amazing guardian and all that.
それで狼は彼をまんまと初日に仕留めることに成功し、丸裸になった匠さんを翌日に片付けた。
That led to the wolves taking him out the first day, and then taking out Takumi-san, now defenseless, the second. That still doesn't explain why the old man was killed, despite the fact that, theoretically, he's no threat. He's already been voted out. But, he shouldn't matter to the wolves anymore, since he's another part taken.
憶測だってのは分かってるけど、なんとなくそうだって気もする。
I know that's just speculation, but kind of feel like you're right.
もしそこまで敵が意図的だったとすると、現状起きている異常事態も、狼のショートカット戦術と考えた方がいい。
If even that was planned by the enemies, it's best to assume the anomalies too have all been shortcuts to the wolves. I won't say that our protagonist's plan is entirely impossible. It's, like I said, it has to be either Kanzo or the old man. I just personally think I'm leaning to the old man because it would explain a lot of stuff. And as you said, that would mean that rules are technically broken. And we know what happens if human breaks the rules. They get torn to ribbons, but we've never seen what happens if a wolf breaks the rules. They could be... The corruption seems to tear people apart, but it could mean... But it could be different depending on the faction that broke it.
どういうこと？
Even these anomalies could have been shortcuts for the wolves.
ルール外で人が死にすぎている。吉嗣君、モッチー、狼じじい氏、そしてほぼ死人扱いの植松里香子。
Too many people have died outside the rules. Yoshitsugu-san, Moki the old wolf guy, and Rikako. She's effectively dead now.
狼にとっては予定外の死人が出ることは歓迎すべき。宴の回数が減ればくくられる危険が減るから。
To the wolves, unplanned deaths are a good thing. The less feasts they have to survive, the lower chances they'll be hanged.
だから意図的に人が死ぬように仕向けているとしたら。
Then, what if they planned for those people to die?
話はわかるけど、どうやって？
I see your point, but how could they pull that off?
吉次君については、例えば夜に出歩くように仕向けて汚れに追いやった。
They could tell Yoshitsugu-kun to walk around at night, basically sending him into the corruption. Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been too hard to tell him that if he was strong enough, he might actually be able to kill the wolves in a direct combat and spare everyone everything. Given how much he genuinely cared about everyone and wanted to be a tough guy, it would follow.
モッチーと狼じじい氏については動機まではわからないが、
I don't know the motive between Moki and the wolf guy's deaths.
上松里香子に彼らを殺させたとすれば辻褄が合う。
Would make sense that they were killed by Rikako.
タエさんは上松家の役割に絡めて汚れの原因を語っていたが、もっと筋の通った説がある。
Tai-san talked about Uematsu's role and thought she fell the corruption because of it, but there's a far more reasonable explanation.
上松里香子が2人を殺したとすれば、1日1人しか殺せない宴のルールに抵触し、汚れの対象となるんだ。
If she killed the two, she'd have broken the feast's rule of one person per day and become a target of the corruption. I put aside the idea that there were apparently two types of corruption, one slaughter and one madness.
でもそんなの無理でしょ。彼女あんな服着てるんだよ。着替える暇なんてないじゃん。
But how? Did you see the clothes she wears? That she wouldn't have time to change.
それに男2人相手に彼女が挑んで勝てるわけないってば。
And there's no way she could have won against two men like that, right?
じゃあこういうのはモッチーと狼じじいし、どちらかがどちらかを殺し、残った方を彼女が殺した。
Then how about this? Moki or the wolf guy killed the other, and then the one who survived was killed by her.
2人目の血を流したことで、彼女は汚れの対象になる。
She became the target of corruption for drawing the blood of a second person in one day. But in that case... she did... yeah, she did mention that if you die, the corruption can't get you because you're already dead.
服についてはわからないが、何か割烹着でも羽織ればいけるかもしれない。検証するまで不可能とは言えない。
We don't know about the clothes, but it could be solved by a large apron or something. We can't say it's impossible until we verify it.
それはでも一人だって相手は男で。
But even a single guy sounds like too much for her.
片方は何歳かもわからない老人だしな。あるいは殺し合って互いに弱ってたかも。
One of them was senile, though, or maybe they're weakened from trying to kill each other. Yeah, I'm still holding on to my theory that the old man is not nearly as senile as he claims to be. Or as people claim him to be, rather. Yeah, he liked to screw around, but he did seem to have a serious reason for his thoughts and such. Kill?
なんでそんなこと考えられるの？
How could you think something like that?
だから全部憶測だ。動機だって不明。しかし話の筋は通っている。
Again, it's all just speculation. I don't even know the motive, but it does make sense. It's certainly a possibility, but there'd need to be a good reason for them to turn on each other. As I mentioned, the old man was already a dead man walking. I guess he could have tried to flee, forcing Moki to try and fight back, but that also doesn't necessarily require killing. I mean, he's an old man. It would certainly be easy for a teen to keep him under control. Well, they are both parts of noble houses. Yeah. Oh yeah, something important. Rikako did... at one point our character did ask Rikako if she had foreseen what was coming up, and she said no, the Uematsu house does not have the power of premonition or lookout. So, which implies that one of the houses does have premonition.
じゃあ、それがどうして狼の陰謀につながるっていうの？
How is that related to the wolves' conspiracy?
動機の話になるとわからないけど、弱みを握ったとか、殺すように仕向ける方法はあるんじゃないかな。
I don't know the motive here either, but if they knew her weakness or something, they could have goaded her killing him. Unfortunately, I know damn well what her weakness is. She's been making it clear since she was here, since the start. Remember, she effectively adopted the little girl and has been trying to protect her to the best of her ability, to the point she promised to let herself die if the little girl had been voted out. So indeed, she had a very clear weakness they could have exploited.
あるいは、彼女自身が狼だ。と
Or
か
of
ね。
course, she could have been a wolf herself. Jamie was at a loss for words. I had no choice but to continue myself.
狼の他の仲間が優位になるように、自ら時計の針を進めたって可能性もある。
She could have hastened the whole process in order to give the other wolf an advantage. Yeah, like I said, it's possible one wolf could have potentially... Yeah, she could have, yeah, the wolves might have had one throw the other under the bus in order to keep the other one in a better position than before.
それはないよ。狼は数が減るほど不利じゃん。
I really doubt that. Getting themselves killed would be really bad for the wolves.
確かに、狼対人の人数比で言えば、一人対二人はうまい交換じゃない。
True. Considering the number of wolves and humans, losing one wolf to two humans, take out two humans alone isn't a good
しか
deal.
し、誰もがその打算を働かせられるとは限らない。
But there's no guarantee that everyone would realize that.
誰もが合理的に動くわけじゃない。非合理的なことは多分起こってるし、その全てを予測することは不可能だ。
Not everyone acts logically. There's a lot of illogical stuff going on, and predicting their effects is impossible. Well, with the amount of people left, one wolf being down would mean it's a much more likely chance that they'll vote out an actual human person. It would have to also be someone who is significantly less suspicious now because of this death.
いや、聞きたくない。
No, I don't really want to hear that.
でも、諦めるわけにはいかないだろう。
But you can't give up, can you?
もう何も考えたくないよ。
I don't even think anymore.
ごめん。いろいろ言ってさ。
Sorry, I've said too much.
うん。こっちこそごめん。でもちょっときつい。
Don't worry. I'm the one who should be sorry, but yeah, this is a bit hard for me.
僕もこれ以上君たちがこんなものに付き合う必要はないと思う。脱出するなら協力するけど。
I really don't think you people need to keep playing along with this. I'll help you escape if you want.
無理だよ。
We can't.
わかってるんだ。ここに生まれたなら、ここで死ぬしかないんだよ。
Yeah, if they knew Haru wasn't a wolf and took him out so no one could say so, they could just take her out the next night. Yeah, or took Takumi out knowing that they had another sure killing her. Yeah, but with him gone, she technically can't be confirmed, and she was already considered a suspicious party from the start, so keeping her in the question mark is absolutely advantageous to them. Especially since... especially if it's one of the other people that were suspected. Yeah, they absolutely want to take out people confirmed. Which of course also means Kyo is absolutely on the hit list. And I can't believe I was saying this, but I actually feel bad for the guy. We absolutely need him alive. And of course, since it's one kill per night, regardless of the amount of wolves, sacrificing one wolf to make it significantly less... Especially now there's no spider, exactly. The fact that Takumi's dead makes it clear there's no more free protection for anyone. If the spider can protect people multiple nights in a row, then it really is an extremely powerful role, because there's a reason you can't protect the same person. Most variations of Werewolf or Mafia don't allow the guard or knight to protect more than the same person multiple nights in a row. It's because it's way too easy to do what they attempted here, and the wolves basically just have to get lucky. Yeah, and kill the spider before too many people, kill the protector before too many people are revealed.
そんなのは単なる思い込みだよ。
I just know that if you're born here, you're fated to die here. That's just basic. That's
神
just
様
basis
が見えな
delusion.
い人にはわからないよ。
Someone who can't see God would never understand.
ああ、わからないな。困ったな。
Yeah, I won't. How troubling. Yeah, and with Moki gone, that's also yet another confirmed human gone, because that's one of the monkeys. It really was troubling. If this was some tabletop fun with the family game, I've already punched the GM and left. But lives were actually on the line here. Not just my own, but actually that of someone I actually kind of liked. We made it this far, yet she was being uncooperative. Maybe I was going about this wrong. Maybe if I want to save her life, I should start by saving her from the darkness within. Or maybe if from the unidentified supernatural phenomenon that's binding her. Although that didn't seem like something could be done in just 3 or 4 days. Still, I'd struggle to the very end. I couldn't participate in the feast myself, so I have no choice but to leave it to Chamie. I didn't say anything more to her, I just chose to believe she'd overcome her inner conflict soon. Meanwhile, Meiko's drawing had grown so large it felt like she'd get lost in the mist.
Oi!
Hey! I left Chamie and went to Meiko. She waved at me. Good thing she was kind of used to me
さ
now.
っきから何を書いてるんだい？
What are you drawing?
こっちがね、
Those are Those are guardians.
お守り？
Guardians? She showed a drawing of a warped circle with a line just as strange going through it. But I could see what it was. It looked much like the Higuchi family crest that I saw in the dining hall. There were 4 of them, apparently. The others were too hard to differentiate. Oh, that whirling drawing was the same as the one on the stone. The symbol of the Yomotsu Okami.
なるほど。新内さんのお守りか。お姉ちゃんに教わったのかい？
I see. Shinai-sama's guardians. Did Oni-chan teach them to you? Yeah.
こっちのは？お守りじゃないね。
What about these? They're not guardians, are they?
家畜。
They're the cattle. I certainly wasn't expecting to hear such a vivid word from a girl about 4 years old.
動物かい？
Animals, huh?
これがね、牛。
Yeah, this is a cow.
ふんふん。
これはロ
This is a donkey.
おお。
Ah.
バ。こっちはね、
And this is a piggy.
ああ。
The ground wasn't the best canvas, and the little girl wasn't the best artist. All I could really tell is that they all had 4 legs.
これは？
And this is me. It had 4 legs though. Well, whatever.
じゃあ、一番でっかいこれは？
And what about this one? It's bigger than the others.
狼。
A wolf. A light chill went down my spine.
なんで狼なの？
Huh. Why a wolf?
狼が来るから。
Because the wolf is coming. That's what the old man said. That was like...
狼が来るから、逃げなきゃいけなくて。
Because the wolf is coming, I had to run far, far away.
待ってくれ、メコちゃん。君は狼を知ってるのか？
Hold on, Mako. Do you know the wolf?
会ったことない。でも、怖いって。
I haven't met him, but I know he's
それ
scary.
は、ここの狼？
Is this the same wolf we have here?
ね、
Eh?
蛇とか、猿とかは？
Oh, where's the snake and monkey?
知らない。
I don't know. Remember, the snake and monkey are already dead.
狼は何をするの？
What does the wolf do?
家畜を食べる。
Eat the cattle?
食べる？
Eat?
お馬は食べられたって。
Yeah, they said the horse was eaten. Apparently, this has nothing to do with the Fujiyoshi's legend. I had no idea if this was from a picture book or imagination, but there's barely any links between the stories. Or maybe I was rushing to
そのお
conclusions.
話は誰に聞いたの？
Who told you the
本
story?
当だよ。
Oh, it really happened.
じゃあ、どこであったことか
Oh,
な？
where did it happen then?
遠く。
Far away.
遠くか。
Far away, huh?
ずーっと歩いてきたの。
I've been walking for so long. I see. Something must have happened that caused her village to be her home to be destroyed, and she just kept running and running until she ended up here. Poor girl didn't deserve to be swept up in all this. Especially now that we have confirmation she's indeed human. Well, it didn't look like I could get any details from her. If far away referred to a land of myth, it actually had truths about Fujiyoshi's legend that weren't told here. What the hell was I thinking? Land of myth? How stupid. I should just calm down and file it under more info that makes no sense to
そっ
me.
か。頑張ったね。
I see. It must have been hard.
お腹すいた。
I'm hungry.
そうだね。僕もだ。
Same here. Let's
戻
go
ろうか
back.。Okay. As we turned around and saw Chamie stand up in the mist again, hesitantly beckoned
食
us.
事ができたそうだ。
Looks like the food's ready. Konosuke, she was standing at the entrance of the dining hall wearing a gloomy expression. He was never particularly vigorous, but now his visage was haggard, and he wasn't nearly as arrogant as before. I couldn't blame him, really. The only person he was friendly or flirtatious with, Rikako, was now in an awful state. Also, despite all he'd said, he'd actually relied on Takumi-san. They seemed to be in close terms in terms of age, too. And from what I'd heard, he never really said anything wrong. The only problem was his insensitive choice of words. The feast was a communication game. Even if you're right about something, it doesn't matter if you can't
あ
convince
りがと
anyone.
うございます。
Oh, thank you very much. Still, he was one of the mere 2 confirmed humans. Treating him badly and making him upset won't help. I had to be courteous.
行こうか。
Alright, let's go.
お腹減ったね、メイコちゃん。
Hungry, aren't we, Meiko-chan? Jamie had calmed down a bit. I'd already told her my suspicions. I now had hoped she handled the feast well. All that was left now was to get some nutrients to support my hard-working brain, right?
すみませんね。こんなのしかできなくて。
I'm sorry, I couldn't prepare anything better. She ladled what appeared to be rice gruel from a large pot. It was a thick white soup with vegetables, rice, and something brown inside. Hungry enough to eat a horse.
シシ入りだ。慣れてます？
Game meat. Is it fermented?
ええ。生のはダメになっ
Yes.
ち
The
ゃった
fresh
から。
meat was spoiled.
ちえみちゃん、
Jamie-chan.
どうしようか。
What do we do?
春明さんはどうしたい？
What do you want to do? We were talking about the thing where I had to avoid the local food.
せっかくだから今回は貫こうか。
You know what? I think I'll stick to my diet until the end this time.
オッケー。ありがとう。
Okay, thank you. What did I mean by this time? Did I think I had another life or something? It was fine. It wasn't like I was cool with dying just on the off chance I got a second shot. Dying's not an acceptable outcome. I wasn't about to compromise on
ほっ
that.
つき歩いても仕方ないし、ここで待ってるよ。
Well, there's no point in walking around, so I'll just wait
わかっ
here.
た。
召し上がらないの？
Oh, you're not going to eat?
結構アレルギーあるんで。
I've got a bunch of allergies. Why do you have to avoid the local food? Basically, before the game even started, Chamie advised that he avoided it the best he could, simply because she wasn't sure if, it could be trusted, basically. They said it was in reference to some anime where they ate the food and turned to a pig or something, but that just made me think of the Odyssey. You know, where the witch Hershey turned those people into pigs by having them eat the food. There's probably a bit more to it, but what's important to note is that this started even before the games began. Or Spirited Away. It might have been, they probably intended to be a Spirited Away reference, but my brain being my brain went to the Odyssey. My brain jumps to the weirdest things, I swear.
若い人は変色しよるからいろいろ食べんと強くなれんわよ。
It's because you youngins don't eat proper. You won't become strong if you don't have a balanced diet. Hey, careful there, Taiba. Why do I keep calling her Tai instead of just Tai? But yeah. We now know Granny's good at packing heat. I'm not taking you off the suspect list yet. Hey, I was lying, but telling actual allergy sufferers they should just eat and they'd be cured is actual murder. Well, there were some efforts to cure allergies by carefully injecting the allergies from a vaccine, but that was a subject for the doctor. Anyways, I'm just going back to the dorm. Going back to the dorm by myself was dangerous since they'd suspect me, so I just waited in the corner of the room, still hungry.
安永くんとはるちゃんは？
Where's Yasunaga-kun and
まだ
Haru-chan?
上かな？
Still upstairs?
いいから熱いうちに。
Don't mind them. Your food will get cold.
もっとついで。
More.
僕は彼らを呼びに行ってくるよ。
I'll go call them. I went up the stairs and when we reached the second floor, I stopped a moment. I heard some rustling. Was it possible that they'd gotten intimate in just a few minutes? They're teenagers. That sort of thing happens. Was I about to ruin the mood? Well, food is important. I get attention slowly went up, making sure I was loud enough for them to hear me coming.
食事だそうだよ。おや、安永くん。
It's lunchtime. Oh, Yasunaga-kun.
どうも。
Hello. The room was full of stuff. It was a huge
なんか
mess.
探してるみたいだけど、まだ見つからないの？
Oh, you're looking for something. No luck, huh?
ええ。新しい割烹着が屋根裏にあるって言われたんですけど、見つけられなくて。
Oh, I was told
他
there
も
was...
ひっくり返してたところですよ。
Oh, I was told there was a new apron in the attic, but we couldn't find it there, so we checked other places too. Ah, so that might have been how Rikaku was able to prevent herself from getting splashed, just with blood.
そうか。
Ah, so that was it.
見た？
Did you see?
え？
よければみんなには黙っててもらえますか？
Could you not tell anyone about it?
いや、勝手に気を使いはしたけど、別に何か危ないシーンを目撃したわけじゃないんだけど。
Well, I did come up carefully, but it's not like I saw anything I shouldn't have, don't worry.
お楽しみ中だった？
What, were you going at it?
何言うのよ。
What are you saying?
嘘だよ。こんな時にそんなこと、君たちはしないでしょ？
I'm kidding, I know you wouldn't do something at a time like this. Our hero, everyone, making fun of teens for having sex.
そりゃそうですよ。ね。
Of course we wouldn't.
もちろんよ。
Yeah. Really now, I was still kind of worried.
じゃ、一旦切り上げて食事にしたらどうかな。
Anyway, why not take a break and get some food? Well, they didn't argue. As we prepared to go back, there was a loud noise from downstairs.
何？
What? Yasunoga and I looked at each other, then ran out of the room without saying a word. We were met with a strange scene. I instantly realized what happened, who was responsible. Kyonosuke was wearing a furious expression, his shoulders shaking. There was a shattered plate of rice at his feet, the contents still steaming. He was facing Kaori, who was standing completely still. Did he throw his food on the floor? Was it that bad? No. No, this was clearly something way bigger than that. Might be dead tomorrow. Yeah, plus you know how teens get. I would not judge them. It was made clear from the start they're basically the same age, so so what they do is their business. No way, this is clearly something way bigger than that.
いきなりどうしたんです？
What's gotten into you? Chamie and the others didn't seem to understand either. They shifted uneasily.
渦だ！渦！シシタケにトリカブトが入っている。
Wolfsbane, the plant! Those aconites in the food! Wait, what?
猫ちゃん、食べた？
Neko-chan, did you eat any?
いただきます。まだ。
Not yet.
他に誰も食べてない？
And what about the rest of you?
ちょっと待って。何が何だか。本当なんですか？
Hold on, I'm so lost. Is that true?
見るこの生煮えの妖変を。光沢があり、裏も白くなく、先端が尖る。匂いも違う。
Look at these
モディや
leaves.
二輪草じゃない。
They shine, the other side isn't white, the tip is pointy, they smell different. This isn't mugwort or windflower.
ほんまです。こりゃ、フスじゃ。
You're right, it's Wolfsbane.
山菜を入れたの？
You
母さん。
You use wild plants, Mom?
ええ。
Yes.
危なかったね。間違えてそんなの入れちゃって、中毒が起きるところ。
That was close. What a mistake. Someone almost got poisoned.
殺す気だ。
She wants
こ
to
の女。
kill us.
待ちなさいよ。ただ間違えただけでしょ。それだけで。
Oh, wait.
ひどい。
It was just a mistake, that's it. Don't be so cruel. Haru-chan stopped talking when she realized the suspect was acting strange. Kaori was staring right at Kyonosuke, not moving an inch, and smiling. She was completely glaring him down. Yes. That response was so delayed, we had no idea what it was even for. When Kyonosuke backed away a bit, his expression shifted from rage to fear. Oh, shit.
母さん。
Mom? She's cracked. She was broken after son died, and I guess so with the elders dying, she just lost every bit of her sanity, so she just tried to make it a murder-suicide.
みんな死んでしまえばいいのよ。
Oh, yeah. As she stood there, wailing madly, she brandished a knife. She was hardly moving quickly, though, but the sight of the blade had stunted our reflexes. I had seen some bizarre corpses here. I bore witness to what pure malice could do, but still living blatant malevolence, killing intent was intense enough to paralyze everyone present. I barely registered the scene unfolding before me. Staggering, the woman passed the counter. The sharp knife was still green with something, likely shavings of the aconite. She raised her voice and aimed her poison weapon at the nearest target, Konosuke. Tackle. I'm pretty sure we're gonna die here, but you know what? Let's die. I don't know why I moved when I did. I was a man of words, not impulse. In time of crises, I was the type to turn tail and run after making some sort of parting threat. I should have been on good enough terms with either Konosuke or Kaori to risk my life for them. Yet when I came to my senses, my body was dancing, charging straight for Kaori with my right shoulder. And after a brief struggle, we collapsed. I heard her let out a strained cackle in my ears. I had to change my posture, unless I pinned the knife down. Oh, but in the end, it turned out I really wasn't cut up for this job. These roundabout thoughts were just delaying the inevitable. When the madly laughing woman embraced me, my thoughts ground to a complete halt. She'd stabbed me right in the back, simple as that. Damn it, I should have known she was the spy from Team Fortress 2. To her, I was just another obstacle to be removed. I didn't know if the wound itself was fatal, but I could tell the blade had sunk in deep, and that it was coated in leaf green poison. Must have been a near instant death. My mind quickly grew hazy, and my final moments were those of self-reflection. Reckless actions really aren't my forte after all. I'll admit I'm taking some slightly stupider actions just because it makes the bad endings interesting. Watch the end corner. You know what? Why not? We haven't seen our buddy Sheep in a while. Hey now, you've done it now, eh, Chief? He always opens that line. Well, this was a real bust. I'll give you the hint right away. Yeah, I knew this was a stupid action from the get-go, but I wanted to see the ending here. Plus, hey, we haven't seen our buddy Sheep in a while. Bad ending number 5, a poison death for a reckless amateur. Look, Haruke isn't exactly some kind of martial arts shonen protagonist, okay? First time seeing him? Yeah, basically he's, basically acts as the UI. Besides, even if he did dabble in it a bit, his first instinct would be to run away from someone armed. He'd be fully aware how scary a weapon can be. I know a lot of martial artists, anime, and manga tend to treat them lightly, but in reality, weapons are far more dangerous than your fists. If you charge in based on that logic, then you deserve to die. Hell, the killer this time had an instantly lethal poison on their side. So running away is your best bet in this case. However, if it's not an option, at least find a weapon with longer reach than your would-be killer. So yeah, don't bring a fist to a knife fight. Yeah, I did the kind of the same thing when I chose just run off. He said, okay, as you probably guessed by now, you can't leave Yasumizu until the game ends. Okay. Okay, that's enough for this time. Die a bloodier death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time. When sheep do sheep. And this is where it all began. May 11th, Sunday. But thankfully, this game gives a chart. Handy dandy chart. Oh no. For some reason I have to switch it back to windowed mode. Or whatever. Yeah, they do helpfully mark which ones you've already died at. I had no idea why my body began to move. I grabbed the nearest chair without thinking about it. It's old, wooden, and heavy. Picking it up made me lose my balance. I pointed the legs that would be murder and dashed forward. Yeah, a chair has more reach than a knife. A crash, a cry of pain, a scream amidst the cacophony. I attempted to keep Kaori-san pinned down. I pressed the edge of the chair against her knife arm. She cried out in pain and the blade clattered the floor. Jamie then kicked it away. In hindsight, it happened in a mere matter of seconds. In fact, tying her up was way harder, what with her, you know, foaming at the mouth and struggling. In the end, we bound her limbs and gagged her to silence her bloodthirsty screams. With that done, we had no choice but to face reality.
僕がこれを切り出すのはどうかと思うけど、どうするんです？これは。
I know I'm probably not the best person to ask, but what do you even do about this? 6 of us stood in the mist right outside the dining hall. Kaori-san was locked inside.
織部さんも読み人になってしもうた。
She has also become a Yomibito. No, I'm pretty sure she just lost whatever strands of sanity she had left. Man, my throat's parched. Hold on. Ah.
違う、そんなわけない。母さんはちょっとおかしくなってるだけだ。
No, that can't be. She's just not feeling well.
香織さん、やっぱり無理してたんだね。
I guess she was really pushing herself.
当たり前でしょ。母さんが義継をどれだけ大事にしてたか。
Of course she was. Do you have any idea how important Yoshitsugu was to her? Yasunaga did at one point suggest that he was actually the favorite for his mom, so...
あいつはバカだし、喧嘩っ早くて手がかかるやつだったけど。
He was foolish, short-tempered, annoying, but...
だからこそ母さんはあいつを一番大事にしてた。
No, that's exactly why she treasured him so much.
父親に似て無謀だって母さんは何度も言ってたから。
She often said that he was as reckless as his father.
母は僕が責任を持って落ち着ける。みんな、どうか今日のことは許し。
I'll take responsibility and calm her down myself. Please forgive her for that.
宴で決めるべきだ。
We should decide this at the feast.
待ってください。これは宴とは関係ない個人の暴走です。分けて考えるべきだ。
Yeah, please wait. This is a personal outburst that has nothing to do with the feast. Keep her out of it. Yeah, well, I get why he wants to vote her out because, you know, she tried to murder everyone. It's very clear she only did this because she lost all of her sanity. Yeah, she's not a wolf, or she's clearly not a wolf. After all, if she was, she'd just have to let the game continue. She'd have to ideally just let the game continue, especially since theoretically they've already thrown one wolf under the bus and have a clear suspect in the name of Haru, that the humans are going to be focusing on instead of whoever the real wolf is. Doing this just paints a target on her back for no reason.
どうしてそう言える？ご婦人は確かに汚れによって狂気を得たのかもしれん。
How can you be so certain? She might have succumbed to the corruption. The corruption is certainly a vague thing if it can do any number of these things.
野里さん？
Nasato-san?
霧の中のことは宴で決めるべきだ。でないと汚れるかもしれん。
Everything in the mist has to be decided at the feast. Breaking that law risks falling victim to the corruption.
そうですな。
That is true.
わかりました。行きましょう。
Well, very well. Let us go.
ダメだ。このままだと香織さんが殺されるぞ。安永くん。
Yeah, we can't do it right now, Yasunaga. She'll be killed because everyone's already mad at her.
させませんよ。久石さん。
I won't let that happen.
母を見ていてください。
Fuashi-san, please look after her.
僕はフリーでいいのかい？
You're not gonna lock me up again? No one replied. Apparently it doesn't matter anymore.
ちえみちゃん。
Chami-chan. She was making the same face she did whenever she talked about
やっ
God.
ぱりこうなった。
I knew this would happen. Honestly, I kinda did too, but I guess part of me was hoping it wouldn't. She was very clearly becoming more and more unhinged as time went by. Strangely enough, there was emotion in her eyes. I could see 90% resignation and 10% fear. Watching me until she finally passed out of sight, she followed the others toward the hall.
酒はどこにあるんだ?
Where's the sake?
そんなのもういいじゃないですか。
Can't we just skip that part?
清めるのは大事よ。ほれ、野里様。
The cleansing is important. Here you go, Nasato-sama.
いただく。回るな。
Thank you. Oh, that is the spot.
ちーちゃんも。
You too, Chi-chan.
やすくん。
Yasukun?
あんたは舐めるだけ。
You, just take a lick.
お姉ちゃんは
What about One-chan?
植松様はもうダメじゃ。
Uematsu-sama, I cannot be here anymore.
私、世話するわ。この子の。
I'll look after this girl.
全部だ。
What's the
知恵
point?
ねえ、しっかりしてよ。
Chainei, get a grip.
では始めるが、私は織部夫人をくくるのに1票入れたい。
Very well, then let's begin. I vote we hang Madame Oribe.
根拠は何です？
And for what reason?
彼女は危険だ。
She's dangerous.
じゃあ僕は植松里香子さんに1票入れますよ。
In that case, I'll
根
vote.
拠は危険だからです。
I vote for Rikaku Uematsu-san for the same reason. Yeah, this is exactly what I was afraid of. But they're hanging those to... Those, even though we know damn well that this cuts down significantly who the wolves should be. Yeah, they're wasting votes. Yeah, I get those people are dangerous, but at this point, they're just using their votes to get people they don't take out of the way for convenience sake rather than to try and get the wolves. They know damn well these people aren't the wolves, or if in Rikaku's case, if they are, they're no longer a threat due to the corruption. The fact that they made sure to prevent Haru from getting confirmed human makes me consider her human as well. So, Meiko, Haru, and Kyo are confirmed, which means we're only down to 3 potential options. At this point, we have to hope and pray that the Rikaku was in fact a wolf and there's only 1 left, because if there's 2 left and we get the wrong person, then it's pretty much over, bluntly. So yeah, it has to be Tai, Yasunaga, or Chamie. Wolves come, they become demons, indeed.
他の各位はどう考えるのかね。仮投票だ。決定じゃないとしてだ。
What about the rest? This is a temporary vote for now. Say what you think.
私はどっちもくくるべきと思っておりますよ。
I think we should just hang both. Doesn't really matter what order.
私、今頭回ってない。
I can't think straight right now.
植松里香子をくくるべきよ。香織さんは話せばわかるかもしれないけど、あっちはもう化け物じゃない。
We should hang Rikaku. We can at least talk to Kaorai-san, but Rikaku is a mad beast.
お前はどうなんだ、子供。
What about you, child?
お姉ちゃん食べるの
They're eating One-chan?
何を言ってる。いいか、お前の好きなリカ子さんを守りたいなら、織部香織をくくるのに投票しろ。
What's that supposed to mean? Listen, if you want to protect Rikaku-san, vote to hang...
無理ですよ。分かりっこない。危険が3人。あとは2対1。
She wants to
決まった
understand.
ようですね。
3 did not vote, and the 3 who did are in favor of Uematsu-san. It is decided.
ふざけるな。わざわざ移り住んでまで安水に身を尽くした彼女に対して、これが安水の恩の返し方か。
This is absurd. Is this how you repay her for moving here and working so hard on behalf?
それは。
Yeah, he has the opposite of Takami's problem. He just has 100% blind faith. Hi.
というか、聞かせてくれませんか。母は取り乱してはいるけど、話は通じる。説得の可能性はあります。
Hear me out, will you? My mom is just a bit out of... Oh, yeah. No, this is how we remove the ghoul in the room where she used to be. Yeah, I agree that she needs to be dealt with at some point, but fact of the matter is, those 2 being out there means they're out of the running, so we don't have to worry about them. The fact of the matter is, this means there's 2 more people we don't have to worry about. As I said, thanks to that, we now have it effectively down to just 3 people. This is the best possible chance we get. It's with the caveat that if we vote wrong, well, it might be over or already. Hey man, will you? My mom's just a bit out of it right now. We might still be able to reason with her.
植松さんはあれじゃ獣と同じじゃないですか。投票だってもうできない。読み人なんですよ。母とは違う。
However, Uematsu-san is basically a mindless animal. She doesn't even have the capacity to vote on things. Unlike Mom, she's a Yomibito
仮に
now.
今日母をくくったとして、明日はどうするんです？植松さんを何とかする手はあるんですか？
Even if we hung my mom today, what will we do tomorrow? Do you have a way of fixing Uematsu-san?
決まりですかね。
Looks like it's decided then.
なんと短絡的な血縁者ゆえのひいき目かもしれんが、対極的なものが何も見えていない。
How simplistic. I know you're biased because Madame Oribe is a relative, but you don't see the big picture.
なんですって？
What?
考えてもみろ。我々はあくまで狼を全滅させねばならんのだ。優先度からすればそっちの方が先だ。
Think about it. Our top priority is to kill the wolves. That comes all else. And yet, every single one of you morons is trying to vote off the people we already know are not wolves.
読み人
Or
は
at least no
狼
threat.
ではないのだろう。であれば、彼女は狼でないと証明されたも同義なのだ。
Yomibito are not wolves, are they? That basically proves that Rikako-san is not a wolf.
は？どういうことです？
Huh? What do you mean?
伝承を思い出してみるがいい。狼とは世持つ狼。すでに黄泉の汚れを負った存在なのだ。
Remember, the wolves are Yomotsu Okami, beings already corrupted by
そ
Yomi.
の上さらに読み人になるなど考えられるかね？
Do you truly believe they can become Yomibito as well? Well, I mean, nothing says those effects can't be stacked. I mean, it's been pointed out that theoretically vampires have nothing that say they can't also be zombies at the same time.
山脇さん、どう思われるか？
Yamawaki-san, what's your opinion?
それはそうかもしれんですが。
Well, that might be true.
こういう仮説はどうかね。強い汚れを受ければ斬死する。あの取材者たちや君の弟のように。
Here's a hypothesis. Powerful corruption slaughters you like it did the journalists and your brother.
しかし一方、弱い汚れは恐怖となる。狂ったお守りが狼で、狂った人が読み人だ。
However, weaker levels of corruption cause madness. Mad guardians are wolves, while mad humans are Yomibito.
つまり汚れの罰は狼にとって斬死のみを意味し、人には読み人と斬死の二通りあり得る。
That means the corruption's punishment can only be slaughter for the wolves, and either slaughter or Yomibito transformation for the humans.
ご都合主義な妄想だ。
That's just a convenient illusion.
そう、証明する手立てはない。しかし最もらしさを積み上げることはまだできるぞ。
Indeed, I have no way to directly prove it, but I can make it seem more plausible.
もし狼が汚れで狂うというのならば、あんな姿になるのかね？人の皮をかぶった獣が狂ったならば。
If the wolves could go mad due to corruption, what would they even look like Rikako-san does? These are beasts disguised as humans. Would they truly look like that if they'd gone mad?
私は獣は本性を表すと思うがね。けむくじゃらな本性を。リカコさんはそうなったかね？なっていない。
I think the beasts would show their true selves, their bestial fury. Is that what happened to Rikako-san? No.
それはそうかもしれんです。
That might be true.
それじゃあ香織さんを先にすべきなのかね。
Then maybe we should hang Kaori-san first. Taiba?
野里さんはおとぎ話を前提にして話してる。実際に人が死んでいるのにだ。
You're basing your decision on
そんなの
fairies.
馬鹿げてるでしょ。
On fairy tales. We've had actual deaths here. This is ridiculous.
馬鹿げているのはどっちだ？汚れの恐怖を認めるならば、それは伝承を認めるということだ。
I'm the one who's ridiculous. To accept the fear of the corruption means to accept the legends.
そら私は認めたぞ。汚れを恐れつつ伝承を軽んじるのは二重基準ではないかね。
So yeah, I've accepted it. Fearing the corruption while disregarding the legends was truly ridiculous. Don't you think? Well, I mean, even your take is just one interpretation of the legend. It's not absolute in any way.
知恵ね
私は神様が怖い。
I'm afraid of God.
こうして全てを手のひらの上でもてあそんでいる神様が怖い。
I'm afraid of this God who toys with us as we dance on his
何を
palm.
言ってるの
What?
知恵ね
What are you saying?
それでも、いや、それだからこそ
Regardless of... No, because of that.
怖いものと戦わなきゃならなくて、戦うには武器が必要で。
We need to fight back against our fears. For that, we need
荒木
weapons.
さん、
Haruki-san.
なんであいつ
Huh? Why him?
私はヤス君、君に投票する。
I vote for you, Yasukun.
な
Wait, what?
何を知恵ね
What? Chiene?
意味がわからんぞ芹沢。
I'm not sure I understand you, Serizawa.
野里さん、ここから確定票を取って。いつまでも話し合っても無駄でしょ。
Now, Soto-san, start the proper vote. There's no point in just talking.
それはしかし
I actually think this is a pretty strong case for Chaimi not being a wolf then, because the wolf would absolutely want the votes wasted on someone that we know for a fact is not going to be a problem. So this blinds down to 2, and I would have gone for Yasu myself, so let's see how this goes.
いつかやらなきゃならないことだ。それに知恵ねが確定票を入れるなら僕らが入れないのはアンフェアだ。
I still say Granny's one. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely still convinced. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely still suspecting her. But right now it's between her and him, so I'd take either. This is going to happen sooner or later. If she's truly casting her vote, it's only fair for us to cast ours.
許せるかどうかは別だよ、知恵ね。
But whether I can forgive you or not is another story, Chaine.
分かってる。
I know.
異論はないか。
No
ではこ
objections?
れから確定票とする。
Then let us begin the vote.
私の考えを言うね。野里さんの言い分は半分まで正しい。
Here's
この
what
場
I...
は狼を探すために使うべき。
Alright, here's what I think. Nasato-san is half right. We're supposed to search for the wolves
ただ
here.
その論拠が昔話の解釈なのは論外。モッチーや狼じじいや匠兄ちゃんは人間に殺されてるんだ。
But I'm completely against relying on the legends for evidence. Mochi, the wolf guy, and Takumi and Nichan all died at the hands of people.
ならば昔話じゃなくて今まであったことを振り返って考えるべき。それで私は考えた。
That's why we should look back over what's happened so far instead of the legends. So how about
ま
this?
ず私と同じように優先順位をちゃんとつけられる人はこの中で誰か。
First, who aside from me understood the purpose of the
野
feast?
里さんはさっき言った通り。メイコちゃんは若すぎて無理。はるちゃんは
Nasato-san said it himself. Meiko-chan's too young to understand, and
ぶ
Haru-chan...
っちゃけ野里さんへのアンチとヤス君の味方をするだろうって思った。
Honestly,
状況に関わらず。
honestly, I think she'd oppose Nasato-san and decide with Yasu regardless of the situation. Well, there's no shame in being honest, I guess.
タイバーちゃんはきっと伝説やら何やら中心で語るだろうって分かってる。
Taiba-chan
きっ
would...
と信心深い人だからね。
Alright, Taiba-chan would look to the legends, obviously. She's the biggest believer here.
じゃあヤス君はどうだろう。辛いこともあったし、今はお母さんがくくられる寸前で焦る気持ちは分かる。
What about Yasukun, though? I know it's been hard for him, and with his mom about to be hanged, I can understand why he'd
だけ
panic.
どその対抗としてリカ子さんをくくる方向で進めちゃうのはどうかな。
But then, why push for Rikako-san's hanging?
休みずの人間なら確かに長者をくくる方向に誘導するのは簡単かもだけど、君には優先度ってものが分かってるはず。
Now, it's easy for us Yasumizu people to justify hanging heads, but you should understand what comes first.
怪しい読みだとなきにせんなんて言葉より前に直接の脅威になり得る狼を探すべきってね。
Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. We should be looking for the immediate threat at hand, the wolves, before worrying about those
私の
words.
知ってるヤス君は切羽詰まっても理屈っぽくそんなことを言う人だった。
Yasukun I know would keep a cool head even in a crisis.
言
Chiene,
いたいことは分かったよ。
I understand what you're saying. I
僕はこいつが許せないんだ。
just can't forgive him.
あなたが適当なことを言って場をかき回すもんだから、匠兄も義継もモッチーも殺された。
Whenever you talk, it always makes a mess of things. Takamine, Yoshitsugu, and Moki are all dead because
子
of
供
you.
に及んで次は母さんだというあなたが許せないんだ。
And now you want to take my mom too? I'm sick of you.
ちょっと兄ちゃんどうしたの？落ち着いて。
Nii-chan, what's wrong? Calm down.
そうだね。優先度なんて忘れてた。僕はこいつの鼻を明かしたかった。それでハルちゃんを利用したのさ。
So yeah, I forgot about the purpose of the feast. It was just an act of petty revenge. I used Haru-chan for that.
知恵姉が言った通り、僕の本性はそれだけのつまらない人間だよ。
Like you said, that's all there is to me. I'm a pretty boring
これ
person.
でも不満なの？知恵姉。
Are you still not satisfied?
そうだね。らしくないとしか思わない。
Yeah, this is totally out of character for
ヤ
you.
ス君、これはきっと疑心暗鬼だと思う。でも言うね。
Yasukun, I'm probably looking too deeply into this, but
香織さんが食事を出した時、安永君と春ちゃんはいなかったよね。
when Kaori-san set the food, only you and Haru-chan were absent.
もし他の人があれで全滅してたら、残るは君たち2人だった。あとは春明さんか。
If the others had all been poisoned as planned, you'd be the only survivors, Haruki-san notwithstanding.
もしあなたが狼だったら、とても楽な展開だよね。
If you were a wolf, that'd be pretty good for you, right?
僕が母さんにあれをやらせたっていうのか、知恵姉。
Are you saying I convinced Mom to poison everyone?
そうだったら最悪だって思う。
That'd be just the worst.
鳥かぶとを香織さんが取ったのは、おそらく朝だよね。それ以外暇はなかったし、ずいぶん早起きだったし。
She probably got the wolf's bane early in the morning. She was too busy otherwise, and it did look like she woke up early.
その時からみんなを殺す気だった。夜の間に吹き込まれたとするなら、話はわかるよね。
By that point, she'd already resolved to kill us. It's easy to imagine that someone had given her the idea the previous night.
そんな。でも夜に連絡する手は。
Well, but we can't contact anyone at night.
狼は
There are two wolves. Outside you, there are two wolves. No, wait, no, I used that for my stream title last time. Well, I thought it was clever.
まさか。
What?
香織さんが唯一残った息子のために一人で汚れを被る覚悟で残る人の皆殺しを狙ったなら。
For the sake of her only living son, Kaori was ready to kill everyone, even if it meant being subject to the corruption.
私も人だもん。
But I'm human.
最後に狼と人が残っても投票にならない。春ちゃんは何もできない。
If you only had the wolves and a lone human at the end, votes no longer matter. Haru-chan wouldn't have been able to do anything.
嘘だよね、兄ちゃん。
No way, Nii-chan.
ヤス君
Yasukun.
ありえないんだ。
That's impossible.
だって母さんが狼だったら義継が死ぬわけがない。
I mean, that's impossible. If Mom were a wolf, Yoshitsugu wouldn't have
あ
died.
いつを生かすために僕を殺すならありえたかもしれないけど、
She could have killed me to spare him, though.
僕が頼んだって聞いてくれるわけがないだろう。母さんは僕よりあいつの方が好きなんだから。
You think I convinced her to do that? She'd never listen. She loved him way more than me.
ちえね、あんまりよ。兄ちゃんがお母さんにそんなこと言うはずないじゃん。
Chaene, this is cruel. There's no way he'd say anything like that to his mom.
別に私はヨシ君が殺されたとは言ってない。彼は単に夜出歩いて汚れを受けただけかもしれない。
I'm not saying the wolves killed Yoshikun. He might have just been out at night and killed by the corruption.
それに香織さんは狼じゃなくても息子が狼だって知ったら汚れを厭わず助けるかもしれない。
And even if she wasn't a wolf, she'd help her son even if it meant falling victim to the corruption. Yeah, in her current state, she was already at the bridge of insanity. She absolutely would have done whatever it is to protect her last remaining child.
そうやって都合のいいことを言って兄ちゃんをどんどん悪者にしようとしてるようにしか見えないわ。
It sounds like you're saying whatever you can to make Nii-chan into a bad guy.
どうしちゃったのよ、ちえね。私たちのことはどんな時だって守ってくれてたじゃん。
What's wrong with you, Chaene? You always used to protect us. If she truly is human, then she already is as we speak.
あの人。
Was it him?
妻子さんが そうやって言えって。あの人に出会ってちえ姉は変わっちゃったの。
Did Fuashi-san tell you to say that? Did he make you change?
そんなことはないよ。ただあの人の真似をして自分の頭で考えてみただけ。
No, he didn't. I'm just following his example and thinking for myself.
一番信じたくないことだって、それが真実である可能性からは目を背けるべきじゃないって。
Things I don't want to be true could actually be true, and I can't look away from them.
それで思いつきで僕に対して絶縁状と同じ一票を送ろうって言うんだね。
And so you decide to vote against me and ruin our friendship. Honestly, depending how this goes, the real Yasunaga might already be dead, and you're just a wolf wearing his skin.
だってらしくないんだもん。そうやって脅しみたいなことを言うヤスくんがさ。
I mean, listen to yourself. The Yasukun I know would never try to guilt me into submission like that.
私からしたら君だよ。変わっちゃったように見えるのはさ。
You ask me, you're the one who changed.
で、結局どうするのかね。
So who will you
投
vote
票
for?
先は。
Yeah, it's pretty obvious he's gonna retaliate and go after
言
Chie.
ったことには責任を持たなきゃね。私はヤスくんを疑ったから、
Oh,
それをちゃんと形に残すよ。
she's still sticking to her vote, but he's going to probably vote back in response. He kind of has to at this point.
では、織部安永に1票。
One vote for Yasunaga.
順番がずれましたけど、席順で言えばタイバーが最初でしょ。
We messed up the order, but in terms of
どうする？
in terms of seating order, Taiba's first. How you vote?
私は香織さんにするわよ。上松様は確かに狼とは思えん。
Looks like I is voting for Kaori
あ
still.
なたはどうします？
And you, Nasato. What about you, Nasato-san?
今さらあなたのだと。私の答えは変わらんよ。織部安永。君が狼とは正直、今の態度からは考えづらいが、母親がそうだという可能性は高そうだ。
So now you're being respectful. My answer does not change. In fact, Sarazawa's words made me almost certain. In all honesty, your current attitude makes it hard to believe you're currently a wolf, but it's likely your mother is.
織部香織に1票。
One vote for Kaori.
君はどうするのかね。織部安永。
And you, Yasunaga?
変わらず上松里香子さんです。
I'm still voting for Rikako.
私も上松里香子に投票するわ。
I'm voting for Rikako as well.
子供は
Child?
放棄でいいか。
Can be ignored.
待って、姉子ちゃん、よく考えて。あなたの票で人の勝ち負けが決まっちゃうかもしれないんだから。
A little sheep. Oh, you're right. We've had a bit of a recurring theme of sheep, haven't we? Wait, Mako-chan, your vote must decide whether humans win or lose.
知れねえ。そこまでするのか。小さい子にデタラメを吹き込んで票を奪おうなんて。
Chene, you'll go that far? You'll trick a child to make her vote?
これしか手がないなら何だってする。姉子ちゃん、里香子さんがいなくなったら嫌だよね。
If that's what it takes, I'll do it. Mako-chan, you don't want Rikako-san to be gone, right?
だったら
Then?
無駄だよ。僕に投票させたって3人同率で決着がつかないだけだ。
It's pointless. Even if she votes for me, it'll just be a three-way tie.
いらない人選ぶの？
I choose who I don't need.
そうよ。
Yes.
だったらおばちゃん怖かったから。
それは食堂の女の人かね。
You mean the woman from the dining hall?
決まりだな。
It is decided then.
そんな。
No.
冗談だろ。そんないい加減なことで母さんが。
This has to be some kind of sick joke. Mom will die because of something like this?
それでも1票は1票だ。
A vote is a vote.
兄ちゃん、終わった。
It's over. I heard muffled screams and sobs in the dining hall behind me. Gag-and-tied Corby was still wailing. She couldn't move properly and had a pole fixed to her shoulders, but I was still worried enough to check every now and then. Lack of change helped calm my nerves, but at the same time, I resented myself a bit for it. Quite a bit of time had passed since the feast began. What kind of decision would they make? The daily wolf lynching, hanging had failed every single time so far. Considering the number of days remaining and how many people were left, if they messed up today, the humans are going to lose all hope of surviving. If either Kaoi or Rikaku end up chosen, there'd just be no chance anymore. Once I saw people leaving, my mouth moved on its own. It's done then. Her eyes were steady. Yeah, this is pretty much what I was afraid of. They walked in my direction. Not to me though, but to the dining hall. You chose Kaori. So you chose Kaori-san? Dun dun dun. I asked anyway. I was speaking to the last representative standing in the place, Kenosuke. Move. We didn't even converse. His tone and look in his eyes were different from usual. His usual arrogant pride was gone, and in its place stood deadly determination.
Yasunaga-kun.
Yasunaga. I lost.
Haru-chan.
Haru-chan.
私は嫌だって。
I was against it.
おばあさん。
おばあさん。
新内様のおぼし飯じゃ。
It's the will of Shinai-sama.
ちえみ。
春秋さんはこの子。
Haruki's, take the girl. Meiko was at the rear of the group. Somewhat hesitantly, she walked up to me. I moved aside to let them pass. They all entered the dining hall and dragged out the victim. The ones holding the ropes and doing the dragging were Kyonosuke and Shamie. Following behind was Tei, prodding her onward with a bamboo broom.
Yamero.
Stop. As his mother cried out in pain, Yasunaga Oribe followed the group hand in hand with Haru.
Tomero.
Stop them. Haru Makishima was bawling her eyes out. Yasunaga was shaking, not even trying to hide his sobs. His face was warped in anguish. As the group faded away, the gag fell out and the victim's voice grew loud. Not a scrap of reason remained, only raw terror. Or perhaps madness. Oh, please, someone. Beg for her life. However, I didn't hear any pleas till the very end, and I painfully realized I wasn't participating in the feast. I wasn't part of this life selection game bound by otherworldly rules. She's gone all frenzy. Oh yeah, Frenzy Flame has gotten her. Don't look. I turned Meiko away, hugged her, and covered her ears. Because of that, I couldn't cover my own parent-like dedication. What a weird idea. Anyways, as the group disappeared in the mist, I somehow felt as though the screams or laughs grew even clearer somehow. I was subjected to this illusion until the very end. During the final moments, the mother called out her son's name. It was the name of her elder son, and he responded by calling for his mother. At the very last moment, it felt like the victim shouted a different name. There was a strange sound followed by silence. Meiko. Meiko's body was surprisingly warm. In response, she just nodded. Let's escape from this place tomorrow. She nodded again. Give up on Rikako. Meiko started crying. I let her go, took her by the hand, and led her to the dorm. There I took all the remaining food I had. Then I escorted her back to her place. Lock up, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's either her or Kyo that's gonna be the next victim because they're confirmed humans. They can't afford to lose Haru because she's still suspicious. This, Yasu and Chie are absolutely at odds. And obviously the granny's still packing heat. Still crying, she nodded. Alright, eat this, all of it, okay? I gave her some food and closed the door. Once I turned around, I saw them. Today's feast is over. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his voice. I see. As one who didn't participate, I was in no position to criticize or support them. They just turned around, returned their places, leaving no indicator whether they'd actually heard me. 3 of them were headed the same direction. I didn't feel like joining. Instead, casting glare at their backs as they walked. My powerlessness was killing me. Under the assumption I would die tomorrow, I decided I'd go through the mists down to Saranoga. A strict taboo there. What kind of death would get me? Would I be injured, wandered to some other world, something else entirely? Or maybe I'd just get eaten by a monster? I still had that incomprehensible memory, but it was enough to make me suspect it was the most likely scenario. Normally, people don't remember dying. The unknown is scary, but journeying into the unknown meant conquering that fear, just so you could say there were some perks to remembering that death. But if it was guaranteed I'd die, I wasn't really keen on the idea. That had hurt like hell, not to mention how terrifying the experience was.
じゃあ、マシな死に方を考える。
Well then, think of a better way to die.
もっと痛くない死に方。
One that won't hurt so
あるい
much.
は、痛みと引き換えになるような何かを成し遂げる死に方。
Or at least it would be worth the pain. Like if I led to the survival of a young child. Anyway, I'd wager my life. All that remained was finding supporters. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. Whoosh. I threw a Yakuza kick to the wall. Then a low kick with the other leg.
ついに尻尾中せて玉の扉数破れ
The 7 treasures have finally been lost. The elements of the sacred orb reduced to
気
dust.
合空虚の草むらに豚のムクロがシャウトする
In the jungle of the decadent void, the Buddha's corpse shouts, Rah! Apparently his mind went too. I think he's, as I sang the Buddha's ash rock, I attacked the wall with my ass, which prompted a response from the side.
うるさい
Hey, shut up! I heard Chamey's angry voice at the
ちょっ
front
と
door.
声が笑ってるぞ。
Hey, you sound like you enjoyed it.
あんなん誰だって反応に困るけど
Hey, no one would know how to react to that. The walls here were thin, apparently.
まあ、とりあえず明日逃げよっか。
Anyway, let's just straight up escape
ど
tomorrow.
んな流れで何を言い出してるの
This is your idea of a conversation?
それだけツッコミができるなら十分正気でしょう。脱出脱出。クレイジーゾーンからおさらばしようぜ。
Well, if you can still talk like that, you're perfectly sane. Escape it is. Let's say bye-bye this nest full of
あ
crazy.
のね春明さん
Listen, Haruki-san.
僕は本気だ。
Hey, I'm serious. Still outside my door, she fell silent. It was only about 8. Still a safe time. I walked up the door and
ひ
locked
どい
it.
顔。
Oh, damn, you look awful.
そんなに
Is it that bad?
嘘。
Nah, just joking.
何その軽妙なふっかけ彼氏か
What's with the jokes? You my boyfriend now or something?
君の切り返しも本調子に見えるけど、でもそんな仮面の下に超常的苦悩を隠してんだろ。
You put on a tough
全部吐いちゃえ
face.
よ。
But it's a mask hiding some supernatural suffering, isn't it? Come, talk to me.
まあ、吐かなくてもいい。とりあえず座れば。
Well, don't if you don't want to. Take a seat.
お邪魔します
Pardon the intrusion. Alone in an empty room, we sat cross-legged and looked
今
toward
日
each
の
other.
宴の内容を教えて。
Tell me what happened during the feast today.
結局、誰なんだ
Who are the
狼。
wolves?
もうわかんないというかもう誰でもいい
I don't know. Hell, I don't even care anymore. The situation was hopeless and she felt the same way. So far, there wasn't a single lynching with a good reason behind it. It didn't feel like they'd gotten lucky and killed a wolf among
い
them.
っそあの青ビオタンが狼ならなすっきり憎めるのに
If only that scrawny rich guy was a wolf, it'd be so easy to hate him.
匠さんからお墨付きが出てる以上、その可能性はとても低い。
Yeah, Takumi-san said he's clean, so not likely. I know. But still, assuming Yasunaga is actually a wolf, I really doubted he was cold-hearted enough to keep the act of a human while seeing off his mother to death. Like Chieme pointed out, it's best to assume Korori had only done what she did for her son. If everyone else died and only one was left, he'd be the victor regardless if he was a human or wolf, probably. Whatever the case, it was important to note that it was wrong to guess whether Yasunaga was a wolf based on this alone. Korori was in a messed up mental state that led her to plot the deaths of herself and everyone else just to save her own son. It was simply the immense power of motherly love at work. I had messed it up by sending Haru-chan to the second floor. Kaori probably resented me for that. Not to mention I was the one who pinned her down. Being the target of a dead person's enmity is a pretty rare experience. In my opinion, it was rather
やっ
uncomfortable.
ぱ私には無理だったな春明さんの真似は
Turns out I couldn't follow your example.
僕の
My
真似
example?
うん考えていろいろやってみたけど
Well, I tried to think and did stuff, but well, was I a bad influence on her? Well, carefully debilitating your actions is never a bad thing, obviously. Also, it's worth noting she pointed out that Yasuga was trying to guilt trip her wasn't like him. Her own intuition is important too. Besides him, there's Tai-san, who believed nothing but the superstitions, Haru, who always agrees with Yasunaga, and Meiko, the one who sealed Kaori's fate.
みんな怪しいな。
Everyone's suspicious.
だからもう誰でもいい
Yeah, that's why I don't care who it is anymore. Jamie hung her head.
メイコちゃんは 助けてやることに決めてるんだけど。
I've decided to help
どう
Meiko-chan.
やって？ここを出て？無理だって言ってんじゃん。
How? By running away with her? I'm telling you, it's pointless.
待ってて確実に死ぬよか良くないか？彼女が狼だったら一人減らせてラッキーかもよ。
It's better than just sitting around waiting for death, isn't it? And if she turns out to be a wolf, you'd be down to one. Lucky day, right? Would it...
わかんない。
Would it be? I don't even know anymore.
人
I
殺しちゃった。
killed someone. She said it casually, but I could tell it was hard for her to say.
君は悪くないさ。
It's not your fault. I responded equally casually. I felt like breaking the illusion would be too much to handle. Wow, it's like you don't care at all.
そもそも君は反対したろ？
But you were against it, weren't you?
一応殺人を止めなかったってことはそれに賛同したってことじゃない？
Not stopping the murder makes me a partner in crime, doesn't it? I mean, not when you actively took steps to try and avoid it and it still happened.
それは僕も同じだし。
Well, I mean, I'm the same in that regard, aren't I?
ああ、そっか。
Oh, right.
それに異常な状況下で異常な決断をしてしまうことに法はある程度理解を示すんじゃないかな。
Also, the law would understand that you made wrong decisions because of the circumstances.
ね
Law, huh?
どうにしたってまともな法で裁かれるなら意味不明な山の掟に裁かれるより億倍マシでしょう。
Well, being punished under the proper rule of law is infinitely better than being punished by some weird laws of a mountain.
それともちえみちゃんはむしろ超常的な死を遂げたいのか？
Or what, do you want to die a supernatural death?
どれも的を外してるってところか。
No dice, huh? Yeah. Man, this is
神
complicated.
様ってやつのせいか？
Is it God's fault?
半分はそう。
Half of it, yeah.
もう半分は説明しづらい。
But you can't explain the other half.
うん。
Right.
じゃあ神様の方を話してよ。
Then talk about God, at least.
どう言えばいいのかな。
How do I put this?
神様は不幸なんだ。
God is misfortune.
ん？
いや、辞書的な意味で不幸のことをそう呼んでるわけじゃなくて、そのね、
Well, I don't mean that literally, it's just that...
神様がいるからどうやっても私たちは幸せになれない。
It's because of God that we can't attain happiness.
それは目に見えるもの？
Is God visible?
うん。私たちはみんな見てる。でも本質は目に見えないものかも。
Yeah, we've all seen it, but its true form might be invisible.
目に見える部分について聞こう。
Well, let me ask about the visible part.
それは人間？
Is it human? Humanoid? Though slowly and hesitantly, she gave me a light nod.
それは安水の誰か？
Is it someone from Yasumizu? Silence, neither yes nor
じゃ
no.
あ上藤吉の人間？
Well, is it someone from Kamifujiyoshi? She kept her silence. Her shoulders were shaking a bit.
じゃあ
違う、やっぱ違う。人間じゃない。人間をどうしたって神様はどうにもならない。
No, it's not human. You can deal with humans, but God's beyond them. Shit, I knew it'd go like
落
this.
ち着いて説明するんだ。じゃないと僕も君もやられる。
We'll calm down and explain, or otherwise we'll both be killed.
いっそ殺してくれればいい。こんなひどい夢とっとと終わらせてほしいのに。
Fine, I just want this nightmare to be over already.
春秋さん、私を殺して。あなたの手なら私死ねる気がする。
Hey, how does... Kill me. If it's at your hands, I think I can truly die.
何言い出すんだ。しっかりしろ。
Wait, what are you saying? Get a hold of yourself. Wait, does she also have timeline hopping powers? Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. That is some very specific wording. Yes, it is. And that makes me wonder, does she have timeline hopping powers just like we do?
私しっかりしてる。私は汚れてなんかない。私は狂ってない。狂ってなんかおかしいのは。
I am. I'm not corrupt. I'm not insane. I'm not.
おかしいのは藤吉全部よ。おかしいのは神様の方よ。
It's Fujiyoshi that's crazy. It's God that's crazy.
神様とは状態のことなのか？
Is God some sort of state of being? I just kind of blurted out something without thinking. Jamie was clearly in a state of panic. The despair was one one panic like this couldn't explain. The despair was one cause, but someone panic like this couldn't explain themselves properly. Also, I didn't feel like this was simply some spiritual being she could see. She could perceive God as a sensation of sorts, and the fact others couldn't caused her to panic. Explaining a sense like that wasn't easy, and trying to explain in detail was also a reminder of how much it scared her. Wait, is that the sheep that suggested it was all a dream and to do better next time? I had to try and understand what she was sensing, to find a better word for it than God. That was what I thought to myself after saying those words, but why'd she suddenly go quiet? She was raising her head and her eyes were wide, staring right at me. She'd completely stopped voicing her pain. Did I hit the nail on the head? As I considered the possibility, I felt a cold, damp breeze. She wasn't staring at me, she was staring at something behind me. I turned around and followed the direction of the eyes. How long had the front door been open? And I'd forgotten to lock the door. And how long had that thing been there? There was a person outside. Was it even human? Through darkness I could see that it definitely had a humanoid silhouette. But it was definitely abnormal. Its body was covered in bandages, no sutras. It was a smallish boy or a girl covered in cloth. Again, was even human? I asked the same question again, unable to even voice the words. I couldn't move a finger, or rather I didn't because I had no idea what had happened if I did. As the tension began to overwhelm me, I saw its lips move.
Yomi no niyoi ni
The wolves cometh.
Okami wa kiaru.
To the smell of Yomi.
Misogi mo no imi. Yume ni seyo.
Cleanse, shelter, and dream.
Fujiyoshi no musume.
Daughter of Fujiyoshi. Oh, so it's not here for me, it's here for Chamie. Howl. I heard something fall. Turning around, I realized it was Chamie. Still confused, I rushed over and caught her. It was a momentary loss of consciousness. She hadn't faded. She just seemed to be drifting on the border of reality. Hey, wake up.
私なんでこの部屋どこ
Why am I here?
さっきのやつは何なんだ
What was that thing?
さっきの
Weird thing.
おかしいななんだろう眠い
So sleepy.
ごめん帰るわ
Sorry, I'm going back. Chamie stood up, her eyes were utterly devoid of life. She headed to the door, it was closed, there was no one there. I set the matter aside, Chamie now is way more important. I had to stop her. That was why I...
絶対に連れて行く
I'll take you out of here. Wrap my arms around her.
捨てる命なら僕にくれ
If you want to throw away your life, give it to me.
明日の朝千恵美とメイコを連れてここを出る
Tomorrow I'll take you and Mako and leave this place.
君を連れてじゃないんだ
You and Mako? Not just you? That was her first response in a while.
君によろしくお願いされたからねその意は最後まで組ませてもらう
Well, you entrusted her to me. I'll honor the trust you showed me till the end. Man of integrity, huh?
でしょ実は子供を見殺しにするのは他よりも気分が悪いって打算もあったりするんだ
You noticed, huh? Well, there's also the fact I'm just not too keen on letting a child die.
悪ぶれてないよ春秋さんあといつの間にか呼び捨てになって
You've dropped the tough guy act, Haruki-san. Also, when did you drop the honorific?
嫌だった
Oh, you, don't like it?
嫌じゃないけどけじめというか区切りは欲しいな
I don't mind, just shouldn't there be a transition point for these kinds of things?
僕と付き合って
Go out with me.
いいよ
Sure.
だから一緒に逃げよ
So let's get out of
分
here.
かった
Okay.
言っておくけど一緒に死んでもいいって意味だからメイコちゃんのことは悪いけどあんま考えてないし
Just so you know, I'm only saying that because I don't mind dying with you. I'm sorry, but Mako-chan's barely a blip on my radar.
う自分に責任持てよ
That's not very responsible, is it?
ちえみさんどうも脳に問題があるっぽいから年長者に頼っちゃいたい
Chamie-san is a girl with many brain problems, so she prefers to rely on people older than her.
任せろあと他に希望者がいたら連れて行くから
Leave it to me. Also, we're taking anyone who wishes to join us.
私は特別扱いじゃないんだ
What? I'm not getting some special treatment here?
特別扱いだよ他は任意だけど君とは付き合った以上踏んじばってでも連れて行く
Oh, you are. The others have a choice, but now that we're dating, I'm taking you whether you like it or not. Not sure I'm happy about that one.
知ってるか 僕はモテないんだ。
Did you know I'm not actually a very popular guy?
春明さん、
Haruki-san.
ありがとう。
Her teary voice compelled me to embrace her.
私が今夜狼に殺されたら、
If I'm killed by the wolves tonight,
言うな。
don't say that.
私の
I don't care what.
何でもいいから、
Take a part of me.
どこか一部だけでも外に連れてって。
心配するな。
Don't worry.
僕がい
I'm
る。
scared. I'm right here.
僕が
I'm here for
い
you.
るから。
It hurt to say these baseless things. Even so, I kept saying whatever I could to make her feel better. I went on for only 10. This went on for only 10 minutes or so, though. Even if the wolves didn't pay us a visit, we'd have to respect the rules of living here. We awkwardly exchanged parting words. I saw her off as she returned to her room, parting ways with a frail smile on her damp face. Tomorrow. Everything would be decided tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think it's possible for the humans to win this game anymore. Friday, May 16th. Another morning. Aside from being really hungry, I woke up same as always. I hadn't died, at least. Well, we still don't know if he's actually part of the game or not. The only real difference is that I could go outside as I pleased. It was still misty out, so I couldn't see much beyond the dorm. A settlement isolated in mist, space cut away from the world. Could we really leave this place? We could. It had to be physically possible. The idea we couldn't was just speculation. No matter how much this place defied reality itself. What was that thing? Yeah, it looks like it had Haru's hair, but it's hard to say, honestly. After all, it was just there to warn her to go back to her room. It wasn't actually the one attacking her. Why had Shay and me collapsed? How sane were we? Was this even really happening? Human senses and memories often lied to us, though just dismissing anything that didn't make sense as illusion wasn't a good idea either. That thing had actually visited us. Its appearance was strange, but I had little proof that it was something supernatural. Thus, it had to be human. As for the reason Shamie collapsed, there's quite a few possibilities. Unless it was a trick she'd schemed with that thing beforehand, that had been too much for her to handle emotionally.
あいつ、なんて言ってたっけ?
What did the thing say again? The wolves cometh to the smell of Yomi, cleanse, shelter, and dream, daughter of Fujiyoshi. Was that it? It basically seemed like a fancy way of saying get back to your room and sleep. So it was a warning from those who made the rules. Then that's something the mountain, the great lord Shinai's side? No, to be honest. I'd say it was more like something from the other side. I mean, it kind of fit my image of the Yomibito. It wore sutras in place of clothing, and the cloth over its face reminded me of a funeral shroud. The wood corruption seemed particularly fitting. It had a sinister aura, to me anyways. Though that was strange. Great Lord Shinai was the enemy of the forces of Yomi. Yomibito would not act as its messengers. This contradiction, it was quite eerie, an alluring unknown. That doesn't matter now. My goal was to let Shamie and any supporters we'd gathered escape him. I returned to the room, made my futon, and started searching again. The futon was the only thing in the closet. There was nothing I could use as a weapon. I gave up and left the room and went to Shamie's. If the worst come to pass, I'd have to fulfill her last request. The door was locked. I knew it. So the wolf was... I knocked. She came out just after a few seconds. Apparently, she was already ready to go. I want a weapon.
そう思って。
I figured. She gave me a pretty large knife with a sheath, probably used for hunting.
君のは?
Got anything for yourself?
前の包丁はなくしちゃったから、それきり。だから守ってね。
I lost my kitchen knife, so you'll have to protect me, alright?
任せて。
Sure, I had zero confidence in pulling it off, but sometimes bravado is important to hold on to. We went to Haru-chan's room. It wasn't locked. The room was no bigger than the others, but it was a huge mess, but it didn't look like there was a corpse present. She either had already woken up and went outside without locking the door, or a corpse somewhere inside, like Yoshitsugu. I gained a habit of expecting the worst.
Yasunaga-kun wa?
What about Yasunaga-kun?
同じ。
The same.
メイコのところへ行こう。
Let's check on Meiko. Today's mist was denser than usual. Just extending my arm enough was to make my hand hazy and indistinct. I kept walking, knife in my right hand and Shamie's hand in my left. The settlement was way too quiet. We headed for the village plaza. Almost tripped a few times on the field paths, but Shamie kept me on my feet with a few warnings. I could keep going as long as she was with me. We arrived at the plaza. There was no one here. Basically, there was no need to use the dining hall as a go-to gathering spot anymore. We passed Rikako Uematsu's house. It didn't look unlocked, but I couldn't hear any indications of movement inside. Was she asleep, or did something happen to her? Whatever the case, I had no choice but to ignore
ここだ
her.
っけ
It was here, right? Yeah. Meiko's place was open. Thankfully, all I found inside was a messy futon. It was the same as Haru-chan's room, but now that it happened with 3 people, it was safe to assume that something just plain wasn't right.
チエミ悪いけどこれ返す
Jamie, sorry, you can have this back. Huh? I gave her the knife. I grabbed a stick lying against the house.
どういうこと？
What's wrong?
実際に使える武器がいるからそれよりどこを目指そう
I need a weapon I can actually use. That said, where do we go next?
やっぱりお堂かな。
The hall, right? As it turned out, that was exactly where the other inhabitants were, with the exception of one. Anyways.
遅かったね。いや、私らが早すぎたか。
You're late, or maybe we're early. Haru Makishima, she was in her usual agitated state. Tai, she was silently chanting something to herself. Meiko, Haru had her hands on her hands on her shoulders, but she still looked anxious.
おはよう
Finally,
チエネ
good morning, Chiene. Yeah, I guess this kind of confirms it. The wolves are Yasunaga and Taiba. It 100%, or at least I'm mostly confirmed
そ
them.
れに久石春明さん
Yasunaga, his face was grim. Those were all the people here, meaning
つ
that.
いに野里さんか。
So they finally got Nasato-san, huh? A simple process of elimination was enough to know who was gone. Anyway, it's time for the first
メイ
battle.
コおいで
Meiko, come here, please. She tried to walk to us. No! But Haru stopped her. It was time. I raised my stick and... Huh?
本性を表しましたか久石さん
So you finally revealed your true colors, Fuaishi-san. Yasunaga stood my way. He had a menacing-looking grass sickle in his hand. He readied for a
あ
swing.
なたが全ての不幸の根源だ最後だと思って今朝実力に訴えるのは予想してましたよ
You're the cause of all the misery here. It's the end, so I knew it would come to pure strength.
嘘。
No. No, wait, what?
チエネは騙されてたんだこの人が汚れの元凶だよこの人を宴に混ぜないのは失敗なんだ
You were tricked. He's the one who caused all this. Not letting him join the feast was a mistake. I'm pretty sure he's the... Since I'm pretty confident he's the wolf, he's trying one last bit to try and change everything.
この人をくくってれば母さんも義継もみんな死ななくてよかった
If we'd hanged him, Mom, Yoshizuku, and everyone else would still be alive.
で、
Wait, that's...
今日はこの人をくくるんだ
We'll hang him today. That'll end
安
everything.
永君よくないな誰も知らないストーリーを軸に大事な話を進めたら
Yasunaga-kun, you shouldn't try to advance the situation based on a story no one knows.
あなたもでしょ。どうして急に殴りかかろうとしたの？
What about you? Why did you try to attack?
おおそりゃそうだちなみに行動理由は人質奪還ね
Oh, good point. I'll tell you. I want to take back the
だ
hostage.
からそれは。
Oh, but that's...
まあその前にここで混乱の極みを味わっているちえみちゃんに
Well,
フォ
before
ロー
that,
しておく許可をくれよ
let me just help Chami-chan understand. Look how confused she is. Huh? What? They didn't say another word. Chami and Meiko were the only ones who seemed confused at all. Basically, the others had prepared for this.
誰が狼かはさておいてまず大事なことは2つ
Ignoring who's a wolf here, there's two important things you gotta keep in
ま
mind.
ず昨日僕はメイコに対してこの集落を脱出することを持ちかけたそれは昨日皆に聞かれたと考えるべき
First, yesterday, I told Meiko I wanted to escape the settlement with her. It's safe to best to assume everyone here knows
村
that.
からの脱走は禁忌それは知ってる問題は村からの脱走をみすみす見逃す側も汚れの対象になるかどうかって点
Escaping the village is taboo. I know that. The question is whether letting someone escape makes you a target of corruption.
だから早朝にメイコの身柄を押さえたこれはまあ話としてわかる
That is why you secured Meiko first thing in the morning, and I can totally understand
もう
that.
一つ昨日ちえみと安永くんは対立関係になったそのままならば今日の宴では両者の一騎打ちだ
The other thing is that Chami and Yasunaga-kun ended up on opposing sides yesterday. Owing to that, today's feast would be a one-on-one between
基
them.
本的にははるちゃんの票をほぼ確定票で抑えている安永くんが有利だろう
Since Haru-chan will almost always take Yasunaga's side, he'd have an
し
advantage.
かし、タエさんとメイコという不動票がある以上、確定じゃない。
But with Tai-san and Meiko as swing votes, his victory is not guaranteed.
だから、ちえみと和解して、唯一の部外者である僕を狙うのが、一番安全確実だと踏んだんだよね。
That's why you decided that reconciling with Chamie and going after the only outsider here was the safest way, right?
違う。
You're wrong.
違わない。
I'm not.
だから僕を黙らせるために、メイコを人質に取っている。
I'm not. That's why you took Meiko as a hostage. You want me silenced.
違う。あなたがこの子を人質に取って僕らにひどい要求をすると思ったから。
No, I just thought you'd take her as a hostage and ask us to do horrible things.
僕にそんなことをして何の得がある？ぶっちゃけ僕は宴には関わってない。
Oh, but
君
what
だ
would
って
I...
納得してたはずだ。
Oh, but what would I gain from that? After all, I'm not part of the feast. You agreed to that yourself, didn't you?
それが間違いだったんですよ。じゃあこの場の他の誰が元凶だって言うんですか？
That was a mistake. If not you, then who else could be the cause of everything
僕
here?
もハルちゃんも家族を失った。タイバーだってタクミさんを失った。
Haru-chan and I
僕ら
lost...
はみんな大事な誰かを失ってる。
Haru-chan and I lost family. Taiba lost Takumi-san. We all lost people important to
じゃ
us.
あ失ってないのは
And
あ
who
なた
didn't...
だけだ。久石春明さん。
And who didn't lose anything? Only you, Haruki Foster-san. Oh, so that was his story, huh? Sorry, Yasunaga, but you're a bad
君
storyteller.
は嘘とか無茶を言うときに雄弁になる癖があるみたいだね。
Ah. You seem to have a habit of putting up a wall of well-spoken words when lying or putting on an
ふざける
act.
のは大概にしてください。
Please, stop messing around.
さすがに今はおふざけは自重してるよ、安永くん。君は人を感情で動かそうとしすぎている。
Oh, but I'm not. Yasunaga-kun, you're trying way too hard to manipulate people using their emotions.
そして、ちえみのことも舐めている。君の言動のおかしなところを感情論で押し切れると思っている。
You also underestimate Chamie by thinking you can just use that as a smokescreen for the holes in your story.
確かに、すべての悪事を僕のせいにすれば、感情的には収まりがつくだろう。
Well, from an emotional standpoint, blaming me for everything is definitely the easiest way.
しかし一方で、君は自分のキャラを大事にしなさすぎだ。冷静沈着。年上の暴論にも理屈でこうするキャラをね。
But on the other hand, you're selling yourself short. You're calm, cool, and collected. The type of guy who argues against adult absurdity with facts and logic.
勝手な分析やめてください。
Please stop this pointless analysis.
まあ、それは10年だか何年だか、君を見てきた村の方々が決めることだ。僕や君が決めるものじゃない。
Well, that's something for the villagers to decide, not me. They're the ones who've watched you for years.
もちろん君だって、心境の変化があってもおかしくないほど、辛い体験をしたっていうのはわかる。
Of course, I also understand you went through something difficult enough to change you.
じゃあ、聞いてみようよ。
Then let me ask you this.
君が完全に理性を失って、僕というよそ者に怒りを向けているのか。
Are you blaming everything on the outsider because you've lost to your own emotions?
あるいはとても冷静に、僕をくくって今日の宴を空振りさせ、自分の有利にことを運ぼうとしているのか。
Or are you actually acting rationally to make sure that you hang me and waste today's feast so that you can tip the scales in your favor?
つまり、昼の死刑を回避して得をする陣営の人間なのか。
As in, are you someone who'd benefit from wasting today's lynching?
どっちだと思う？チエミ。
What do you think, Chamie? She gasped and looked at Yasunaga Oribe. There was suspicion in her eyes, not trust.
言えばよかったんだ。僕のことを狼だと。
You could have simply said that I was a wolf.
それでも言わなかった。あくまで元凶と言い続けた。自分が狼だと知っているから。
Yet you didn't. You just said that I'm the cause of all this, because you are a wolf yourself.
嘘をつくのが苦手なんだろう。かといって勝負どころじゃ、つかなきゃならない嘘はつかなきゃダメなんだよ。
You hate lying, don't you? You know, when the chips are down, you have to commit to the lie.
チエネ！こんな奴のことを信じるの？
Chane, you're gonna believe him? Yeah, when he's resorting to that and not a proper rebuttal, you know that he doesn't have anything.
そうやって理屈に対して感情論しか準備してないのは君の甘いところだ。
Making an emotional appeal.
君は最後まで理屈で戦うべきだった。
Making an emotional appeal in the face of cold logic is a bad move here. You need to fight logic with logic until the end.
あんたに何がわかる？ヘラヘラしてるだけで何もしなかった。できなかったくせに。
Shut up, what do you know? You just wasted time not doing anything because you couldn't. You had a point there. I did feel like shit about that. I should have joined the feast from the get-go. If I had, I wouldn't have wasted time on pointless arguments and autopsies. However,
僕はな、
you know,
自分で考える頭を持ってたくせに、早々に迷信におもねって、弟と母親を見殺しにした君に対して。
You know, right here, there's a guy who can think for himself, but just played along with a dumb superstition, letting both his brother and mother die.
一人の大人として、率直に怒ってるんだぜ。
As an adult,
安永君。
I'm really mad at him, Yasunaga-kun. Once I said that, Yasunaga hung his head and fell silent. 10 seconds of silence were enough for everyone to realize he'd lost the argument. However, the expression on his face was abnormally calm.
確かに僕は狼ですが。
True, I really am a wolf. He spoke as if it wasn't a big
あな
deal.
たはいくつか勘違いをしてる。
But you are misunderstanding a few things. That just made it seem even more abnormal.
僕らは勝ってるんですよ。
We've already won. The only way that would be the case is if there... Oh! But that would mean there'd have to be 3 wolves. He tossed away the grass sickle. His voice wasn't nearly as passionate as before. It was cold and rational. He demonstrated confidence rooted in sound logic. But I couldn't understand what he meant.
もう一人の狼、出てきてください。
Other wolf, please reveal yourself. What's the point of that?
いいね、ヤス君。
Are you sure, Yasukun?
ええ。もういいです。
Yes, that's enough.
私がもう一人の狼。
I am the other wolf. I couldn't make sense of this. He decided to generously concede by selling out his partner, and now that he's cornered. No, he said he'd already won. Even if there were 2, there are 4 of us. They'd lose in votes. My answer came from a completely unexpected direction.
兄ちゃんやっぱりタイバーと兄ちゃんが狼様だったんだね。
A shout of pure, unadulterated joy? Ah, so she is the... She became the least comprehensible of anyone present. She ran to Yasunaga and hugged him. She hesitated for a moment, but reciprocated. Mako, still clueless as ever, walked over.
ごめんな。お姉ちゃんに隠れときな。
I'm sorry, hide behind Chamie.
ヤキさん、これって一
Haruki,
体。
what is this?
わからん。
I don't know. I really didn't, but I had a feeling something wasn't quite right for a while now. I suspected it to be made clear now. I was certain of it and left me feeling uneasy.
OK。主導権は君に移った。説明を聞かせてもらえるかな。
But here's the question. Why did he consider the attempt to lie if he already had won? Why not simply bring everyone together and then gloat when we were about to leave? We're missing something still. Okay, you have the initiative here. How about you explain?
タエバー、お願い。
Taiba, explain it.
もうずっとヤス君には頼りっぱなしだったからね。
Fine, fine. I've been relying on you too much all this time. So she wasn't even denying
し
it.
ーちゃん、メイコちゃん、
Not
俺
me.
は話しちゃおらんかったけどね。
Che, Mako, this is something I never told ya.
昔、ずーっと昔に、私が娘だった頃に、上富士吉の門が山祭りで酔って言うとったのよ。
A long, long time ago, when I was still a girl, Kame Fujiyoshi's people got drunk.
読み意味の宴についての本当のお話をね。
And revealed the truth behind the feast of the Yomi Purge. The truth. Tai was told us a story that's very similar to the legend told in the strange village. Well, it was less that it was similar, and more like I was looking at it from the opposite angle. The part about the Great Lord Shinai sending the 5 guardians to help people was the same. 4 of them teamed up with the humans to murder the wolves. However, in the real story, the good and bad sides are reversed. Apparently, the people in the 4 guardians joined the Yomi on the very first feast of the Yomi Purge. Basically, all of them were Yomi Bido. They all ganged up on, overpowered, and expulsed the wolves who tried to resist till the very end. That meant this land belonged to the Yomi Bido for a long time. The wolves were summoned here by none other than Shinai Sama herself. Some people of the Yasumizu were given the blessing of the wolves and had to free Yomi Bido. Basically, it was a holy war for them, and that was the truth behind the feast of the Yomi Purge. Tai continued her explanation.
そんなもんは上富士吉の方々が私たちをバカにしてから考えたもんじゃと思ったのよね。
At first, we thought the people of Kami Fujoshi just made it up to make fun of
だ
us.
けどそうじゃない。本当じゃと親鸞様は加護をくださるとともにそう言われなさった。
But we found out it was true when we became blessed by Shinai-sama
じゃ
himself.
からね、ちいちゃん。
So to see Chi-chan.
あたしらはみんな亡きにしてやらねばならんかったのよ。
That's why we had to slay everyone.
つらかったけどもね。
It hurt a lot, though.
匠も苦しそうにしとったけれど。
Takumi suffered greatly, too.
でもこうしてやらねば読み人は救われんと親鸞様は言われるのよ。
What we had to do was save the Yomibito. That's what Shinai-sama said. Tai Yamakawa was crying. Alright, so she was now a confirmed culprit, believed the murders to be a salvation. There were just 2 more points I didn't understand. The corruption and the eerie message. Most things made sense if you switched around Shinai-sama's enemies and allies. The idea of people wearing those outfits could be the good guys was a little weird, but well, that's the culture here, apparently. Or maybe the only Yobito, me too, saw them as evil. Maybe that's a story here. The problem here was that...
そんな話知らない。
that Jamie didn't know this.
僕は加護を受けた時に知った。
I only found out when I was blessed. So even Yasa Anaga didn't know about it. I still remembered some of his words.
学校の先生の受け売りですけど、思想を与えればいいんじゃないですか？
This is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, right?
要は自分たちのしていることが正しいと思えればいいんじゃないかって。
Basically, you need to make them think they're doing the right thing. He really hated lies, didn't he? He basically told me the truth of things. The feast actually had a system that made zealous murderers out of people. Whatever, enough about
な
Yasunaga.
ぜハルちゃんは知ってた？
Then why did Haru-chan know? She was glad when she realized Yasunaga was a wolf. Basically, she already knew the real story, that the wolves were apparently the good guys. Why?
狼様が私に教えてくれた。
The Okami-sama told me.
おじいちゃんが死んだ日に私の夢に出てそう教えてくれたんだ。
They showed up on the day Oji-chan died and told me about it. This reminds me, the Crow never actually got to fulfill their role since only one actual lynching was ever done, and it was made pretty obvious from the start they were innocent, but even then, the Crow was likely already dead by that point, due to how many bodies were around. They showed up on my dreams the day Oji-chan died and told me about it. Nonsense, insanity. She seriously decided to throw her life away over a dream? But on the day Oji-chan died, he died the night before Haru-chan tried to run away from the settlement. She believed the dream. She started to despair over being surrounded by Yomibito and planned to escape. That made
で
sense.
もタイバーはきっと正しい言い伝えを知ってると思った。タイバーが知らないはずないって。
I did think that Taiba would know the real story. There's no way she couldn't.
なのに言い出さないからもしかしたらって思ってたし。
But she didn't say it, so I thought maybe she was a
兄
wolf.
ちゃんは二人で話した時もしかしたらって思って。
And I began to think the same thing about Nii-chan when we talked. It all clicked. She believed the sudden revelation despite a lack of proof. And then man she liked was in the minority that had justice on her side. And right now, she would betray the humans to join the wolves. She believed Yasunaga Oribe was right with all of her heart. And so, the wolf had 3 votes for the feast.
知恵姉とメイコが僕に投票しても
I can't be killed.
僕を殺すことはできない。
I cannot be killed even if Chene and Meiko both vote for
ル
me.
ールを曲げて不採司さんを宴に呼んでも3票だ。決選投票をしても
Even if
一
you
人
bend,
に選ぶことはできない。
even if you bend the rules and count Fusaishan's vote, it'd just be 3. You couldn't choose one even if we did a final vote. But,
かくして二人とも欠けることなく狼の勝ちです。
and now without either of dying, we win. That still doesn't explain why he tried the deception to get Chaemi to join him. It doesn't really... I mean, like you said, they've already won, so what is the purpose of it exactly?
楽勝でしたね。
It was easy. I saw it clearly now, I understood.
春明さん。
Z?
そうだね。安永くんの
Yeah, Yasunaga's
言う通り
right.
だ。知恵みたちの、いや、僕たちの 負けだ。
It looks like we've all lost. Everyone had different reactions to my words. Chimei backed away and gasped. Tay closed her eyes and sighed. Meiko didn't seem to understand anything. Yasunaga didn't react at all. Haru was smiling. Oh man, all I had left was the filthy, annoying adult I was.
何よ。あ、兄ちゃん。この房石さんは
Oh, what's gonna
どう
happen
な
to
るの？
Fusashi-san?
このまま何も関わらないのならば、
I'll
僕は無視する。
I'll ignore him if he doesn't interfere. So he's alright, so he's basically being counted as an outsider from the start.
そう。
I see. Was that relief just now? I'm sorry, but I couldn't enjoy my sudden jump in popularity.
なきにせいでも
We
い
don't.
いのかね。
Oh, we don't have to slay him?
必要なら、新内様がどうにかするさ。
Shinai-sama will do something if need be. That dispassionate tone didn't do much to convince me to truly believe this ridiculous
で
superstition.
も、黙ってはいないのでしょ
But you
あな
won't
たは。
ignore this, will you? Yeah, he's gonna attack because he knows he has no choice.
さあね。正直、そっちが善玉なら、読み人側に手を貸すのも微妙って気はしてきたし。
Who knows, honestly, if you're the good guys, I don't know if I should help the Yomibito side. Haruki-san,
思ったより薄情なんですね。
you're crueler than I
都
thought.
会人の合理性とでも思ってくれれば
We city folk value a
見
well-reasoned
損な
argument.
った。とは言いませんよ。正しい判断です。とても正しい。
I want to say I misjudged you. It's the right decision. Very right, in fact. Big words.
ちょっと。そんなのないでしょ。あなたあれだけ GNA のことが好きとか言っておいて見捨てるの？
Hey, what the hell? You said you liked Chine, didn't you? And now you're gonna abandon her? Good point. Well, yeah, I was pretty damn cold-blooded.
痛いところを疲れるばかりでも不愉快だから、反論しちゃおうかな。
I'm not too fond of being hit where it hurts, so I guess I'll respond.
はるちゃんよ。
Haru-chan.
何よ。
What?
わかってると思うけど、君は死ぬぜ。
You know you're gonna die too, right?
それで、いいんだよな。
And you okay with that? Huh? This was pretty damn bad, honestly. Apparently, this great Lord Shinai was a huge scumbag. You should have told her that much.
君に聖典を教えたところで、君が人側であることに変わりはない。
Even if you've been told the real story, you're still human.
君は狼になったわけではないだろう。匠さんや野里さんを殺したわけではないだろう。
You haven't become a wolf, have you? You didn't kill Takumi-san or Nasoto-san, right? Right, and this doesn't seem like one of those games where the wolves have the ability to turn one of the humans.
殺してないけど。
I didn't...
なぜだか知らないが、君は聖典を知ってしまっただけのただの人だ。
I don't know why, but you're just a human who knows the true story.
だから人が負けるということは、君も死ぬということだ。
That's why the human's defeat means your death.
二人きりの時の話で、安永くんが狼である可能性に思い当たったと言っていたね。
You said you thought Yasunoga might have been a wolf when you talked together, right?
安永くんがミスでそんなことをするとは思えないから、きっと君の挙動不審から、君がそういう役回りだと感づいて。
I don't think he would ever let something like that slip, so he probably realized your role from the way you were acting.
それで、自分の正体を確定させないままに誘導して、君が誘いに乗るかどうかを試したんじゃないかと思うわけだけど。
He was probably trying to lead you by showing hints, but not revealing his identity in order to test whether or not you join
狼
him.
は、そういう役回りの人がいることを知っていた、ということじゃないのかな。
The wolves probably know there was a human who had that
そ
role.
れが、どうした？
And what of it? He actually said that. This was the part where he's supposed to start lying. By not denying that, you basically admitted you were an absolute scumbag who used Haru knowing you'd have to kill her. Was he that bad at lying? Then how did he survive for so long? Wait, something's very wrong here. I seriously misunderstood, and soon enough my hunch was proven right.
本当。
Seriously?
それが
What of it?
何だってのかしらね。
I had the feeling it was going this direction. Haru's voice was brimming with joy. A carefree smile laced with seductive
読
intoxication.
み人はくくられなきゃならない。
Yomibito need to be hung.
汚れた。醜い。
Or
おぞましい
corrupt,
私たちには
filthy, disgusting.
狼様の渦と爪だけが救いなの。
We can only be saved by the wolves' whorls and claws.
誰だってわかるわ。そんなこと。
Everyone knows that.
だから、兄ちゃんは、香織さんを手にかけたんだもん。
That's why you finished off Kori-san, right?
お母さんを幸せにするために。
You wanted to make your mother happy. Yeah, this is a lot of details that we couldn't because we were on the outside of everything the entire time.
その通り。
Yeah, exactly.
兄ちゃん、春も幸せにして。
Nii-chan, make me happy too. Haru Makishima coquettishly leaned on him. Yasunaga Oribe brought her closer without even a flicker of emotion crossing his face. His Tai watched him with a broad smile. What? What the hell? What were these people?
それで知恵ね、どうする？
So Chiene, what will you do?
おとなしくするなら救ってあげる。
If you listen to me, I'll save you. I underestimated it. I underestimated the madness of Yasumizu, and I realized it too late. The Feast of the Yomi Purge wasn't just a system where zealous murderers killed each other. There's also something here that completely shattered people on a fundamental level, like a gear of madness. Those who knew the real story found salvation in death. That insane tale instantly convinced people it was right to agree and to find peace in that. And I was actually surrounded by these very people. Understanding that made me remember that she was from here too. Chame was trying to take a step forward. I should have realized this earlier. She was afraid of God, was just like them, and accepted their salvation. Both hands of madness probably had roots in the same thing. She was just as susceptible as the madness as they were. However, it wasn't too late for her. Yasunaga's expression stayed the same. Right before I looked away, I saw a slight change. It was bitterness, irritation, something out of place on the victor's face. That made me realize his plan for the scene wasn't lost to madness. Then I had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity. I grabbed Chamey's hand. I pulled so much force she fell on her backside, but I didn't care. I dashed past her and swung my weapon. It hit Haru once, Tae twice, and Yasunaga Oribe 5 or 6 times. I ran with Chame and Meiko, who were completely dumbfounded and fled the hall. There was no time to waste. I had to hurry and escape. If I didn't waste the one chance I'd waste the one chance he gave me. Haruki-san, what are you doing? What's going on?
なあ、ちえみ。
Hey, Chame.
あの安永君ってのは本当に頭が良くてやがるな。
Yasunaga-kun really has a good head on his shoulders, doesn't he? What are you talking about? Ah, my hand hurts. I'll fall. I was probably irritated, but not just because of hunger. It's because of the epiphany I'd had, and because it took me so long to reach it. Yasunaga had a different motive. He have a crush on Seimi, so he didn't want to hurt her if no one else. So,
残っていた合理的思考でわずかでも彼女を救う可能性があるのは脱出しかないと判断した。
so you had what little reason you still had to conclude the only way to save her was through escape.
しかし、大っぴらに脱出を認めれば他の全員に汚れが及ぶがゆえに。
But letting someone escape would subject everyone else to the corruption.
僕が全員を叩きのめして無理やり連れて行ったという形を取らざるを得なかったということなのだろう。くそ。
So he had to have me beat up everyone and take her by force to avoid that shit. If he didn't intend to let me run away, he wouldn't have thrown away the sickle. He was basically signaling for me to understand and attack him. In the end, he was far more clever than me. I never stopped dancing to his tune. Regardless of, no, exactly because of that, I had to help these two escape no matter what. After all, I'm an adult. By the way, using an adult without relying on oneself was a very adult thing to do. Yasunaga Oribe. Good luck with the rest. We crossed the field paths, we went past the stone graves, and over the boundary. Descending the cliff took a lot of patience. It didn't seem like they were chasing us, so we could go down carefully. Chamey's expression was dead. She'd been hit hard with a revelation. The board game had been flipped over, she'd lost, and now she suddenly had to say goodbye to her old friends. It was hard to just laugh that off. Should I have told her about Yasunaga's intentions? I did consider it, but I couldn't bring myself to. He chose to save her by sacrificing their relationship. If she knew, she'd probably want to go back to the settlement. Or maybe I just didn't want to say it because of my own pride. That was fine by me, too. Being able to shrug off unfairness was one of the blessings of adulthood. So I consoled her, shouted to Meiko to be more careful, and generally talked as much as I could. The mist grew more and more dense.
ねえ、チエミ。
Hey, Chamey?
もう、村の外って言ってよくない？
I think we're already outside the village.
やったぞ。ほら、何事もなく抜けられた。
We did it, and look, nothing happened. We
そう
did
そう
it.
さあ、川を下って町に戻ろう。
Yeah, now let's cross the river and return to town.
川どっち？
Where's the river? I couldn't see anything. I hadn't just lost my bearings. It was worse than that. I couldn't even see Chamey or Meiko's faces, and I was actually holding their hands. We were already at the bottom of the cliff, walking on the stones. We heard water, so it was clear we were close to the river. But I didn't know if we could keep going right now.
ちょっと休もうか。
Let's rest. We can't, Shamey. I thought she was gonna freak out again, but
違うの。
no, that's not it. She stopped
聞こ
me.
えないかな。水音以外に何か。
Don't you hear it? Ignore the water. Confused, I strained my
何
ears.
か聞こえる？
And what am I supposed to hear?
ワンワン
Woof woof.
追ってきてる。
They're coming after us. They were acting strange. I strained my ears. Was it above us? I could hear the faint sound of rustling leaves at the top of the cliff. We gotta run.
もう疲れた
But I'm tired.
荒木さん、メイコちゃんを。
Haruki, take Mako. The intensity in Shamey's voice made me take the situation seriously. Well, if the sound was just the wind, was she jumping at shadows? But I would have been lying if I said I wasn't worried. Now we're too close to quit now. After all, a question still remained unanswered. And according to legend, this was their HQ. Wait, they're the good guys, right? Still, this wasn't a normal place. I had to get out of here ASAP. After a while, I was forced to recognize the anomaly. We couldn't reach the river. I ran along the riverbed. It should have been small, just a few meters wide. But even after 10 minutes of running, there's no sight of the river. We couldn't get anywhere. It's just like ring wandering. A phenomenon where people wander snowy peaks, lose their sense of direction, and end up walking in circles. However, even if my sight was limited, how could anyone get lost in such a small riverbed? I could hear the stream right next to me. This felt wrong. I was as good as blind. All I could trust were my ears, but that just made me realize how useless that was to rely on. I trusted my sense of direction less with every passing second. So, the sounds of parting grass in the distance, sound of claws stepping on rocks, they were getting closer. I couldn't be certain. Eventually, we slowed down. The others didn't say anything, but they were clearly exhausted. We hadn't eaten for days, not to mention the dense mist made our clothes uncomfortably damp and cold. We walked along the riverbed without uttering a single word. The sound of water wasn't getting closer, but something else sure was. Something. Things I didn't know scared me. The chill and fear strangled me like a garrote as I carried Mako past up from exhaustion on my back. How long has it been like this? Suddenly, the hand I was dragging became heavier. Shamey had stopped.
荒木さん。
She called my name through the mist.
何かな？
What? I tried to sound lighthearted, but I wasn't confident I pulled it off.
もうダメだ。
We're done for. Her voice suggested a grim smile.
何を言ってんだ？
What are you saying? Unlike before, I couldn't manage the defiant tone I'd use whenever she said something dumb. It's true that something unnatural was happening. There was no simple explanation. Crap, it's in the endless staircase from Mario 64. Quick, we're gonna have to do that jump trick if we want to get out of this, and that's not easy to do when so tired. And Shamey was wearing down both physically and emotionally.
ちょっと休もう。それで進めばすぐ抜けられる。大丈夫だ。
Let's rest a bit. We'll get through this if we just go a bit further. Don't worry.
ダメだよ。無理だよ。
No, it's impossible.
あのね、
Why?
私がいたら、きっと川は越えられないんだ。
I think you can't get past this river as long as I'm with you. Wait, what?
だって
That's
言っ
like...
てたじゃん。読み人は私たちの方
You
だ。
heard what we said. What they said. We're the Yomibito.
だから、
So...
だから彼岸を渡れないとでも言うつもりか。
So you're not worthy of crossing or
だ
something?
って、
I mean...
だって私、小さい頃からずっと休みずのものを食べてきた。
I've been eating Yasumizu's food since I was a little girl.
それ、私は
And
嫌
I'm
われてる
corrupted.
から。
So that's why... So she did know the food was unsafe.
ちえみ
Jamie.
見ないで。
Don't look at me. I turned around and pulled her by the arm. I looked at her face from point-blank range. It was covered in brown and yellow blisters. Before I could even be surprised or disgusted, I just kissed her. Sugary taste of oppressive rust filled my mouth and spread throughout my throat. I didn't care. Then, discarding all unnecessary emotions, I hugged her as hard as I could. My breath and thoughts ceased. I kept up until the pain began to fade, then disappeared completely. Eventually, our lips were separated again. She prioritized words over breaths.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Even so, I hugged her tight. I couldn't lose to something so ridiculous. She weakly hugged me back, but she couldn't keep it up. Let's go. I'm telling you.
行こ
Let's go. The presence of the distance was closing in, to be sure. We walked. I felt like I'd been walking for several hours now. Our pursuers were close, but I had no intention of rushing. Jamie is slowly but surely getting weaker. Her speed slackened with every step, and the weight on my arm was becoming heavier. I could hear her cough and vomit something out. She apologized every time she did, and I basically just replied with, "It's alright," using different words each time. We walked. Jamie's feet began to wake wet sounds with every step. Maybe we'd actually been here only a few minutes. Jamie kept apologizing. Maybe we haven't moved a single meter. Maybe none of this was real. And maybe nothing happened and we'd be weird. Eventually, Jamie called out with a hoarse voice.
Haruaki san.
The fact that she said something different sparked a baseless hope, and so, thank you. Her gratitude was followed by another wet sigh. I had fun. With those final words, her weight vanished. It was strange. After all, I was holding her hand. Or were you? Or rather, only her hand. Well, at least she gave him a hand when he needed it most. Sorry, that's probably the worst possible time to say something like that. With a splash, her body fluid spread around, her limbs and entrails collapsed. Chamie was gone, leaving only behind a rotty hand. Perhaps her remains were piling up in the mist ahead. I had a strange certainty I wouldn't touch it ever again. Was this what they called a Yomibido? I couldn't accept this. I don't care. Take a part of me outside. Ah, the promise we made. I put the hand in my jacket pocket. I took Mako still sleeping and shifted my grip to make carrying her easier. I continued walking for far too long. Mako woke up. She was shocked that Chamie was gone and cried, but when she wanted to walk by herself, she said she wanted to walk by herself, so I put her down. The very next moment, she was dragged into the mist. It was clearly a malicious force that did that. To me, it looked like some sort of furry arm. A scream resounded. It was an inhuman, animalistic scream. After hesitating, I turned to run and caught a glimpse of something beastly the mist Mako had disappeared into. I ran. And ran. Suddenly, I felt myself step into something wet. I had actually arrived the river. It was meaningless. I'd lost everything. And in the end, only I survived. I don't care what. Take a part of me outside. Was there any meaning to fulfilling that promise? No, the meaning was for me to find. That's why I had to survive and find a forest, yeah. I still had that hope back then. They finally broke the mist and showed themselves. Oh, of course, this really was hell, wasn't it? I wasn't in the human realm or Nirvana. It was a river of hell, so of course both sides are going to be hell. There was no splash when we threw Takumi-san's body in, was there? The moment we ran into the mist and down the cliff, our bodies vanished from the world and reached a place from which there was no return. And I finally had no choice but accept it. As someone had taken in the flesh and blood of a Yomibido Chamie, I couldn't escape either. That was why I screamed stupidly, only imagining going a few steps before the sinister claws tore me apart. Damn it, where had I gone wrong? Descending into Saranaga? Not believing Chamie when she said we couldn't escape? No, it goes back earlier than that. I already knew the answer. I really wish I'd been part of Yasumizu and participated in the feast of the Yomi Purge. Maybe I could have gotten a different ending than this. That was the last thought that went through my mind before it all faded away. Bloodier death obtained, indeed. Yeah, well, as the player, we did get the omniscience to get to see the feasts and stuff like that. There was definitely a lot of details left out. But, like, we could get some important details, but simple things people mention here and there are not going to be given in a recap. Side comments and stuff, probably shouldn't have made out with her like that. Depends how, yeah, it depends how it went with that, because, you know, he did the whole break bread thing and everything with her at the start before the whole thing even started. It might have been too late to begin with. Prepare for the next feast. Raging loop, whirls and claws. Obtain key 4, sink into Nirvana. You can find in the key list. The route unlocked is represented by the same number on the scenario chart. Ending number 1. Watch the hint corner? Yes. Why not? We haven't seen our buddy in a while. Hey, Chief, congratulations are in order.
最初のメインルート、読みはこれで終了だ。達成感とラブラブな空気に存分に浸るがいいぜ。
You've now cleared Yomi, the first main route. Embrace that sense of accomplishment and lovey-dovey atmosphere.
無理かよ。せっかくテンション上げてやったのによ。
No,
まあ無理もねえか。とんでもねえ鬱な結末だったもんな。
No, not in the mood for any of that? Well, that makes sense. Wasn't exactly a very happy ending.
が、気合い入れてくれ。より良い結末をお望みなら力になるぜ。
Oh, but keep your chin up. I'll help you find your way to a better ending. Yeah, that's what these keys are for.
今回のバッドじゃないエンド1。題して、知恵ねえと楽しい沢遊びについてだが。
Alright, so this one wasn't a bad ending, but ending 1. Fun in the marshes with Chiene!
ぶっちゃけ正解だからな。アドバイスはね。
Since it wasn't a bad ending, I got no advice for
よ
ya.
りマシな結末を探すなら、久石春明が言ってた通り、積極的に宴に加わる方法を探すことが大事だ。
If you want to find a better ending, you need to find a way to proactively participate in the feast, like Haruki Washi said. And of course, I will state for the record, we don't know for sure if the wolves will be the same regardless of path. It's possible they might change from route to route. But there's a reason it has a whole web after all. But yeah, like I said, participating in the feast is a huge deal because seeing small side comments and things that end up being a big deal later are something we miss from when all we hear is recaps. Even from the player's side, there might be something important we miss.
今回手に入ったキー4を握りしめ、適切な場所に向かうんだ。
And with the key number 4, you now have the means to head down that path.
シナリオチャートを見ればわかるが、これで開く鍵は随分前にある。
You can tell from the scenario chart, but the lock this opens is way back.
1、起点の振り出しだ。
Just so you know, it's in part 1, start, the starting
あ
point.
そこに最初に並んでた鍵付き選択肢がようやくこれで開く。新ルート、潜入が探索可能になるぜ。
That was the first lock choice you had, and now you can finally open it and head onto the new route,
よ
infiltration.
り混迷を極める事件に肉薄し、今回の後悔をもう味わわないよう、全力を尽くしてやってくれよ、大将。
Take on an even more chaotic scenario and give it your all, so you don't taste the same despair as this time.
つうわけで、今回はここまで。次も元気に死んでこい。
With that said, that's it for this time. Die another hearty death next time.
そういう夢だったってわけだ。
This was just a dream, right?
次はもっとうまくやれ。
Do better next time.
羊が1匹。
Sheep to sheep.
羊が2匹。
Closed on the road and killed the engine. Steeper than I thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out. Oh, right. We've already gone through all this. Alright, so, recall. Suddenly, a rush of memories went to my mind. Remember incident. Right, how did I forget? I've already experienced this looping phenomenon, or whatever. Hold on, looping, what the hell? There's no way something like that could. But if that wasn't it, what else could explain this? Also notice that there's 3 wolves in here, despite there only being 2. Interesting. How else could I, someone who died once, be alive right now? I had to clear memories of getting caught up in a strange incident at the Yasamizu, and shit, I couldn't remember how it ended. It was like this last time too, my memory's all fragmented. But I did remember when I went to Yasamizu, met the people there, and died. Had I come back here when, or because I died? That's a ridiculous idea, but the pain and fear I felt back then were just so vivid and fresh in my mind that I couldn't simply dismiss it as a dream or illusion. There's no point in lying to myself. I was here having experienced something that made me sure I died. It was an incomplete memory of the future. I had no idea why I had it, but I definitely did. I had to come to terms with it first and foremost. The gas tank wasn't empty, but my phone couldn't get a signal. It when I was running out of battery and my throat was dry, exactly like last time. That meant I was about to arrive at... I knew it. I really didn't want to meet that employee again, but from what I experienced, she was the only one I'd met before going to Fujiyoshi, so avoiding her probably wasn't a good idea. Her attitude was shit, but at least she always did what I asked. Though I really didn't want to drive down that unpaved road again. Once again, greeted her customer in a borderline insane way. Made me kind of relieved. I wanted to believe it was just a trick of the mind. It was just like before, too. To her, I was just an annoying late-night customer. Oh well, I'll just buy what I wanted.
くださいな。
I'll take these.
あ？どんだけ買う気なんだよ。
Eh? Why you getting so much crap? No reason. Yasumizu was just desperately poor, and that had me worried. Dude, what was her problem? I was a customer. There's so much stuff, she had to use the register. Still grumbling, she started scanning barcodes. Once she was done, I paid and asked...
近場の人里を目指したいんですけど、地図を見せてもらえませんか?
I want to get to the nearest settlement. Do you have a map I could look at?
あ？地図なんざねえよ。
No, we don't. Oh yeah, even back then, it was mentioned that the cup noodles that Chamie gave him to try and avoid the food still use the water from Yasumizu, so it's possible he was corrupted from stuff like that as well. So he's probably getting more food now so that he has a supply. Yeah?
そこをなんとか。
Oh, please, I need it.
待ってろ。
Just wait, she went through the staff door.
あったわ。
Found it. I knew it.
これがこの店。で、十字路を北へ行け。
Alright, here's the store. Go north of the crossroads. Yeah, there's absolutely any number of... It could indeed have been that Kiss that corrupted him, but at the same time, it would seem odd that Yasu would promise to spare him if he didn't try to stop them. If he was gonna kill him anyway. But then again, as we found out, he's not averse to lying, so it's hard to say. And again, any number of things could have corrupted us long before then, it's hard to say.
しばらくしたら立教があるから渡れ。最初の分岐のとこに大岩があるから、そこを右折して、あとは直線。
Cross it, when you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right, head
地
straight.
図には森しか見えませんが?
Oh, but that's just a forest, isn't it? I knew that it was. There wasn't even paved road there. Why'd she recommend that road anyway? If I crashed and died, it'd be homicide by
書かれ
negligence.
てねえだけで集落があんだよ。
There's a settlement there, it's just not on the map. That wasn't a lie. It wasn't weird for Yasumizu to not be on the map. It was a nearly abandoned settlement in the middle of nowhere. Why'd she know about it? Did she live in Kamifujoshi or something? Hopefully this isn't a...
バイクじゃきつそうですね。そっちの富士吉村には?
That sounds like it's bad for my bike. What about this place, Fujiyoshi?
くっそ面倒な峠道で2時間かかんぞ。
That's a 2-hour drive through a shitty mountain path. It did seem to be specifically this character that leads to it, but it's hard to tell if she's, if this is a Persona 4 situation or not, I guess would be the best way to put it.
一応メモっといていいですか?
Mind if I write that down?
好きにしろよ。
Sure.
隣の町は...
And where's the other closest town?
山2つ向こ
う。Past 2 mountains. Man, I couldn't make any sense of the local distance measurements.
ここいらを深夜に無茶すんのは勧めねえぜ。
I don't recommend going wild around these parts at night. Oh, actual consideration, though it's hard to be grateful. She was the one who pointed me in the direction of that shitty road in the first place.
引き返すのも勇気ってやつじゃねえの?
Turning back takes courage too. Turning back, huh?
まあ、考えますよ。どうも。
I'll think about that, thank you. Thanks for coming, or whatever. Interesting. I don't remember if she meant... I think she might have, No, I think she did mention that last time as well, but he refused because the whole point was he was running away from something to begin with.
あ、そうだ。この辺でローカルな飲み物とかってないです？
Oh, by the way...
陳列棚には特にはなさそうでしたけど。
Oh, by the way, got any interesting local drinks? I don't see any in the drink aisle.
いや、そこにねえもんはねえって。
Well, then we don't have any.
もしかしたらバックヤードにあるかもしれないなと思って。
Oh, I thought you might have something in the back.
あるわけねえだろ。
Like hell we would.
まあまあ、一応見るだけでも。
Could you at least check, please?
待ってろ。
Just wait.
あったわ。
Alright, I found it. Seriously? She brought me a 500cc bottle with a black liquid inside. The label looked like it was written in by hand, said Wild Plant Cola. I expected nothing and got something huge. This place was amazing.
あ、すみません。荷物だいぶ多くなっちゃったんで、荷台にくくるゴムロープみたいなのないですか?
Ah, sorry, but I got quite a lot of stuff. Do you have a rubber rope I could put on my bike to hold it all?
ここはコンビニだぞ。
This ain't a hardware
見て
store.
くれるだけでいいんで。
I'd be happy if you just looked.
合ってろ。
Just wait.
あったわ。
Found it.
せっ
Seriously?
かくなんで、このメモにあるその他ちょっとしたものたちを
Well,
一通り見てきてもらえないです
Well,
か?
since we come this far, let's list here. Think you can see if you have anything on it?
いい加減にしろよ。てめえ殺すぞ。
What the hell? We got a damage or
つ
something.
いに殺すって言った？一応で構いませんから。
Are you saying you'd kill me? Please, I just want you to have a look.
合ってろ。
Wait
あざ
here.
ーす。
Thanks.
全部あったわ。
Not at all.
なんなんだこのコンビニ？
What the hell is this place? Okay, yeah, this place is definitely supernatural to some degree. It felt like she was about to kill me, but it's because it came out with pretty much everything I need. Then I just made a run for it. I opened up the weird plant cola. Looking up at the noisy trap above, I took a sip. It was cool, intense, and had a strange, grassy flavor. Wasn't too bad at all. I expected something gross, but this was actually a legitimate drink. Yeah, he's definitely fucking with her. Yeah, most definitely. Then again, we don't know if she's aware of the time loop or at least involved in the situation here. She was, after all, the one who basically directed him to the town to begin with. Slightly disappointed, look at the ingredients. Cola, plant extract. Hold on, cola is an ingredient. They seriously just buy cola and mix it in. And plant extract could be absolutely anything, from fruits to poisonous plants. What the hell? Was this even safe to drink? Well, at least it tasted good. And now he just grabbed himself again. I wonder, yeah. It was probably smart to just turn around and drive away. Entering Fujiyoshi means death. Turns back. Perhaps that's what the loops were trying to tell me. You know, maybe I ought to listen? But was it really that easy? I had no real grounds for this, but if the cause of the strange phenomenon was somewhere in the village, perhaps I couldn't break out of the loop until I solved the mystery behind it. What would happen if I left then? Would I go on and live out the rest of my days only to die and come back here? Would I return to youth after years of being old? That part didn't sound half bad, actually, but was it really something I could accept so easily? This is just speculation, but what if I actually hadn't moved an inch from that mountain pass? What if everything from now until death just an ante-mortem fever dream, and dying again would just bring me back here? If that's how it was, everything I'd do for my life from this point on would be meaningless. Maybe I really should move on after taking care of whatever's binding me. Also, how could I leave something so strange, unnatural, and incomprehensible, and then just return to the city? I could do any number of things here. You know what, let's do the stupid thing and just turn back. Until I'd finished my drink, the thing guiding me was my good sense, otherwise known as opportunism. Man, what a weird experience. It'd make a good campfire story once I made it back where I belonged. I pushed aside my sense that something wasn't right, anxiety, fear, and straddled the seat of my bike. Well, there's another way to look at this. I could try and see whether ignoring it all and running away would actually work. After all, this might be the only way to solve the problem. Turn the key, open the throttle, push the signal to the left, and hit the clutch. Away I went, starting with a left turn. Anyway, I'd go back up the mountain path. I'd had enough of this ride. I'd return to civilization, eat normal food, get decent sleep, and live my boring everyday life. Just recognizing how precious those things were more than enough for me. This made the trip worth it. A dense mist drifted to view. Bad ending number 6. Watch hint corner.
またやっちまったな大将。
Well, you done it now, eh, Chief?
今回もまあいつものあれだ。ちゃっちゃか行くとすっか。
Well, this one's pretty standard, so let's get right to it.
今回のバッドエンド6、題して U ターンで謎死についてだが。
Bad ending number 6. Mysterious U-turn death.
バッドエンド4と同じパターンだな。ダメだろうけど一応試してみたけ。
So just like bad ending number 4, this was an ending you knew damn well wouldn't turn out well, but decided to just for the heck of it. Okay, yeah. Called right there, indeed.
どうやら簡単に逃げられる選択はねえようだ。腹くくった方が良さそうだな。
Looks like running away isn't an option. Better suck it up, I guess.
潜入の9 進路を決めよに戻って、また選び直してくれ。
Well, best test your luck again.
手短だが、今回はここまで。次も元気に死んでこい。
Sure, but that's all for now. Die another hearty death next time.
そういう夢だったってわけだ。次はもっとうまくやれ。羊が一匹。
The text, just a dream, wanderer. Well, turn back now is death. Enter through the normal route, pass by. Well, since these are definitely going to lead to stuff that I'm going to want to do next time, I should definitely make a save. Alright. I think that's going to be good for tonight. Alright. Absolutely no one I usually rate is going, so I'm just gonna call it for now. Alright, yeah, it's so late, it's early for a lot of folks, so... Alright, that's gonna be all. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.